Chapter 681 Battle. Fight each other. This guy. Kinshiki frowned slightly. And Momoshiki behind him also slowly scooped up. Momoshiki stood in the air and fell, standing on Kinshiki's broad shoulders. The master-servant relationship between the two can be completely seen at a glance. And Neji also looked directly at Momoshiki. The so-called dog also depends on the owner, this is the truth. Since he was forced to fight Kinshiki, he didn't hide it at all, and chuckled a few times directly at Momoshiki. Hehe, finally met. Guys from the Otsutsuki clan. But at this time, Neji still didn't know what the two guys were doing. These eyes. Momoshiki murmured, narrowing his eyes. He seemed to be thinking about something in his heart, and after 2 seconds, he said, could it be that guy Kagaya has left a splinter body in this world? No, this feeling, you feel the same as that Uchiha Sasuke next to you. You're a ninja, you're a human. Impossible. Momoshiki's pupils are like an earthquake. Kinshiki, on the other hand, remained expressionless, as if it had nothing to do with him. Sasuke on the side stepped forward, put the knife across his chest, and said in a low voice, Neji, that big guy is a physique type. The guy floating in the sky doesn't know his ability, but his detection ability is very strong. My eyes, I can feel. Sasuke squinted at Rinnegan on his left and aimed his gaze at Momoshiki behind Kinshiki. Neji sighed knowingly, shrugged, and said, I see, then leave the physique to me, and you can test the other guy's abilities. Well, I know. Sasuke's eyes slowly moved down again to look at Kinshiki. Momoshiki seemed to have doubts after thinking for a while, and then said to Kinshiki, Kinshiki, take away the human who has Byakugan, the other one can be killed, just leave Rinnegan. Thorn. Yes. Kinshiki answered, he was ready to do it. However, Sasuke and Neji make quicker shots over there. Neji. Understood. Huh. This is. I saw it for a moment, just like a moment of falling into darkness. Kinshiki under Momoshiki has disappeared. Instead, Sasuke staring at Rinnegan. PFF'd. He was holding Chidori and attacking straight up, while Momoshiki was startled and immediately retreated. Bang. On the other side, Kinshiki, who had just been transferred, was hit by Neji's heavy slap. The loud explosion generated a strong airflow, which disturbed Momoshiki's movements in the air. Whoosh. I saw Chidori in the assistant stretched out, like a sword, almost piercing Momoshiki's body. Momoshiki avoided the attack in a thrilling way, and said in surprise, the lines on this are. On Sasuke's Chidori long sword of thunder and lightning, the black curse mark was beating vigorously. What is this? What is? Who? Momoshiki reacted and immediately retreated to the rear. Sasuke's long sword stretched again, but it slashed from Momoshiki's side in a thrilling way. Interesting. Momoshiki seemed to realize that the enemy in front of him was not simply possessing Rinnegan, and he held out his hand with a corner of his mouth. After the 5 fingers were opened and slightly bent, a Yuhi heart ball appeared in the palm of his hand. From a small bead, it suddenly became larger, and it was half a meter in diameter at once, and it was quickly dropped towards Sasuke. Go to hell. Momoshiki's mouth twitched. Boom. The sphere was thrown towards the ground, making a dull explosion. The ground collapsed in, and the smoke and dust scattered. And Momoshiki is also very confident that he can solve the enemy below with one move, so he immediately put his eyes on the other side. On the other side Neji is shaking with Kinshiki, speed and power are pulled to ultimate. Momoshiki was about to float over, and was startled. Huh. He sensed that something huge was approaching behind him. I saw a huge purple arm, punching like a Gundam robot. Momoshiki hurriedly dodged and floated up again. And the arm couldn't grasp it, and slowly dissipated. I saw that Sasuke was standing behind the original Momoshiki, staring at Momoshiki, full of murderous intent. Hey, what a nice look. Momoshiki was slightly unhappy. It's just that he was puzzled again. His attack speed should be far beyond the reaction of people on this planet. Why was he avoided so easily? Looking at Sasuke's appearance, he did not resist the attack, but easily avoided it. He stared at the blown-up ground on that side, where there were some stone chips left, and remembered that there was a huge lion statue where Sasuke was standing now. So that's it, is this guy's Rinnegan ability? On the other side, heavy blows hit the hard body again and again. Bang! There was a shock in the air, shockingly. Boom! Another slap. Neji struggled away, a little surprised. Otsutsuki Kinshiki in front of him has a body as hard as a piece of iron. Even his own precise attack on the acupoints was not very effective. Oh, what material is your body made of? Aluminum alloy. So hard. Neji leaned over with his head tilted and tapped Kinshiki twice, as if looking at an underripe watermelon. Kinshiki, on the other hand, stared at Neji with a proud look, ignoring him at all. Neji snorted and smiled. This fat brother, why are you so serious? I'm just talking to you. It's been a long time since I had a fight. I'm a little rusty. Neji is telling the truth. Neji has been living a happy life with Ino in Konoha village since he married Ino. This is also a promise to Ino. Neji, as a man who dares to be a good man, naturally cannot break his promise. It's just the downside, that his strength hasn't improved much for so long, and he's still in the quasi-saint stage. But, dealing with this kind of guy, he may not have no confidence. Boom. This time, it was Kinshiki punching him. Neji, on the other hand, used chakra to avoid obstacles, but was knocked back by more than 20 meters. Huh. Neji landed in the air. Kinshiki's figure was already in front of him. Not only is this guy amazing in strength and defense, but his speed is somewhat unexpected for Neji. Neji now finally understands why Sasuke was chased and beaten by Kinshiki, because he possessed the power of the sky. Boom. Kinshiki punched down, however, the punch made no waves. He was startled, only to see his fist hit hard on a thick wall of dark blue chakra. And that chakra, in addition to being sturdy on the outside, is still spinning rapidly inside. Chapter 682 New Technique. Fail. The first time, surprise appeared in Kinshiki's eyes. Neji, on the other hand, sneered and said, "You finally looked a little surprised. I thought you were born with facial paralysis." Yes, it feels good. Neji felt that his surging blood was back. It's been too long since he fought seriously. After confirming the opponent's strength, Neji has realized that the enemy in front of him is not something that can be solved by 3 melons and 2 dates, and must be real. Ziz. Revolving heaven spinning around Neji immediately, Kinshiki felt the power of that chakra and stepped back. And Neji recalled his previous battles, surprising his opponent time and time again. This is the rhythm that Neji is familiar with. He twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Although I haven't fought for a long time, it's not that I haven't grown at all. Let you try this new move, cherish it." Neji stretched out his hand and saw that chakra of revolving heaven was pushing towards Kinshiki. The speed is so fast that even Kinshiki can't escape. Ziz. This is Neji's move based on Naruto's Rasenshuriken. He substitutes revolving heaven into Rasengan, and like Rasengan, throws it at the enemy from a distance. But the difference is that Naruto uses the power of his own hands, while Neji uses the time and space displacement of Yinden Bishamonten, so it is difficult to react under the condition of extremely fast speed. However, the disadvantage of this technique is also obvious, that is, the starting action of revolving heaven is too slow. Unlike Rasengan, revolving heaven is not an instant technique, and it is a technique suitable for both offense and defense. But the advantages are also very obvious. Once released, the enemy is absolutely unable to escape. Ziz. Revolving heaven spins around Kinshiki's body and explodes. The more swelled, when the chakra spread out, the lethality was weakened to a certain extent. So Kinshiki continued to clench his fists, and the iron-like body of King Kong was not shaken by this strong chakra. Buzz. Kinshiki frowned and saw that he was in Neji's revolving heaven. He was a little puzzled. This move was obviously a defensive move. Why was he protecting himself at the moment? Are you applying defensive spells to the enemy? Meaningless moves. Kinshiki murmured as if for Neji's provocation just now. But then, inside that huge revolving heaven, which seemed to be that big, radiated chakra rays. Huh. Chakra is like a bullet, coming towards Kinshiki. Kinshiki clenched his fists again, his body is iron. Whoa 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 whoa. Countless chakra rays came from the surface, but when they hit Kinshiki, it was painless. Each time, although it is an almost fatal attack for ordinary people, for Kinshiki, who has the indestructible body of King Kong, it is just a tickling. Outside of revolving heaven, Neji, who was in hand seal, slowly drew a charming arc at the corner of his mouth. He smiled and said, "It is true that my revolving heaven is used for defense, but the defense explained in this way can ensure that no attack can penetrate my revolving heaven when defending against attacks. Then, I am trapped by revolving heaven. It is absolutely impossible to forcibly break through revolving heaven with force." Quote. As for the chakra attack, because revolving heaven itself is a defensive ninjutsu, there is no way to win with quality. Then, but you can gain an advantage with quantity. But even Kagaya couldn't resist this move. I don't know if your body can handle it. After all, this is the first time I've used this move, so I'll use you first. 8 trigrams revolving heaven acupuncture array. Boom. The power within revolving heaven exploded. Kinshiki rolled his eyes and said, "Nani?" I saw that the chakra rays that originally hit him did not disappear, but covered the hard coating on his body, using the number of chakra rays to cover every corner. The so-called world has no impermeable wall. Even if your body is not broken, it will be penetrated by my chakra. It looks like a defensive art, but is it actually an offensive art that can destroy all defenses? Kinshiki frowned slightly, as if realizing something was wrong. The so-called indestructible body of King Kong is also something that needs to be maintained by using its own chakra. If it is destroyed, the body will become extremely fragile in front of this level of enemies. So, Kinshiki isn't going to sit still either. Ah! He roared this, as if he was about to rise up. Reaching out his hands, he took out the yuhi-colored axe behind him. After closing his eyes and frowning, the yuhi-colored axe split into two. 2 yuhi axes were held in Kinshiki's hands and slashed. I saw that yuhi-colored axe slashed, but it couldn't destroy the extremely defensive revolving heaven. And Kinshiki thought of something, and in a hurry, he jumped up. The surrounding revolving heaven is still emitting countless chakras to him. And follow Kinshiki away. He slammed into revolving heaven. What mattered? There was even fresh yuhi-colored blood all around the body. King Kong's indestructible body declared destruction. Neji's proprietary corrosive chakra around his body, after coming into contact with revolving heaven, actually caused revolving heaven's thick defense to avoid obstacles, and cracks appeared. At this point, Kinshiki finally succeeded. He sighed, and slashed down with a double axe. Bang! The air rubbed violently, and Neji leapt backwards. Byakugan squinted. Everything that happened just now is clearly visible. After being a little surprised, he smiled softly. Looks like you're at least a lot smarter than Otsutsuki Kagaya, not just brute force. After the smoke cleared, Kinshiki gasped and squatted about 20 meters in front of Neji. Around the ground is a huge circular block created by Neji's revolving heaven. Neji explained, my radioactive chakras were created in revolving heaven using my own power, because I couldn't use my own power to join revolving heaven, so I used revolving heaven's own solid. Defensive power translates into pervasive corrosive chakra. The erosive chakra that destroys even your Vajra body does have a powerful effect on my own revolving heaven. It's just that Neji didn't expect that the people of the Otsutsuki family are also very grandmasters. In this desperate situation, he actually came up with this staggering tactic. Use the power of the enemy to use the power of the enemy, and it's fun. It seems that my technique failed. Kinshiki also stood up slowly. The traces of blood on his body have evaporated and disappeared. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly at this terrifying resilience. He sensed that on Sasuke's side, Momoshiki also burst out with an amazing amount of chakra, so it can't be delayed any longer. Seeing Kinshiki preparing to shoot again, Neji's mouth twitched. However, I didn't say that the whole of the art is only this step. Neji smiled confidently, and already made the gesture of sinking. Chapter 683 Divine Power. Alien Nemesis. Nani? Kinshiki panicked. Because at this time, a green formation has appeared under his feet. The mysterious pattern of the 8 trigrams opened a grand light underground. The surrounding light was so dazzling that Kinshiki couldn't help covering his eyes with his hands. Neji chuckled. This is my Byakugan's special chakra. My Byakugan is not inferior to yours, so even you can't resist this light. Is this ability similar to Infinite Tsukuyomi? Neji's mouth twitched. His eyes can see through the nature and flow of chakra. It's not just the color of chakra, but a very subtle level. At that time, Neji deliberately entered Infinite Tsukuyomi, just to use his own eyes to look directly at the Infinite Tsukuyomi used by Madara. That's right, Neji wants to use his Byakugan to completely see through the light released by Infinite Tsukuyomi, the light that can penetrate any material except yin and yang, and what kind of chakra is formed. Because Kagaya is the ancestor of chakra, since it is Kagaya's move, it must be formed by using chakra. This is also the reason why yin and yang escape cannot be penetrated, that is to say, no matter how powerful Infinite Tsukuyomi is, no matter how powerful the chakra peak is, he is still chakra himself. Is fundamentally different from divine power, sage art, yin-yang escape, etc. In the advanced eyes of Neji, this kind of chakra quality can be deciphered in the long history of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Unfortunately, at that time, I didn't have the patience to stay in the world of Infinite Tsukuyomi for 30 days. Because I was in a hurry to come out, I didn't complete my original plan. I can't be a complete master of this light, just a little, but just a little, and you can temporarily enter Infinite Tsukuyomi. Just a moment. Neji's eyes firm up. In this kind of battle between masters, the outcome is often only in an instant. Neji's purpose wasn't to defeat Kinshiki in the first place. He has more important things to do, and that is his left eye. There are some signs of blackening at the moment. Not yet, Neji muttered. Kinshiki hasn't had time to respond, so it's too late, it's fast. That light bloomed in all directions, directly penetrating Kinshiki's body. Even a body as thick as an iron wall can't defend against this light. It's a terrifying technique, but it's just like that. Neji finally knew Madara's feelings at this moment. In the face of powerful power, all legendary things are so frivolous and vulnerable. Even in front of the Otsutsuki clan. Kinshiki was startled and bit Kiba. He snorted, "This kind of thing can't hold me for long." Afterwards, his eyes became Rinnegan's, while Sasuke on the other side bit Kiba. What is it? He took a few steps back, nearly getting hit by Momoshiki's orb of energy. Sasuke covered his left eye, seemed to feel pain, and was always on guard against Momoshiki, who was watching him closely. Kinshiki's physical skills are very strong. I know that kid looks good at physical skills, but Kinshiki's body is not something you guys can compete with mere physical skills. Ha. And Momoshiki, very proud. On the other hand, Neji also noticed that Sasuke couldn't hold on. But he couldn't bite Kiba for a while, and murmured, "Sasuke, it's up to you. Although I'm sorry, I stole the light of Infinite Tsukuyomi at the time, and I also stole part of Rinnegan's chakra, so it is the same cause as Madara. Dara is reincarnated, and your Rinnegan will also be affected by this chakra. But please hold on while I do that." Quote. Neji was slapped by Urashi before because of his expansion, so he didn't dare to slack off with these guys from the Otsutsuki clan. He really didn't know what strange things would happen. It only takes 5 seconds. Neji's gesture sank, and the aperture below shined again. This time, instead of the penetrating light of infinite Tsukuyomi, it was the ordinary burst of 8 trigrams. Divine power 8 trigrams to 56 palms. Neji didn't dare to slack off, and directly used the most powerful palm technique. Boom. Bang 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 bang. Each palm was hit from a distance, and because it was all about body positions, Neji only used the vacuum palm to make light hits in place. Anyway, the endpoint of the 8 trigrams palm is the hit on the acupuncture point. Although the acupuncture points of the Otsutsuki clan are a bit strange, they are generally the same as those of humans. Although many acupuncture points are specially protected, as long as they hit a little bit, Neji has a chance to break his defense. Boom. With more than 100 palms out, Kinshiki's body seems to be riddled with holes, but up close, it is still intact. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. Neji hurry up and hit the last palm. Boom. Kinshiki jumped out of infinite Tsukuyomi immediately. Neji was startled, and immediately jumped towards the rear. And Kinshiki roared. Ooh. Bang. The huge impact sound caused the air to emit shock waves of unimaginable shock intensity. Neji narrowed his eyes, waiting for the dust to dissipate. After the smoke cleared, Neji exhaled slowly. And Kinshiki over there, snorted softly. Neji, who underestimated the enemy and put down his attack, Kinshiki laughed loudly. You are too confident, you think you can defeat me with this move. My defense. Ah. He was startled and rolled his eyes. Just looked straight at Neji over there, and Neji had already laughed and said easily, how? Ah. Kinshiki vomited blood, a mouthful of blood. Then he got down on one knee. Neji laughed, it's divine power. You guys. Neji walked over slowly, with evil intent in his eyes. Kinshiki, on the other hand, was a little anxious, knelt down on one knee, raised his head, and was about to overcome the pain. Amazing. Can't move. He noticed that something was wrong. Although his body was not substantially damaged, the inside was damaged. Moreover, as a very important acupuncture point for the Otsutsuki family, it was also shackled by Neji, unable to mobilize the powerful defensive power in the body. He watched Neji come step by step, but there was nothing he could do. Neji said, are you blind? You keep saying that the chakra of this planet belongs to you, but I am not using chakra now, and I don't use that kind of power uncommonly. Let you see the real power. This divine power, your body can't defend against it, right? My divine power, but it is specially used to deal with you foreigners. This is the nemesis of you foreigners. Chapter 684 Award. Super S-Class Mall. Neji said, and has already arrived in front of Kinshiki. His eyes were full of curiosity about Kinshiki. Inside this sturdy and huge shell, some secrets are more or less revealed. Neji can't wait to enter him, explore the secret passages in his body, and see where it leads. Who knows, at this time, there is a huge noise. Bang! Sasuke took a dozen steps back, and Susanoo slowly fell off until he squinted slightly. He bit Kiba and said, damn, has Rinnegan's ability been used too many times? It seems that it will take time to recover. I don't know how long it will last. How long will Neji hide his strength? Sasuke was a little upset, but he still understood. The current Neji has definitely not shown his original true power, just for some reason, he wants to do something with Kinshiki. As for what to do, Sasuke naturally doesn't know. The tacit understanding between the two is also perfect. After all, after the 4 ninja wars, Neji and Sasuke began to like the feeling of cooperation with each other, so they still learned from each other many times, and when doing some occasional exercises, Neji also liked Sasuke's heavenly hand strength, let Sasuke demonstrate to him many times. This is why Neji is very clear about Sasuke's thoughts. Sasuke always feels that Neji understands this powerful ability very well. If it wasn't for Neji without Rinnegan, Sasuke would even suspect that this guy could even use the heavenly hand. Because he is so powerful. But at the end of the day, Sasuke thinks, is it possible that Neji has learned the power of heaven? The abnormality of the past year, he actually wanted to let himself and him learn from each other, and he has heard and seen it. Neji seems to have the ability to steal the skills of the enemy that he is fighting against, but Rinnegan's ability can also be master. Sasuke gasped for a moment, but realized that it was Momoshiki who was on the side. Seeing Kinshiki in distress, he planned to lend a helping hand. He snorted coldly and said, the physique of the Otsutsuki clan cannot belong to the garbage of this world. He held up an energy sphere, and his eyes shone with fresh Yuhi light. Then, squeeze firmly. Bang! The Yuhi-colored sphere exploded. At this moment, it seemed that a slight change had been made somewhere in the world, but there was no way to know where the change was made. Neji, who was about to start, noticed something was wrong. Boom! Kinshiki, who had been imprisoned for a while, suddenly shook the ground. Underneath, the powerful shock force that was prohibited from being thrown around, smashed a deep garden pit. Neji stepped back immediately, he didn't feel right. This power is probably stronger than the chakra episode of Chibaku Tensei, heavenly body bursting from the earth, that I saw before. And it came out of nowhere. These Otsutsuki clan are indeed monsters. Although I am not afraid of being hurt by this power, I cannot let this power destroy this peace. Neji deliberately felt that the power that erupted in Kinshiki at this moment deliberately destroyed everything in this area in an instant. These guys are not the same, they are not fighting on their own planet. So they can wreak havoc. This is where I fear the most. Boom. In an instant, Neji moved to Yuhi's hair. Such a fast time and space technique, like a flash of light. Like this guy from Rinnegan, does Byakugan's guy also have such a powerful time and space technique? But it's not like the Imperial Palace. Momoshiki over there, and Neji's chakra was shocked, so he was able to give Sasuke a chance to breathe. Baby. A knife split open, and Momoshiki broke free. PFF'd. Like thousands of birds chirping in unison, the black Chidori blasted off the blade, sending Momoshiki straight away. Isn't this sword already destroyed? And Sasuke also fell to the ground, threw the scroll in his hand, and said, the real weapon is to be used at a critical time. It seems that you are indeed worthy of me to use this sword of the sky. The sword in the assistant is extremely sharp. Momoshiki was taken aback and said in surprise, this sword looks 1,000 times better than the previous one. Is it a treasure in this world? Interesting. Momoshiki, again no time to watch the fight over there. Start to deal with Sasuke seriously. And this was Sasuke's helpless act. His Rinnegan was affected by the light of the Neji array, and Lei was in a state of exhaustion, fighting continuously, and immediately reached the limit. So I can only drag Momoshiki to ensure the success rate on Neji's side. Divine Power Revolving Heaven. Neji also didn't expect that the two powerful divine powers he mobilized at one time would be used once for 8 trigrams 256 palms and once for Revolving Heaven. One offense, one defense. But this is also impossible. Huvu. I saw the whirlwind blowing, and the surrounding chakra flowed, immediately forming an almost transparent chakra shield wall. Boom. The huge chakra energy burst open, but it was blocked by the seemingly weak Revolving Heaven. Boom. Kinshiki let out a breath and sneered, it's actually able to defend against my domineering body, He explained, Momoshiki unlocked my formula. Which means, now my task is to kill you completely. Bang. Another murderous aura exploded away. Neji's hair was swept away by the wind, and he was sweating. This murderous aura is quite strong, but is your autism over now? You can communicate, I thought you were an obedient fool. Neji teases Kinshiki on purpose, just to get some information. Now it seems that there is still some information to be learned. It's just that what the revealed style he was talking about remains to be verified. This guy's defense is stronger. Neji got a little impatient, and a voice suddenly popped out of his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Neji immediately entered a mental state, but although the flow of the outer world slowed down, the high-intensity battle at the moment made Neji a little anxious. Don't talk nonsense, congratulations. What's the reward? Neji asked eagerly immediately. But no matter how anxious Neji is, the system is just a ruthless system. The commander follows the rules and does things rigidly. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Ability. The proficiency of divine power has reached 35W, so the divine power has been upgraded to the state of supernatural. The advanced skills of the host's actual combat can be rewarded according to the host's strength level. The strength of the hesitant host has reached the quasi-sage level, and for the first time in the quasi-sage stage, the strength has been improved to superb, so the host can be rewarded with a Super S-level proficiency top mal reward. What the hell is this? Neji got impatient. It's so annoying, it's playing. The host can use 100 million proficiency in exchange for the following rewards. Chapter 685 Explore. Memories of Kinshiki. 100 million proficiency. Neji is a little helpless, but fortunately, he has enough proficiency to save 100 million, so he is not afraid at all. Anyway, in the face of this kind of place, you may need useful abilities, but it is still helpful. 1. It can help the host to strengthen the strength and get closer to the strength of the saint. 2. The host can be rewarded with an artifact of the same level as the 8-foot mirror and the 10-fist sword. 3. The host's eye-cleaning ability can be greatly advanced and upgraded. Neji himself wasn't much interested in the first two, but the third one caught his eye. The first is not to directly enter the saint stage, and it is not clear how many stages Neji has. At this level of strength, you basically know that it depends on your understanding, and it may not necessarily explode when it suddenly occurs, so this thing is even more unreliable than you. And the second, not to mention. Neji's magic is enough, it's enough to be strong, why do you want magic? The third one is different. Now Neji, what he has to do, just needs the ability to clear his eyes. From the point of view of Shiro, Urashi, Kagaya and others, Neji has already speculated that his ability to clear eyes is to cut into the minds of places, steal memory and spiritual world, and it is very compulsory to enter, which is simply invincible in this regard. And in front of him is the bulky warrior of the Otsutsuki clan. The so-called specialization means that when cultivating one thing, reaching the ultimate at the same time means the weakening of other abilities. Kinshiki before the physical ability is so weak, the mental strength will be quite weak. Weak enough to be unmatched, there can be such a big difference to let all the strength of the body hit the attack and defense in the melee game. So what Neji has to do is get as much information as possible about the Otsutsuki clan from Kinshiki. If this fanboy does not solve it, there will be more things and problems to face. I choose 3. Conversation and hesitation time. It took Neji more than half a minute in total. That is to say, in the real world now, Neji has been deadlocked for about 0.5 seconds, but this time is enough for the opponent to attack. Effective. Neji immediately pulled away from the spiritual world. Boom. Sure enough, the air made a humming vibration, and Kinshiki had arrived. Neji frowned slightly and twitched the corner of his mouth again. It is indeed a very tricky attack, but it seems that the set I put is not wasted. Boom. Because Kinshiki's speed was too fast, he broke through Revolving Heaven's defense directly. And this is also the reason why Neji failed to hit Chakra because of distraction, but he was stopped by the formation outside. What is this? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I saw green fluorescence emerge from the 8 trigrams array, wrapping around Kinshiki like a thread. And Neji's actions were also restrained. He bit Kiba and groaned. It's just a trick, you have failed. He smiled confidently, and the green fluorescence all around disappeared. Like water meeting a fiery flame, it dries up in an instant. And Neji ticked the corner of his mouth and said, however, that's enough. It's enough to control you for 1 second. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Neji open, the art of spiritualization. Whistling by. It was like a bolt of lightning, passing through Kinshiki's body. Kinshiki just snorted coldly and said, it doesn't matter what kind of divine power you are or what, my body is already invincible. But his voice just fell. The body is torn apart. Surroundings were like Gaara's sand armor, completely shattered. And Kinshiki is also swaying in the wind, at a loss. What is happening? Neji stood behind Kinshiki and turned his head away. Huh. Once again, like a ghost, he appeared in front of Kinshiki, staring straight into Kinshiki's eyes. Divine power, sage art. The power of the origin of this world is far more than that. This is my strongest offensive move, suffocating energy. Condensing this energy into the moves, any offensive moves will have a corrosive aggressiveness. You can use both soft and hard, no matter what you can't defend. Neji's mouth twitched. Kinshiki widened his eyes and said, then why didn't you, earlier, use? His consciousness has begun to blur. Because he saw that Neji's left eye had turned black, surrounded by a bright halo like daytime. This is what? Kinshiki immediately went into a state of near stagnation. Not sleep, but stagnation. Complete stagnation. What a terrifying ability, astonishing. And Neji just said leisurely and slowly, hey, use it early. Why use it early? You are not my real enemy, just a dog of the Otsutsuki clan. Let me see besides Momoshiki over there, there is even more behind you. Who is the owner of? Neji said, reaching out. Just like Yamanaka Inoichi, Neji suddenly noticed something at this moment. All things come together. The so-called 9-9-1 may be the ability of all chakras. Kagaya wants to collect maybe far more than just chakra. Or, it's another battle in itself, and it's not a secret Kagaya can see. Not only chakra, all ethnic groups are gathered together because of chakra's ability. Before chakra appeared, there was no such ability, then. Will these abilities be chakra itself, that is to say? As a variation of the chakra collection product, the clear eye itself also belongs to the chakra. The true omnipotence and omniscience, or the ancestor of chakra, will not only have all the chakras, but also all the abilities that chakras can use, can pass Akatsuki. Neji boldly guessed that it had entered Kinshiki's memory. Dark, endless fit. This is a prison. Neji can only judge like this. Maybe in another interest, this kind of thing has another name. Maybe it was a special ceremony with a very high status, maybe. But in the endless darkness, Neji could only feel the existence of the prison. That is all around, enclosed spaces. And outside the enclosed space, that ruthless indifferent gaze. On the planet Otsutsuki, this Kinshiki is also a thorn in people's eyes. No. They don't seem to have emotions, they're just ruthless, higher creatures. But according to Pushi, they themselves have emotions. Just lost it later. And they all have endless lifespans, so this Kinshiki must also have emotions. The art of spiritualization. Bang. Neji hit a wall. It seems that these things that trap Kinshiki are still special materials. But Neji was determined to find out in this mental memory. So hand seal. Heaven's Royal Palace. Move. Chapter 686 Trap. Game over. Neji's mouth twitched. Although Kagaya's Heaven's Royal Palace is not applicable, because each time it is used, the amount of chakra that needs to be consumed is huge. But with just this small distance, Neji can still use it. And this is what he has achieved through countless exercises over the past year. Neji was already practicing every morning while Ino slept on the bed from last night's fight. Diligence can make up for the poor, even if it is not something from the Grandmaster Otsutsuki family. Neji is finally a master. The extra thing that the system brings to Neji, which is the diligent practice method. It really helped Neji grow too much from the side. Therefore, even in the memory of Neji's mind, he successfully escaped from the unknown cage and escaped from time and space to the outside. Intense light. Neji's Byakugan isn't afraid of the bells and whistles. However, that light is particularly white. Like the most powerful daylight in history. Directly into Neji's eyes. Then, the pupils narrowed. However, the pupils and the whites of the eyes are white, so it is not obvious. However, that white light suddenly became Yuhi. Shining so that Neji's eyes also made Yuhi. Impressively became bloody Yuhi. And that scene was horrifying. Countless corpses are everywhere. Countless corpses. Can't tell if it's human or animal. Flesh, fuzzy. In the whole world, what remains is only the strong smell of blood. Pain, hate. And that look of indifference, that feeling. It turned out to be eyeballs one by one, floating in the air. Those eyeballs seemed to be controlled by a single point, and they looked at them in unison. Neji was startled and took a step back. Am I also scared now? Neji took a deep breath, a little helpless. But there was no way. At that time, he had a deep communication with Vulcan in the spiritual realm. Neji had already made a decision. To directly become a saint, to become a god, is simple and convenient. That is to get rid of your emotions. Don't be afraid, don't worry, don't be afraid. Just a ruthless fighting machine, the strongest ever. But Neji didn't like it, and he didn't want to just dump Ino and the other lovely girls. Therefore, Neji chose a very difficult road, and has been stuck in the step of becoming a saint. So Neji now has a feeling of fear, which is actually a good thing. This proves that Neji has not gone astray on the path of chasing power and cannot extricate himself. But those eyes are really disgusting. What? Is this the cruelty of these guys? Otsutsuki. Neji finished speaking, a force came from behind him. Can't respond. Bang. Huh. I saw the black box-like existence, and it was opened. Huge force urged Neji to be knocked away. The smoke is rolling. Then, barely covering his back with revolving heaven, Neji, who was only slightly injured, floated in the air in embarrassment. Surrounding Byakugan, the flowing chakra exudes impressively. This is the Byakugan chakra pattern. And over there, Kinshiki's mouth twitched, and there was evil in his eyes. Why? Neji was taken aback. This is his ability to clear his eyes. This guy shouldn't be able to resist. And thinking of this, Neji was taken aback again. Recalling that when I used the power of clear eyes to enter Bai's memories, I was only a bystander, but this time, I was deeply caught in it. And Kinshiki sneered a few times and said, do you think you can control me so easily? PFF'd. PFF'd. The beating of the heart is getting weaker and weaker, until PFF'd. With a loud bang, Neji woke up. He stood there, his eyes widened, unable to move. And Kinshiki curled his lips and put his hand on Neji's chest. Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and he said angrily, fool. Do you think you are the only one who can be tricked? In the eyes of our Otsutsuki clan, you humans are just fragile playthings. Now, the game is over. Bang. Huge power, shocking shock. Neji was startled, but the next moment, he saw a somewhat surprised Momoshiki in front of him. Hey, anyway, it's the same to kill whoever first. I just want the eyes of both of you. Momoshiki said and held out his hand. At the moment of touching Neji's eyes, Neji's body shines with golden light. Buzz. A ray of Buddha's light, making Momoshiki retreat. Momoshiki's hands started to melt as if the intense heat touched the rubber. He frowned and stepped back immediately. Come to meet Senju Kill. Neji frowned. The huge Buddha statue was on top of Neji's body, and dozens of hands attacked. Momoshiki was knocked back, and the Yuhi-colored energy spheres that he threw were also scattered. Boom. On the other side, the powerful force is enough to cause a huge mushroom cloud to erupt over there. Momoshiki said indifferently, HMPH, that guy is dead. It seems that you are not only strange with your moves, but also have some problems with your body. Momoshiki stretched out his hand, one of his own had almost melted, and swung it at will. The hand is thrown away like mud, and then, a new hand grows rapidly again. Neji took a breath. This Senju kill was a bit of fur that was stolen from Asuma before, and it seems that the power of God does have a miraculous effect on the Otsutsuki clan. But after all, the power of God is not as pure as chakra. When fighting, unless it is swordsmanship, it will be consumed very quickly. And what melted Momoshiki's hand was the body of Vulcan inspired by the power of other gods. 1,000 Eternals were hotter than the flames with the highest temperature in the center of the sun, and tens of thousands of times the temperature of Amaterasu. Even the bodies of the Otsutsuki clan could not bear it. Sasuke. Neji knew that Sasuke sensed his own danger over there, and immediately took the initiative to take this move. And if it was someone else, Neji was just moved. But when Sasuke is willing to do this, Neji has a responsibility in his heart. Because Sasuke is a very calm person, since this is the case, then the situation is obvious. They're in a tough fight, and even Sasuke believes that only Neji has any hope of being the winning point for the comeback. Hey, that guy is really a fool, I said you. Huh. As Momoshiki spoke, a flash of Neji disappeared. Momoshiki was stunned, and after a long period of stunned smile, he smiled. Is there a time-space ninjutsu that is unique in the same few places and has been marked for displacement? It's boring. On the other side, Sasuke was already lying on the ground, vomiting blood. Above his head, Kinshiki rounded the bloody Yuhi's eyes and shouted, "You can't move now, it's the same as killing anyone first." Revolving heaven. There, Neji's figure flashed over. Chapter 687 Survival. Weak signal. Boom. Revolving heaven is impressive. In front of Sasuke. Sasuke was also surprised. Originally, he also felt that he had reached the end of his life. In his life, Sasuke didn't do many impulsive things. But every impulsive thing is a big thing. For Naruto to block all of Shiro's Senbon, and to pursue Orochimaru for strength. For his own hatred, give up Sakura. And now, in order to have the opportunity to go out, for the future of Konoha and the ninja world, save Neji, who is more capable. This time, he got the most timely response and feedback. Boom. The revolving heaven erupted again, and the Kinshiki above fled. Bang. It's annoying. Kinshiki didn't expect that the battle that he thought could be easily solved was forced to this level again and again. He was also extremely helpless, and since that was the case, he also twitched the corner of his mouth. It seems that in this case, you have no chance of winning. Because he saw that Sasuke was almost unconscious and lay on the ground. Neji, on the other hand, squatted beside Sasuke. Kinshiki's move is too powerful, even if you have Susanoo, it's hard to resist. Right now, you don't have the power of Yin, so Rinnegan's celestial power must be used as appropriate. Neji sighed. He knew that if Sasuke could have better control, his fighting power was more than that. But Sasuke has lost the power of Yin, so he can no longer fight at will as he did when he fought Kagaya. And Sasuke struggled to use his heavenly hands for the sake of more effective cooperation in every battle. Sorry. Sasuke bit Kiba, but he still doesn't speak much. Sasuke was startled and smiled. Sure enough, I like you more in this world. As Neji said, Sasuke bit Kiba with a puzzled look in his eyes. And Neji shook his head and said, nothing. He recalled Sasuke in the world of Infinite Tsukuyomi. Although he was very talkative, lively, and cute, he was stupid. Unlike the current Sasuke, He was very decisive and straightforward, and he was a rare partner. Of course, the premise is that he can continue to be influenced by Naruto and is willing to work hard for a bright future. Neji reached out a hand and placed it on Sasuke's head. This. In an instant, Sasuke felt that his injuries were more than half healed. Neji said, I used half of the yang power in my body when I rescued Mr. Might Guy before. As a result, the yin and yang power in my body has always been unequal. Now I have the other half of the yin power, chakra, now look at it. Come on, it's time for you. Originally, you were the most suitable candidate. Neji breathed a sigh of relief and stood up. Okay, rest for now. The next battle, leave it to me. I have finished what I have to do, there is no need to delay it. Neji stood up, feeling that he wasn't quite open enough. Because it is you who need to apologize. Unexpectedly, even Sasuke was willing to bow his head to him, and Neji suddenly felt that he had gone too far. First of all, his attacking method put Sasuke under greater fighting pressure, and on the other hand, he really wanted to solve the possible troubles quickly, so he wanted to increase the risk as much as possible, and delay the time to obtain Kinshiki's memories. Unexpectedly, the other party was superior in skill, and he even plotted against himself. Oh, I didn't intend to attack you, but now, let's get to the point. Neji said indifferently, looking at the figure behind Kinshiki. It was Momoshiki who came over slowly. Have you solved this guy yet? Kinshiki. Momoshiki has a somewhat commanding tone, but his attitude is very gentle. Kinshiki also bowed his head and said respectfully, this will kill them. I want to talk to you directly. I really want to know something about your Otsutsuki clan, but it seems that prying open the mouth of this big man is the same as prying open your mouth, so I don't need to be opportunistic. Neji said. Momoshiki snorted coldly. Kinshiki, who was apparently ignored, seemed to be looking for a presence. Impressively rushed over. Extremely fast. Hard to control in general. Even Sasuke, who had just sat up, was a little surprised that he didn't even have time to remind Neji. But the next moment, Neji narrowed his eyes. Wow. The knife behind you, unsheathed. Baby. Aura, a flash. Boom. Fight fast. Huge blade, hundreds of meters. You can't even see where the knife came from, and Neji's body barely moves, just walking. Almost floated forward, walking 4 or 5 steps, and the flying Kinshiki was directly overtaken by Neji. And he widened his eyes and fell to the ground. This time, he got down on his knees. There was blood in his mouth. Thick blood. Neji didn't look back, not even looking back indifferently. Sasuke, who saw this scene, was deeply surprised. Finally serious. Neji. He swallowed and looked at Kinshiki again. Little puzzled, and murmured, Yuhi-colored blood. Is it the same as humans? No, obviously different. And Kinshiki, who was kneeling on the ground, opened his mouth and widened his eyes. There was still blood in his throat, and he couldn't even close his mouth. The original King Kong's indestructible body has now been ripped apart by Neji's beating. This is what he has only discovered now. The diamond on the outside is not bad, and it also covers up all the problems in the body flawlessly. But in fact, he was attacked again and again by Neji, and his defense was weakened in secret. And after the battle, Kinshiki has been injured. It was just Neji's hallucination, making Kinshiki think that he was still invincible, and then using his own power to easily defeat himself. And that kind of strength also surprised Kinshiki. Although he has only fallen into the trap, the contrast in strength is still shocking. That guy, when he was dealing with me, was he just keeping his hand? It's amazing. And over there, in front of Momoshiki, Neji's figure is getting closer. Looking at your reaction, you are much stronger than the guy under your subordinate. Then the status should be the same. I really don't want to say a few more words to a conspirator like you. I just want to get information in that guy's mind and instantly kill you. Killed. Neji showed a trace of anger, although he was impulsive and said some big words, but he was a little confident at the moment. Is that inexplicable murderous aura gathered in your body aimed at killing me? It's not necessary, even Pushi can't kill you completely, so don't even think about killing me. Pushi made this mark. Neji is a little weird. Momoshiki chuckled and waved his hand. Yeah, otherwise. How do we know about this place billions of light years away? There are still some leftovers in your body. The weak signal that Pushi sent out. Chapter 688 Ability. Perfect combination. Weak signal. Neji frowned slightly. Momoshiki smiled lightly and floated back. Zitsa. I saw some movement, and Neji's Jr. suddenly jumped out a little bit of wandering air. Baby. The sword light and sword shadow flashed, and that trace of breath was completely cut off. No more trace. The shot is really fast. This swordsmanship, it seems that when you fight with Kinshiki, you are not only keeping your hands, but you are simply releasing the water. No, releasing the sea. Momoshiki is a little stressed at the moment, although he is not worried that he will really be killed by Neji, but looking at the momentum now, it is still easy for this guy to suppress himself. How can a small planet have a strong man like you? I'm really surprised. Momoshiki's eyes stared straight at Neji, not knowing what he was thinking. And Neji just narrowed his eyes and analyzed, really? Is that so? Neji remembered the last time Arashiki fought with him, so confusing, the third attack caused by the first and second times. In the world of infinite Tsukuyomi, Arashiki clearly had the last remaining breath. But he didn't fight with himself at all, or the guy himself didn't think he would give him such a simple opportunity to obliterate him. So all the opportunities are simply used as blocking and bait. Because Urashi belongs to the Otsutsuki family, he has a very strong understanding and application of Byakugan. Byakugan's perspective can never be changed to 360 degrees. Perhaps this is the flawed concept that God must have left behind when he created the world. With such a powerful ability, there will always be some flaws. And the 359-degree field of vision was lacking in the fact that even if the strength of the previous one narrowed the range infinitely, it would still be useless. And Urashi was so willing to be destroyed by himself in infinite Tsukuyomi's dream. I am afraid it is to hide the remaining insurmountable angle behind Neji's Byakugan that cannot be found. To combine Neji's stable life in the future, use the long-term time to send signals to unknown places. So Neji cut off the signal without hesitation. Momoshiki smiled and said, what if you were ruined? Now the entire planet Otsutsuki knows the signal from Arashiki, it's just that Kinshiki and I got there faster. So what is your intention? Neji frowned, the Shukari sword behind him was floating in the air. When he was angry all his life, the knife would immediately fly and dance following Neji's movements. But Momoshiki just snorted softly and explained, an attempt. It's not an attempt, just to find Kaguya, who stole something belonging to our Otsutsuki clan. Belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. Chakra fruit. Sacred tree. Neji asked suspiciously. But Momoshiki didn't answer, just stared at Neji silently, the corners of his mouth suddenly bent. That kind of thing is just ordinary chakra. What's the point? HMPH, let me see, you who know fighting skills are not under Kaguya. Neji was a little dissatisfied with this statement, and always felt that these guys still had some important attempts to say. Also, why is Kaguya stealing? That is, they and Kaguya are enemies. Neji was thinking about this. Momoshiki asked, are the Hyuga clan? Neji was taken aback and stepped back immediately. I saw Momoshiki's mouth twitching, and the inside of his Byakugan, the interweaving of black and white, appeared impressively. Clean eyes. Baby. When Neji realized this, he moved backwards and his knife was unsheathed. Then, suddenly came towards Momoshiki. Momoshiki also reacted with an ugly smile. He was very calm and stepped back. Neji watched his own sword, the sword that even Kinshiki could not dodge, was easily retreated by Momoshiki. That power. Zizi. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly and held out his hand. Chikuruda's sword immediately stepped back and was held firmly in Neji's hand. Your sword is stronger than the other guy's sword, but this kind of swordsmanship doesn't mean much to me. Maybe it's just restraining that guy Kinshiki, maybe. Hee. Momoshiki smiled. In this way, it seems to be able to explain that even Sasuke, who doesn't have the power of yin now, can fight back and forth with Kinshiki. Kinshiki seems to be the worst at dealing with enemies like Neji and Sasuke. At this moment, Neji was surprised. Do you have clean eyes too? Momoshiki chuckled. Looks like you're a very strong defect. Hyuga clan. Rubbish born from Kagaya's children. Children of humans. Ridiculous. Momoshiki let out a slow breath, disdainful of Neji. Although he had previously felt that Neji was putting pressure on him like never before. Neji stared straight at him. Momoshiki explained. Hee, don't look at me like that. Indeed, your power is very strong. With the power you have hoarded now, I can't beat you. It may take some help. Other things, but there must be sacrifices, and it seems unnecessary now. Let's come to Japan for a long time. Momoshiki floated back, and then slowly floated up into the sky. He said, that's not a so-called clear eye, it's a finished product that has been combined perfectly. Haven't you already experienced Pushi's ability? You seem to have a good time in the travel back in time, without too much analysis. From what you did to Kinshiki, I roughly guess that your ability is to search for memories in the mind, which is really interesting. It's rare. But my ability is not as simple as searching for your memory. My eyes can see the past and future of people, and it has nothing to do with the mind and soul. It is something that happens all the time in this world. It only takes a moment. You can feel it. Quote. This is the omnipotent omniscient omniscience. Ha ha ha. Momoshiki's laughter became more and more frantic. Because he saw a hint of surprise on Neji's face. But not much, enough to satisfy Momoshiki. After all, Neji wasn't really surprised in the fight against Kinshiki. Kinshiki, let's go. Momoshiki stretched out his hand, over there, with a bang. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder this guy knew he belonged to the Hyuga clan. I also know the origin of my Hyuga clan, so it is indeed a good ability. The poor thieves do not chase. Although they do not know what means to retreat, Neji can still use various pursuit abilities to pursue them. But that also makes no sense. This is the first confrontation with the Otsutsuki clan in the true sense, and the focus is on gathering intelligence. This rule is still set by Neji, that is, intelligence comes first. He turned his head and saw that Sasuke over there had stood up. But Sasuke also listened to all the information without saying a word. Looking at Sasuke's eyes asking for an answer, Neji knew that he had another little brother. Chapter 689 Routine. Moon's Mission. Speaking of little brother, Neji thought of a person. Then let's go back first, Sasuke. Actually, I can continue to investigate. Sasuke said. But Neji smiled and said, you can take it easy, since you were given the power of yin, it is not for nothing. Your ability is very important now, and you must not put yourself in danger, understand? Sasuke was startled and seemed a little disobedient. But after a while, he still nodded, I see. Neji exhaled, it's really hard to tame this guy. But need an opportunity like this, everything becomes simple. The so-called cannibalism is short-mouthed and soft-handed. Sasuke didn't show much when he was indirectly cared for and rescued by others, but now that he really helped her once, she also gave her some face. And in terms of strength, Neji is even better. In the case of the same position, Sasuke has no reason not to recognize this big brother. Although, he would never admit it. Konoha village with the information collected by Sasuke. In a few days, Naruto's wedding is imminent. After the information was reported, it was temporarily stranded. But originally this kind of secret matter, only a few secret people know and discuss, and the final decision is completely in the hands of the three masters. The current 6th generation Hokage Tsunade, the future 7th generation Hokage Uzumaki Naruto, and Hyuga Neji. To be precise, there are 4 people, but now Sasuke is recovering from his injuries, and everything he is responsible for has been handed over to Neji. It's just that on the night of Naruto's marriage, everything was suspended. Hinata and Naruto's wedding was fun, but Neji disappeared. Hinata, who had been watching for a long time, finally became worried, and Naruto came over. Don't worry, Hinata, Neji must have something more important, he won't mess around. I know, I understand. Hinata smiled. Although the man in front of him was what Neji told him to deliver. I have some feelings for Naruto, and I was rescued by Naruto when I was very young. But later my feelings for all men faded, and I just felt that my brother was very handsome and strong. It is worth relying on and entrusting. But as he grew up, Hinata realized that the older brother is the older brother. You can't be a man who will protect you for the rest of your life. And his own existence will also make Ino feel embarrassed. This made Hinata begin to accept his feelings for Naruto, and Neji didn't know why, but he was unusually supportive of this emotion. Once, Hinata specifically asked for a long time about Neji's reasons for supporting his marriage with Naruto, and Neji was fooled. He actually said, because of the children of Hinata and Naruto, the future will be very special. Hinata also sighed, too lazy to ask. Could this reason be plausible? No matter how true what Neji said, she wouldn't be a fool to be fooled willingly. On the other side at this time, inside the hut, Mr. Kosuke went to the Hyuga family's tomb, Matsuri, to lay a funeral tonight. He said that he was grateful for the guidance of Hyuga Tenin. He really has a high respect for the Hyuga family. This is another week. Today is the first time. It's been 4 days. Kimimaro is sitting in the log cabin, and the current log cabin has been well maintained, surrounded by fences and walls. Neji smiled and took a sip of the tea. Well, it's still the same taste. But he didn't know what to say. He said that he drank the tea here more than 40 years ago, and I'm afraid no one will believe it except Ino. At this time, a guy on the side knocked on the table heavily. Ah, damn, Neji, no, big brother. Probably feeling the killing intent in Neji's eyes, Shueyu quickly changed her words. He asked, why did Sasuke become your younger brother? And he is still older than me, why? I am not convinced. And Kimimaro on the side said coldly, if you don't agree, you can become stronger than Sasuke. In other words, at least you have to beat me first, right? Baby. At Kimimaro's arm, a bone pierced out. And Shueyu had already taken a step back in fright. He rubbed his butt against the wooden floor. Take it back, take it back. Kimimaro retracted the bones, and Shueyu let out a sigh of relief. Damn, I vomited after practicing with you for the past 2 days. Really, how did you get such a tricky ability? Seeing them chatting, Neji felt that it was getting late, and he still had something to go back to. He urged, okay, Naruto and Hinata are getting married today. You both went to the place where you were supposed to attend and where you were supposed to play. You didn't agree to my simple request. Huh, simple. Shueyu was startled. He could not laugh or cry helplessly. Big brother, what task do you give me? The previous investigation of Orochimaru almost killed me, but this time you asked me to investigate the Otsutsuki clan. Isn't that just trying to murder me? Even Sasuke does this. Neji shrugged and said, there's no way, now Sasuke can't leave the village at will. It's up to you. Looked at Kimimaro. Kimimaro shook his head and said, sorry, I can't either. My mission is to watch the back mountain in the village with Kosuke-senpai. And I also want to prevent the Hyuga family's tomb seal from loosening. Shueyu's eyes for help suddenly burst into tears. And Neji suddenly coughed lightly and said, "Hey, don't you want to do it? I thought that the most capable person under me was you except Sasuke. It seems that you are not good." Neji lowered his head, loss in his eyes. "So I'm going to be wrong too. It seems that no matter how strong Byakugan is, it's nothing more than that." Said that, Neji shook his head helplessly and pretended to be. Hearing this, Shueyu couldn't sit still. "What did you say? Of course I am the strongest." "Okay." Neji let out a sigh of relief and stood up. "I'm leaving first, there's something urgent." "Don't stay." With a bang, the figure disappeared. Only the stagnant Shueyu was left in place, messy in the wind. Routines, all routines. On the other side at this time, inside the small house, Naruto and Tsunade drank and everyone started saying goodbye. It was already midnight, and Naruto's wedding lasted for 3 whole days. This was the 3rd day, and everyone had nothing to entertain. Ino took Hinata's hand and went out. "Naruto, Hinata has been with you for 2 days. My Neji has been very busy these days. Hinata will lend me first Hilda." Naruto was very drunk and did not refuse. After the wedding, Ino was his sister-in-law. Tsunade and Naruto were left in the house. For a moment, it seemed lonely. However, Tsunade was still in high spirits, holding the bottle and clinking glasses. "Naruto. We won't go home if we don't get drunk." Chapter 690 Drunk. Tsunade's mind. Don't get drunk, don't go home. Tsunade was so happy that he even slightly yuhi, but even if he thought so, it was actually caused by excessive drinking. But the joy is real. Naruto is the child Tsunade watched grow up. They are now married after Neji. In fact, the rules of the ninja world are not so forced. In the past, boys and girls could get married at the age of 15. Now Naruto is almost 19 years old, and Neji is also 20 years old. In the past 2 years, not only Konoha village, but other villages have also undergone tremendous changes, right? Naruto didn't want to limit the topic to his own marriage. After all, he was about to become a Hokage man. So in the past year or two, before Tsunade abdicated, he made a lot of preparations. Although most of them are supervised by the people around them. Especially the guy Shikamaru, who is also recognized by the advisor, the strongest brain of the Nara clan, will definitely become the strategist who advises Naruto in the future. But Naruto has this kind of power. He can use his own charm to bring everyone together. This is something that even Neji cannot have. It's just that Tsunade didn't think so. In her heart, she still had a different appreciation for Neji. Well, after all, just from the look of the face, that's what happened. Yes, indeed it is. Tsunade sighed and began to count the changes over the years in his mind. Except for Sunagakure village and Kurigakure village, the shadows of other villages should be carrying on the inheritance of shadows, right? We, Konoha, are coming soon. Said, Tsunade meaningfully, put his eyes on Naruto. She had high hopes for this child. And Naruto said, but looked silent. Between the two, all the drunkenness from before has disappeared. After all, they are all people with a huge amount of chakra, and it is no problem to get drunk as an ordinary person. But when they become ninjas again, they can understand that they cannot easily get drunk all the time. It was at this time that they understood why Neji, when he became famous, insisted on marrying Ino, and then took a break for more than a year. Because being a ninja is tiring, and being a hero is even more tiring. It is a rare thing to experience the happiness of ordinary people. Even on the wedding night. Even when drunk. As a hero, Naruto still has to wake up. Because what they are discussing now is a major event in the village. I don't want to be Hokage at all, now. There was some flicker in Naruto's eyes. Tsunade was a little surprised. She was stunned for a long time before asking slowly, Naru. People, you, Weren't you the person who wanted to be Hokage the most before? And, in the end, you also defeated Sasuke. He succeeded, delivered from the abyss and brought him back. No. Naruto looked firm. He said, I'm not a hero, I'm just a fake. It was Neji who really saved the world, and Sasuke. It's because of Neji that he came back to Konoha. What? Sasuke told me personally, we people don't understand what happened in the dark. So it will only continue the past, the problems that exist in the ninja world, just like that, there is a distance from peace. He wants to, it is true peace, not just a great power, high-sounding, so-called just cause. Quote. But it was Neji who made him change his mind. Made him realize that in the dark his sparks. Naruto said, although Sasuke's meaning is not clear, but this firmly can be said to be beyond words. Tsunade chuckled and shook his head. I see, so you think Neji is more suitable than you. Naruto let out a sigh of relief, and was relieved when Tsunade spoke his mind. Actually, why don't I want to be a hero? Be a Hokage rightfully, but the Hyuga clan is now the strongest clan in Konoha. Neji has made a name for the Hyuga clan, but I have not been able to surpass my father's name. 4 generations. Bullshit. You're a lot better than that Minato kid. Tsunade joked with a smile. Just a moment later, he felt inappropriate again, and murmured, but that boy Minato is indeed more handsome than you. Mother-in-law. Naruto narrowed his eyes, sweating coldly. Tsunade laughed again. Ha ha ha. I'm talking too much, but when it comes to being handsome, Neji. Hee hee. Of course Naruto doesn't know about those little secrets between Tsunade and Neji. However, in the end, Naruto, I have to tell you, these are my worries, my worries. Naruto didn't answer, but noticed that Tsunade suddenly became serious, so he listened carefully. Tsunade's expression suddenly became serious. Things in the village were no child's play after all. As a 6th generation Hokage, I know that the best situation right now is to hand over the 7th generation Hokage's position to a powerful and prestigious ninja. Now the most popular and reasonable one should be Kakashi. But you know, Kakashi has too much darkness in his heart, and for the things he did for Obito, he resolutely refused to become Hokage. This is also something that can't be helped. Tsunade sighed and said, Naruto, you should know best, right? After all, Jiraiya was like this at the beginning. Jiraiya felt guilty about herself and couldn't save her companion, Orochimaru, so she didn't want to become Hokage of the 5th generation. So in the end, the Hokage of the 5th generation was inexplicably taken first by Hyuga Heihachi. That kid doesn't have this ability, but Neji's many contributions behind the scenes have made the Hyuga family's status in Konoha village higher and higher. Tsunade's tone was rather helpless. It can be seen that she likes Neji very much, but not so much towards the Hyuga family. After all, the fact that one person drives a family is just a fact, not the development that everyone hopes. Mother Tsunade, what are you talking about? Just say it. I mean, this Hokage, you're set. Naruto. Tsunade's face is slightly Shuin-Yuhi. Everyone knows that she is drinking now and is expressing her heart. However, the rippling look in his eyes made his heart rippling for a long time. Why must it be me? Sasuke. When Naruto said this, he regretted it again. It's too late to say this now. But in the end, it's not that he can't be a Hokage. Chapter 691 Foresight. Konoha's transition period. It's just that Neji is more suitable than me, isn't it? Why didn't you choose Neji to be Hokage? Naruto finally asked what he was thinking. And Tsunade blurted out, simply because making you Hokage, that's Neji's idea. This. Naruto expressed his surprise that he had never heard Neji mention it. Tsunade explained, the final enemy of the 4th Ninja War, Otsutsuki Kagaya. She is strong, isn't she? Naruto's face became heavy again, and he fell silent. A long time, he nodded heavily. Well, if Neji wasn't strong enough, we would all die at the hands of that guy. Don't say that, after all, it was you and Sasuke's yin and yang power that sealed that guy. Although most people have forgotten about Neji's deeds at that time, those of us who have experienced it ourselves will not forget. Nonsense, Granny Tsunade is not old. Ha ha, but it's getting old after all. But, I'm serious. Tsunade no longer wanted to joke with Naruto, but explained seriously, since Kagaya is so strong and from a faraway place, there seems to be a truth that you haven't investigated yet. Naruto nodded immediately, and when he talked about Sasuke, he started talking. That's right, Sasuke is investigating those guys now. The Otsutsuki clan, the power they have is too powerful, there must be no such a simple plan. In order to protect the ninja world, we must be fully prepared. The current Naruto is more mature and stable than before, but he is very suitable to be a leader. Tsunade went on to explain, that's why you need to help Neji block this identity. What do you mean? Neji told me that the eye that Otsutsuki Kagaya has, is Byakugan. Tsunade's eyes. Naruto was also stunned, and suddenly realized it. This seems to be true. Naruto blinked, blaming himself a little. It had been more than a year, and he was slow to notice such an important detail. And Tsunade continued, and the story of Kagaya, you also said that Kagaya gave birth to 2 children in the ninja world. And his children were also combined with human beings, and they had new children, and thus had various children. All kinds of powerful ninja clan. The Hyuga clan is very likely to be the descendant of the younger brother of the Six Paths Sage, that is to say. Neji has the power to disperse the Otsutsuki clan, which is very likely, right? Tsunade's words shocked Naruto. Looking at Naruto's surprised face, Tsunade smiled again and explained, hee. Don't look at me like that, Neji told me this. She also said that you have to become Hokage, otherwise, her identity will soon be revealed, and she will become one of those potential enemies lurking in any corner of the world, unable to easily control his position. Quote. Although Naruto doesn't understand other big truths, he is still very clear about such trivial matters. It is now clear that Neji is the ace of Konoha village. At that time, Neji chose to conceal his great achievements. Naruto thought that Neji was afraid that he would become the target of the other 4 countries. Want Konoha village to keep a low profile. Now it seems that I was completely wrong. Neji's perspective is completely different from theirs. While they were still worrying about the enemy in front of them, Neji had already begun to use his powerful pupil power to observe and deal with the enemy in the next few decades. This is called foresight. Then in this Konoha transition. I get it. Granny Tsunade, no wonder you made that decision. Naruto finally understood. And Tsunade also laughed. Yeah, but it's not just that one reason. She had a charming smile. That smile looked like the shyness of a young man, but also had the intellectual beauty of a man over 50 years old. Naruto was stunned, and said with a smirk, but Tsunade's mother-in-law is really amazing. She is so old, yet she still has such a young face. Bah, who is the age? Hey. Squeak. The door was pushed open, and the two looked over together. They were not too surprised, this basic insight still exists. And the familiar and powerful chakra on Neji, without special cover, is naturally easy to detect wherever he goes. Pat, pat, was the sound of Neji's footsteps on the wooden floor. Neji tilde. Tsunade held up the bottle in his hand, while Neji had a black line on his face. This is drinking. The glowing faces of the two Yuhi, Neji felt a bit of a headache. You two, won't you let me take you back for a while? Don't worry, no. Tsunade stood up immediately, smiling like a teenager. And that graceful figure, with bumps and bumps. Neji looked at it and thought about it. And Tsunade, a huge embrace, took Neji into his arms. Unprepared. Pity that Neji has so many actual combats in speed, but he will always lose to Tsunade's quick eyes and hands. Hello. Neji wanted to escape the proud Twin Peaks, but Tsunade hugged tighter, suffocating. He even gave Neji a gentle kiss on the face, although in some countries this is a way to express politeness, but there is no such rule in the country of fire. So Neji immediately pulled away from his body and smiled shyly, that. You are now the 6th generation Hokage. Besides, I am also married to Ino now, I can't. Neji swallowed, the corners of his mouth twitching. Naruto is still there. But Tsunade shrugged and said, no, just miss it. I may not have this opportunity in the future. A moment, the atmosphere was a little sad, and Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. So you're talking about that business, right? The reason why you asked me to come with Naruto is really not just a matter of handing over to Naruto, the 7th generation of Ai's Hokage, right? Neji then sat down honestly. And Tsunade also sat down. 3 of them sat on the ground like this, and the wine glasses in front of Neji's table were also filled. Although Neji doesn't like drinking much, Tsunade likes to fill him up. Neji, don't worry, everyone in the village approves of you concealing your identity and surviving in the ninja world, and will not force you to become a Hokage. After all, Naruto is standing by for you now, but Naruto still needs a year. Come to experience himself. And you and Ino have been married for a year, and Naruto is the same. He is also one of the strongest people in Konoha with the name of a hero. Quote. Neji agreed to this, nodding his head. So, and then, Neji asked, looking expectant. Chapter 692 Lonely. Young no longer. Then. Tsunade's expression was hesitant, but firm. After all, those decisions made cannot be changed. From tomorrow onwards, the foreign affairs of this village will be left to you to handle. Just help Naruto. This guy is already struggling to adapt to the internal affairs. Besides, the village's foreign affairs are very sensitive now, and the relationship between the 5 major countries is very delicate. Only you can handle it. Tsunade said, his confidence was also a little empty. After all, even she couldn't understand Neji's attitude. Neji lowered his head slightly and fell silent. After a while, he smiled and said, that's right, if you're only in charge of foreign affairs, there should be no problem. After all, you only need to contact some high-level personnel, right? Neji didn't know what abacus he was working on, showing a mysterious smile. So, I want to make any decision about the foreign affairs of Konoha village, okay? It can be seen that Neji has not been involved in the management of Konoha village for a long time, and has long been itchy. And the feeling is also a wry smile. Of course. You have not been involved in the internal and external affairs of Konoha village for more than a year. Although you don't say it yourself, I should guess that you are already dissatisfied with those high-level executives. Although Danzo, whom you hate the most, and teacher Sarutobi, whom you disapprove of, are gone, but those 2 old guys. Neji knew that those 2 old guys were Konoha's 2 advisors. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Utatane. The combat power is insufficient, but the experience and qualifications are very experienced. It is also because of this that they are talking in the village now, and no one dares to say no. After all, in the past year, Konoha's high-level changes have been made by some young cubs. The young ninjas had to be suppressed by the guys of the older generation. However, Neji is not afraid of these falsehoods. In the past, I put my mind on the enemy in front of me at that time, but now, I don't need to think so much. I see, and I'll plan it out. Neji's mouth curled into a confident smile. 3 months later, it will be the first 5 shadow talks after the war. After that, all the information about foreign affairs, and all the records of contacts and negotiations with other countries and hidden villages in the past after the war will be presented to you. Okay, I see. Tsunade's words were interrupted by Neji, and a look of anticipation flashed in Neji's eyes at some point. But Neji shrugged again and asked, why do you have to do it for me? Actually, I don't think I have to do those things. He's been living with Ino for a long time now, and he's really got a little bit of her fickle bad habit. Suddenly I felt a little tired again. After all, blood is just impulsive. Sure enough, any man will become a mother after falling in love. It's timeless truth. Tsunade took it seriously. Even if Naruto didn't want to take over the internal affairs and become Hokage, she wasn't afraid. Sasuke, Kakashi, even Shikamaru and Might Guy are all eligible to compete for the position of Hokage, but only foreign affairs, not Neji and themselves. The so-called foreign affairs is to maintain the position of Konoha village in the eyes of the other 4 countries, and peaceful negotiation should not be too weak to be ridden in the face. It is very necessary to grasp a sense of proportion, so experience is especially required. And Neji and Ino went to Kumogakure village and settled the conflict between Kumogakure village and Iwagakure village, and they became famous in the diplomatic circle and have caused a sensation to this day. So Neji was the perfect fit, but what about herself? Tsunade shook his head helplessly and said, Time is running out. As she spoke, the corner of her mouth twitched and she put away her chakra. Zizi. Naruto and Neji opened their eyes, both slowly becoming shocked. I saw that Tsunade instantly became a very obvious 50-year-old lady, as if she were 20 years older. And Neji could see clearly that it was only because Tsunade still had the power to control. If it really gets out of control, the side effects of using chakra to stay young all year round will surface at one time, and Tsunade will look like a centenarian. That's why I said it was the last chance. Tsunade rode. Neji realized that Tsunade was referring to this when he said it might be the last chance. My current chakra won't last long, and I will soon be a relic of the old era. As Tsunade said, Neji felt frustrated and comforted. Don't worry, Hashirama sells in the village. No, I'm not only old in appearance, but also old in heart. Tsunade lowered his head, showing a hint of bitterness. She explained, Neji, you were not in the village at that time, so you didn't understand. When Jiraiya was gone, I bet he wouldn't die and I won. Tsunade's loneliness can be felt in his words. I won the bet and he died. I killed him. The tone is light and cloudless, but the content is so shocking. Neji said, the past is in the past. It's the past for us, but not for Jiraiya. Tsunade said silently. Neji didn't stop him anymore. He suddenly understood something. For Tsunade, Jiraiya is more than a state of being, more than AUO, but not full of lovers. It is the witness of her era. Jiraiya has witnessed her youth, so if Jiraiya is still around, she can feel that she has always been young. And now, Neji, Naruto. They are all young children, and the senior management in the village are gradually changing blood. These, all the time remind Tsunade that she is no longer young. Therefore, she must leave such a young atmosphere and enjoy her life. This is what she should get after working hard for the village. Neji understood at this moment, she shouldn't stop Tsunade from gaining her freedom. I see, the village, leave it to me. It's not just Neji's promise, it's his greatness. After all, something that has been planned for more than 10 years will finally be implemented from tomorrow. Next day, the Hyuga clan practice ground. The current practice ground has been rebuilt, and the ground is extremely solid. Even if it is a step with chakra, if you step on it hard, there will be no trace. Of course. Except for some people. Bang. Step on it with one foot, and a footprint sinks deep into the ground. And in the air, Neji's figure suddenly fell. Naruto, who was stepping on the ground, frowned slightly and supported it with both hands. With Neji's palm, the chakra in Naruto's hand exploded. Neji was stunned for a moment. His palms could not touch Naruto's palm, but when he looked up, Naruto's eyes already had orange eyeshadow, and the eyeballs also changed into toad eyes. Huh. This is the frog team. Hee hee. Naruto smiled and pushed Neji away. With a click, Neji also landed. And Naruto eliminated Sage Mode, took a breath and said, "Let's go here today. It looks like the condition of the arm is very good." Saying that, he moved his right hand, which was covered with bandages. Chapter 693 Pressure. Kurama's illusion. Hashirama's cells are recovering well. Neji murmured. From Byakugan's perspective, it can be clearly seen that Senju Hashirama's cells play a very important role in Naruto's right hand. The so-called prosthetic limb is actually equivalent to regrowing an arm, which is more convenient to use than the original dominant hand in terms of strength and speed. Although some special abilities are still far inferior to Naruto's own arm, compared to most methods, the use of Senju Hashirama cells for transplantation recovery is already a good result. Yeah, it just so happens that Sasuke is in the village now, so I have to persuade him. Naruto smiled and said. Neji also walked slowly ahead. Ah, but you should give up. Neji smiled wryly. He knew that Sasuke would not agree. That guy, now he just wants to atone for his sins. This time back to the village, by the way, that's the same thing. That thing. Naruto was a little puzzled. Now for Sasuke, it seems that Neji knows more than Naruto. From any angle. Of course it's that one, aren't you? Neji smiled evilly and kept raising his eyebrows. After Naruto thought for a moment, he was stunned, and then burst into a smile. Oh. It was only then that he realized that he was just married, but Sasuke. His relationship with Sakura was also made public not long ago. In other words, is Sasuke going to marry Sakura soon? Ha ha ha, really? Our 7th class, I miss it so much. Neji just smiled too. Obviously, the so-called 7th class, he was just a bystander. In Neji's heart, the place where he grew up is still the 10th class, but the 7th class, as the hero who saved the world, naturally attracted the attention of the whole ninja world. So where they go from here, of course, is particularly important. This is a normal thing. How about 10-10? I remember Neji and 10-10. Naruto murmured, rubbing his chin. His eyes glanced at Neji with some doubts. His tone weakened, and he seemed to realize that he had said something wrong. Neji glanced at him sullenly, and his face drew closer. Oh, I forgot, Neji, you've. Ha, what a pity. Naruto laughed, while Neji glared at him and said angrily, and 10-10 and I don't have those things you think. But in the face of Neji's explanation, Naruto snickered and complained, hey, don't explain. At that time, it was still on the battlefield, and many people saw it. The meteorite from Xingying village in 10-10's hands, isn't Neji the love token you gave to 10-10? Hee, this is something that even Ino knows about. Stinky boy, it seems that today's practice is not over yet. Neji bit Kiba and shot immediately. Ah, Neji, you can't do this. Naruto immediately retreated to the rear, although even after losing the power of Young, Naruto still had super Kage level strength. But now his opponent is the pinnacle of the ninja world, and no action can easily relax his vigilance. He immediately triggered the Kyuubi, 9 tails, mode in his body. Naruto. Kurama's voice came from within Naruto's body. Kurama, please. And Kurama is also meditating in Naruto's body, condensing chakra. Unconsciously, these two guys who looked at each other unpleasantly at first, now they have experienced 100 battles and have a great spiritual understanding. But this time, Kurama couldn't sit still. Naruto, why? Who are you fighting? This feeling. Kurama had a bad premonition. And Naruto was just a little unhappy, saying, Kurama, don't hesitate. I'm playing with Neji. Kurama also realized that this was the case, and sighed, so it is. Alas, I thought Kagaya was resurrected again. Even though Kurama said it casually, Naruto felt it. This repressive force is exactly the same as Kagaya back then. The difference is that Naruto firmly believes that Neji will not hurt himself. With Kyuubi, 9 tails, chakra, the speed becomes extremely fast. Even Neji's raid might not be able to keep up with this speed. I actually escaped. There is something. Neji's mouth twitched, and now, his fighting spirit has risen. With their speed and strength on a par, the two of them were running around in the huge Hyuga clan's training ground. At this time, at the special gate of the practice ground, several figures slowly walked in. 3 female ninjas, each with a different hairstyle. As expected, it's Neji-san and Naruto. In this peaceful age, they're still working hard to practice their skills. Hinata speaks a lot more generously than before, but still has an inescapable tenderness. On the other hand, Ino said carelessly, haha. You can sense Neji's chakra from afar. How come these 2 big men are married and still look like children? Ino said, and strode forward. While Hinata was startled, she smiled softly at the girl behind her and said, let's go into Hanabi. Well, okay, sister. Behind Naruto, Hanabi's face was slightly yuhi moist. But her expression was so shy and indifferent. Hinata can also feel that the current Hanabi is exactly the same as the kind of confidence that was unique to the genius in the eyes of Neji back then. Several people walked over, and sensing all this, Neji finally stopped. Seeing that Neji was no longer chasing, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief. Really, I'm wounded now. Neji, can't you just take it lightly? Listening to Naruto's nagging, Neji sneered, oh, I haven't met you yet. Later, Hinata and Ino came over and chatted with Neji. And Naruto also narrowed his eyes and looked curiously at the quiet little girl over there. Is this Hanabi, dress up like a little beauty? Naruto also leaned over, and saw her sister-in-law on weekdays, except that the ninja dress was the bridesmaid that day. Hanabi in casual clothes. They've already been set to become Hokage by default, and one is an executive officer of foreign affairs. Is he still training his strength here? Now that Konoha is strong enough, let's rest more. Ino urged. Neji shrugged and said, this can't be relaxed at will, the ninja world may face new enemies at any time. That's right. In the days to come, we will have to rely on Hanabi, a ninja with extraordinary talent, to carry the new banner. Naruto laughed. Seeing that Hanabi hesitated to speak, Hinata smiled softly. Naruto, Hanabi is a very talented child, but on the road to becoming stronger, she sometimes wants to learn from the past. Chapter 694 Cheats. Powerful Sparring. Learn from scriptures. Naruto was a little surprised. He looked at Neji, and Neji only smiled slightly. This sunny weather, everyone gathers together, the weather is sunny, it is also a rare reunion. A few people met and sat down in a small pavilion to chat. Ah, really? Ino took a deep breath. Since living together with Neji for more than a year, she has somewhat forgotten that she once loved to go out to Konoha village with Neji to perform tasks. I'm almost suffocating in the house, but the air outside is still fresh. Ino said with emotion. Hinata just chuckled and didn't answer. On the other side, Hyuga Hanabi's face was slightly yuhi, and she was always reserved, a little embarrassed. As for why he was embarrassed, Naruto didn't know, he just smiled and said, you don't have to be embarrassed, I heard that your talent is quite high, and wanting to become stronger is a stage that every ninja will go through when they are young. Naruto is not very good at teaching juniors, but when he said this, he thought of Uchiha Sasuke. Now Naruto is 19 years old, and Hanabi is also 13 years old, 1 year younger than Konoha Maru. Sasuke left Konoha village for strength, and Hanabi is also a genius female ninja, not good at words. But unlike Sasuke, Hanabi is orthodox and happy in the Hyuga family, and has not experienced the pain of Sasuke. If that kind of thing did not happen to the Uchiha clan at the time, Hanabi's state now is probably Sasuke's state, right? In Naruto's heart, there is a little loneliness, but who should I tell him? Moreover, what happened in the past cannot be changed. Well, stop nagging her. Hinata smiled. Hanabi has done well enough. Now that the 5 countries are so peaceful, children should have more fun. The ninja world should pursue peace, not just ninjutsu and taijutsu. Hinata is right, it seems that Hanabi doesn't think so. Naruto found something and took the initiative to ask. Hanabi, don't you have something to learn from? Say it. Naruto's face is also full of energy now. At the end of the 4th Ninja World War, Neji voluntarily abandoned all the fame he should have. S-class secret mission to investigate the ruins of Otsutsuki soon after returning to the village. So in the eyes of the world, only Uzumaki Naruto is the hero who saves this ninja world. Bearing the name of a hero, Naruto's whole person is naturally bursting with self-confidence from the inside out. Looking at Naruto's firm eyes, Hanabi raised his head hesitantly. Ino, who has become familiar with some after more than a year of getting along, nodded to her with certainty. She was a little nervous and swallowed. Then he asked seriously, Brother Naruto, what's your way to become stronger? Huh? Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly, a little surprised. I want to know how to become stronger, although I know that there is no war now, even if there are some difficult tasks, there are better ninjas in the village. But as a younger generation, I also want to show everyone Konoha Village light future. Quote. Hanabi's realization shocked Naruto. A 13-year-old child, completely different from when they were only noisy. With the world in mind, only the gains and losses of the village and the country are in his eyes, not his own selfish desires. While Naruto sighed, he also began to think, how can he become stronger? He suddenly asked again, why didn't you ask Neji? Your cousin Neji's method of becoming stronger might be more suitable for you. Naruto must not have given any real advice himself. After all, he wouldn't use Byakugan himself. The reason why Hanabi is called a genius is precisely because she can use Byakugan more proficiently than all children of the same age, and her physical skills are also first class. Because, Brother Neji, he has been a genius since he was a child, and he has always been strong. And I am not as good as him now. I also know how Brother Neji becomes stronger, that is, training day after day, training more diligently than anyone, and it is faster than anyone to understand the method. You can understand the principle of the enemy's art just by looking at it, and the precise control of chakra. No matter it is any art, you can easily understand. That's enough. Stop, there's no need to flatter me here. Neji gave a bitter smile, preventing Hanabi from continuing. Hanabi was also very obedient and stopped talking about Neji immediately. Instead, he looked at Naruto expectantly and said, and Naruto brother, you have been the tail of the crane since you were a child. Naruto's face was a little embarrassed. And you're still stupid, and you don't have any strong abilities. Except for the names of the tail beast and the Uzumaki clan, you don't have anything. Naruto was in a cold sweat. Hanabi continued, so stupid and weak, how did you become Hokage now? How did you become strong? This time, Naruto was completely defeated by Hanabi's innocence. The way to get along with children is really a knowledge. Now Hanabi is not too old or too young, and Naruto is not good at explaining certain things so thoroughly. After all, Naruto became stronger by relying on his Kyuubi, 9 tails, and bloodline. As for his careless personality, he just found a bunch of friends for himself, which had no substantial impact on his strength. But this kind of fatalism, Naruto doesn't like to publicize, and it's still a child who is not deep in the world. Then, I'll pass on the secret book that I have treasured for many years to become stronger. Naruto pretended to be mysterious. Secrets. In the eyes of the spark, there was a glimmer of light. Naruto glanced at Neji mysteriously and explained, that's a powerful sparring. Whether it's Neji or me, ordinary contact is definitely not enough. More actual combat is needed, but in the absence of war now, or even when there was no previous time, actual combat will definitely not meet our needs to become stronger. At this time, a stable and powerful sparring opponent is the key. Quote. Naruto said loudly and forcefully, the purpose was to make Hanabi believe in himself unconditionally. The sparring opponent. Hanabi sniffed, and she seemed so simple when she longed for strength. Naruto nodded leisurely and explained, you just need to find a powerful guy to be your sparring partner, preferably your ninja of the same generation, even if it's a boy, it doesn't matter. You are a genius anyway. Naruto smiled and suggested. However, Hanabi immediately showed a helpless look. What's wrong? Seeing that Hanabi hesitated to speak, Naruto asked in doubt. At this time, Hinata said, that, Naruto-kun, Hanabi she is now the strongest among the children of the same generation. There is no child in the Hyuga family who is stronger than her, and the children of the ninja school are not to mention. Hanabi was already practicing gentle fist while they were still learning the basics in school. So it wasn't on the same level. Chapter 695 Stop. The Lessons of the Ancestors. Hinata's words roughly mean the same thing. Hyuga family need to undergo more severe tests from an early age. And Hanabi is another amazing genius of the Hyuga family after Neji. And received professional training. Those people in the Konoha village ninja school are not Hanabi's opponents at all. And Hanabi himself didn't seem to shy away, just shrugged. Ah, no modesty at all. Ino also smiled helplessly. After all, Hanabi's helpless eyes showed the helplessness that he had no rivals. Ino suggested, or just find your elders or something. Choji, Kiba and the others seem to be idle right now. Who else is here? Ino is already counting down his former companions and those who are idle at home. Neji sighed and said, don't come up with bad ideas, wife. Now the village is being rebuilt, and he is busy establishing contacts with the 4 great powers. In less than 80 days, the 5 shadow talks will start again, and many things are going on. Kiba and Choji don't have much time to rest for processing. Ah, haha, that's right, I know, I was negligent. Ino stuck out his tongue, not having any good ideas. Who would have thought that Naruto's mouth twitched? Looking at Hanabi's confident smile, Naruto seemed to have made a decision. Then let me arrange a person. Don't worry, he's only 1 year older than Huo. That guy has time now. After Naruto said it, Ino was a little unconvinced. Oh, who is it? Tomorrow you will know. Naruto was mysterious. Hinata said. Now Hanabi is not only a genius ninja in the village, but also the #1 genius, and is far ahead of others. Naruto said more confidently. Don't worry, this guy is definitely not the kind of person who can be pulled away. Everyone looked at each other. The next day, everyone gathered again. But today, Neji is not there, and it is said that he is going to the Hokage building to handle the handover of work with Tsunade. After all, I'm going to be an agent Hokage. Ino said. Hinata was a little surprised. Ino explained, don't you know? Naruto officially took office a year later, and now he just accepts internal affairs. Neji has to deal with foreign affairs. After all, foreign affairs were me and Neji's envoy to Kumogakure village for Konoha. The strong power that the village is fighting for. Speaking of this, Ino's face glowed. Konoha village has never been weaker than the 5 great powers, but its diplomacy has always been weak. That time when Neji sent Kumogakure village to win a big victory in foreign policy, and also recaptured Hazashi, who belonged to the Hyuga clan. The corpse has also competed for face for the Hyuga family. Since then, the 5 major countries have more or less given our country of fire some face, and this is the benefit of developed diplomacy. So, after the 4th World War, the major powers have new influences, and the morale is like a rainbow. Our Konoha village has also consumed a lot to complete the reconstruction. If we give up diplomacy at this time or do not do well, it will have a very bad influence. Quote. Ino's explanation was very clear, and Hinata nodded again and again. They're here. Hinata suddenly noticed something. Ino also frowned slightly, and also felt a clearer chakra. This is. I saw that Hanabi, who was behind them, came out slowly, and after that, several people looked at the gate of the practice ground together. One tall and one short figure stood in front of everyone. It was Naruto and Konoha Maru. Seeing Naruto and Konoha Maru walking in, the two were in high spirits, and their temperament revealed confidence and sunshine. Hanabi's face, not only a slight yuhi, but quickly dissipated. No one noticed, and no one knew why. Hey, isn't this Konoha Maru? Ino laughed immediately. She smiled and went to greet him, while Naruto and Konoha Maru came in 3 steps. It's been so long. You guys, Hanabi, you're here. Naruto's mouth twitched. Hinata glanced at Hanabi and seemed extremely satisfied with the appearance of the Konoha Maru too. She said, so the suitable sparring opponent that Naruto-kun said is Konoha Maru. Konoha Maru is the grandson of the 3rd generation of Hokage, and he is also very talented. At this time, inside the Hokage building, Neji sniffed, looking tired. What's wrong? Tsunade asked gently, looking at Naruto's lackluster appearance. She was very concerned. It's okay, maybe I had a cold last night. Neji explained. However, he did not feel troubled. Although his strength was strong enough, he would still suffer from minor illnesses like a mortal body from time to time. But at the end of the day, Neji itself doesn't feel uncomfortable or painful, which is probably the weird part. And she looked at Tsunade, and now Tsunade has regained her youthful face and beauty. Looking closely, the skin that can be broken by blowing bullets can already be comparable to that of young beauties. No one can believe that this woman is an old woman in her 50s. But Neji noticed that the square mark on Tsunade's head had disappeared at that moment. Creating regeneration. That way your chakra will drain faster. Neji said. Feeling was a chuckle, and he said, don't worry, just maintaining a small amount of chakra every day is enough. After so many years, the speed of my chakra storage has become very fast. Of course, the chakra consumption is equally fast. The sound of footsteps of Pata and Pata came from outside. Squeak. The door opened, and 2 old men with clothes hanging on the ground walked in slowly. 2 old guys, a man and a woman, have wrinkles on their faces, but their expressions are already heavy and serious. Neji knew them as high-level advisors to the 2 Konoha villages. 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, Koharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado. Where's Naruto? Is Naruto not here? Homura Mitokado asked immediately. And Tsunade sneered. This kind of thing has nothing to do with Naruto. I'm still the 6th generation Hokage. Naruto is not in the position yet. Her tone was not good, because she could see that these 2 guys just wanted Naruto to be in the position as soon as possible. At this time, Neji also fully understood why Tsunade had to let himself meddle in the internal affairs of the village despite everything. Naruto's simple and incompetent guy, although he is very suitable to be a Hokage, but he is very likely to be used by these guys behind him and become a simple puppet. That's why Neji's stimulant is needed to help Tsunade complete her final mission in office. Speaking of which, then what are you here to stop? Neji said with a smile. Koharu Udatane was taken aback and asked, how can you say blocking? What we give you and give you feelings are all lessons from our ancestors. Neji shrugged and said, well, I'm not going to make a fool of myself, this is it. Chapter 696 Check and Balance. Consultant's Power. What did you say? Koharu Udatane is also a high-level advisor to Konoha. Regardless of the qualifications placed here, even if Neji has done a good job in guarding the ninja world, in the ninja world of the System Forest, the first-level official crushes people to death. Begging Neji so respectfully, in their opinion, they have already made a big concession. Isn't it? I thought you guys would pass the buck. It seems that you are now determined to show your presence. Neji is a young man after all. And relying on his strong IQ and ability, he has basically never suffered any setbacks. In other words, in the eyes of Neji now, there is no small difficulty that can stump him. And in his eyes, it is all the big troubles that are about to come to the ninja world. The role of these consultants is to constantly shape your small troubles that may become hidden dangers in private, and register them in time to eradicate them. As for whether it can be eradicated, it depends on the implementation. Neji, they're advisors anyway. Sighed, Tsunade's tone was also a little weaker. Over the years, Tsunade has changed from his original integrity and his momentum has eased. These two guys have really contributed a lot to the village since Danzo. First, the Fourth Ninja World War pacified the 3 or 4 times of civilian protest frenzy in the village. Everyone in the village did not understand the scale of the Ninja World War at that time. The resources in many villages are given priority to the ninjas on the battlefield, but many people do not understand. So some small tricks were carried out behind the scenes, and thanks to these two consultants running around overnight, the further development of the matter was prevented. In addition, as the two oldest people in the village, they can be said to have witnessed the development of Konoha village. Although I can't contribute enough experience to the future of Konoha village, I have witnessed history and can personally correct some of the history that has been distorted by people. From this point of view, no one can do it except the two of them now in Konoha village. Even if they can do it, the villagers will only believe what they see with their own eyes. Oh, it's a consultant, it's a consultant. Neji was not angry, but although he was a little angry, it was because of the combination of past guilt. When Danzo was still there, they were also forced to do some stupid things because of Danzo's brainwashing and Koto Amatsukumi's intentional or unintentional guidance. After Danzo's death, the two of them also made substantial contributions to the village of Konoha. Those decades of old-fashioned experience are really not something that simple talent can solve. So Neji still has a reason in his heart, that is, it is not good to do something with these two old things no matter what, and to be a young man who respects the old and loves the young. Consultants also have the power of advisors. Hyuga Neji. Homura Mitokado was silent for a while, and finally spoke. Although you have merit in protecting the ninja world, Naruto and Sasuke have also worked hard. This ninja world is not heroic, it can be supported by only one person. I admit that you are indeed a bit special. However, the management of Konoha village is not something that can be accomplished with so-called talent. Homura Mitokado finished speaking. Neji was only amused. He touched the corner of his mouth lightly and gave Homura Mitokado a look. This time, Homura Mitokado was also a little surprised. He has not been stared at by a young man with such murderous eyes, and he suddenly felt that the person in front of him was extremely dangerous. Neji asked, "So, do you know how I'm going to arrange it?" Neji's questioning left the two of them at a loss. Neji chuckled and said, "It's really interesting. If you don't even understand my plan, what are you talking about to stop me? I think you two are just sitting around when you're full. Maybe you'll be fine if you're hungry for a few days." Hyuga Neji, don't be fooling around. This thing is really important. Kaharu Udatane watched as he wanted to negotiate further and further away from him, but he had no chance to refute. Just letting Neji grab hold of their words. Speaking of which, what is it for? What is the so-called lesson of the immortals, the Uchiha clan? Neji said casually, and Xuanqing Kaharu was taken aback. She hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Neji, you really are a smart kid. Since you've guessed it all, we won't have to bother explaining it anymore." If Neji wasn't a Byakugan himself, he really wanted to show his ugly Byakugan to these two guys right away. No need to explain, let me guess. Seeing that neither of them had any major opinions, Neji started. The genocide that the Uchiha clan experienced in the end was ultimately under your hands. No matter what reason you find, it was you who passed the news on Danzo during the grounding period. That guy is a failed high level, although you can excuse yourselves, at least in front of those people who have been fooled by you to decide children, you are also a failed high level in front of them. Quote. So, as a failed high level, At this time when this ninja world is being saved by children and the new generation of ninjas, as an older generation. You can't sit still. Your value must be reflected in some places. To declare, but I'd better advise you, but don't let yourself be saved in your life because of your temporary greed. What Neji said was actually a bit inscrutable. At this time, Homura Mitokado finally lost his breath and sighed heavily. That's right, it's true that we don't deserve to stand up and ask people's heroes for something at this time. But Konoha village is now under a very embarrassing threat. The status quo of other villages is either re-establishing shadows or cultivating strong ninjas with me. But what about Konoha village? You have also been in Konoha village for a year, and you probably understand this. Guys, in peace, you just wait for death, right? Also, this is where our consultants should go. That is, when we clearly see a problem where we are living, we still have to give the most pertinent advice. I have to say, this old man still has some words. So, to ask and block me, just to check and balance some relationship. Hee. Neji's mouth twitched, feeling a little amused. But he still kept his mouth shut, and now this situation seems to be urgent. What he is going to do, if controlled by the advisor, will indeed have an impact, so Neji does not dare to pass it so easily. Tsunade, who was on the side, spoke in the middle. Actually, the consultant's meaning is not wrong. This is a black heart. Other villages, the shadows of the past have gathered themselves, and there is no sign of helping the ninjas of the new era. Didn't you say that too, Neji? Tsunade looked at Neji with soft eyes. Chapter 697 Master. Famous Teacher. Neji's heart skipped a beat, and Tsunade's words to himself still worked. Just this soft gaze made Neji's attitude much better. Maybe that's the difference between the people Neji cares about and the advisors who don't. Tsunade explained. The two advisors are concerned about the development of Konoha village, so they have been bothering them for a long time. The two of them have nothing to covet. If something is wrong in itself, you can refuse to communicate with them. Yes, but now the situation. Tsunade looked at Neji with some embarrassment. Neji knew, it seems that Tsunade must have been bought by these two guys somewhere, otherwise, Tsunade is talking about his advisors throughout. Then what is their purpose? Neji asked nonchalantly. Tsunade glanced at the two helplessly, and explained, the Hyuga clan now has completely overshadowed the Uchiha clan back then. The Uchiha clan sent the entire clan to the death row because of their arrogance. I don't know if it will be given a new definition or not. But right there, the Uchiha clan that used to be a bloody reality. Also, speaking of Uchiha, Kaharu Udatane also seemed to remember something, his eyes blurred. The Uchiha Madara back then was the real horror. Homura Mitokado took over and explained, because it is too powerful, the tyranny of being alone. I want to use my own extreme means to avoid the solution I don't want. At that time, strength was the way to overthrow others. Uchiha Madara overwhelmed almost everyone, except Hashirama. But his masterpieces are now everywhere in the world of ninjas. It is said that in the battle that year, only the chakra dispatched would destroy the entire mountain landscape. That terrifying power made everyone fear the power of Madara and the power of Konoha. The two advisors looked at each other, it was obvious. Neji, who is so powerful now, will go down the same path of tyranny as Madara at that time. That is to use his own strength to make the diplomatic image of Konoha village become arrogant and unreasonable, and only maintain the surface peace, so that the entire thriving ninja world has once again become torn apart. Tsunade nodded and said, Neji, sorry. This time, I think the two advisors are right. Neji, on the other hand, was silent, not speaking. You become like Uchiha Madara too. However, Neji has not yet reached Madara's step, and now Neji is only facing the same choice as Madara. This time, the other side. The practice field, Hanabi was ready. I will do my best, Master. Hanabi murmured on the side of his mouth, staring straight at the opponent who was about to fight him. Konohamaru. I didn't have an impression at first, only because he was the grandson of the third generation of Hokage. He was famous, but after that, he seemed to have been with Naruto for a while, and he didn't know his specific strength. Anyway, when I was studying as a ninja, according to others, it was very bad. On this side, Hanabi was seriously preparing for the battle practice, while her opponent, Konohamaru, was scratching her head, full of disdain. Really, Big Brother Naruto really asked me to fight someone. But this is too bad, isn't she a girl? This is. Although Konohamaru scratches his head shyly every time he meets Hanabi's eyes, he knows that the real battle is not just a few glances. Just looking at this girl, Konohamaru, makes me nervous. Do you want to fight her? Stop chattering, Konohamaru. You're just a kid, there's no gender. Naruto finally lived the way he hated, a grown-up appearance. And Konohamaru kept his mouth shut and muttered, I'm 14 years old, Naruto brother confessed to Sakura's sister when he was 12. As Konohamaru spoke, Naruto was startled and almost choked on his own saliva. And Hinata's face is cloudy and uncertain, a little embarrassed. Ino smiled embarrassingly, and hurriedly smiled to comfort Hinata. Okay, don't talk nonsense. If you can win the showdown with Hanabi, you won't need to take the exam and will be promoted to Chunin. What? Konohamaru stunned and widened her eyes. Now he is still Genin, because of some special reasons, he has been stuck in this rank of Genin. Logically speaking, it would be very difficult for him to pass the next Chunin exam. After all, Mengwang and Udon in his team had mediocre records and no response. Because of the Fourth Ninja World War, the focus of the exam is on teamwork, and this is their weakness. Naruto made this condition, and Konohamaru was not stupid, and immediately ignited his fighting spirit. I see. And Hanabi looked at Konohamaru, who was facing the sun for a while and the rain for a while, and his expression was always indifferent. Come on, Konohamaru. Hanabi is the most powerful female genius in the Hyuga clan, and you are my apprentice. You should be a master if you are a famous teacher. Don't lose my face. Naruto's face was full of energy, and he seemed to be saying a proud voice like, take a good look at my apprentice later. While Hinata was excited to see the battle between the two sides, Ino just smiled mysteriously and narrowed his eyes. Then, let's get started. The practice begins. Naruto steps back. The next moment, Hanabi launched an attack with a determined look. Very fierce. Konohamaru immediately realized that this would be a tough battle, because if the opponent must be very confident, even if he knew that he was a disciple of the hero Naruto, he would still attack so directly. Then this blow must be a combination of speed and strength. You don't want me to have a chance to counterattack, do you? Konoha pills are prejudged and hand-sealed immediately. Shadow clone. Boom, bang. One after another clone, a dozen clones. Charged forward, and Hanabi was only suspicious for a moment, still hitting the gentle fist with precision in his hand. Boom. Bang, tilde. One by one, and then one by one. Until more than 30 shadow clone were all solved by Hanabi, and Konohamaru was also forced to the corner. Only to this extent. Hanabi was puzzled, not sarcastic. Who knew that Konohamaru bit Kiba and said, you've been fooled. I saw a figure rushing out of the ground, it was Konohamaru. Breaking out of the ground, Hanabi's jaw is about to focus. Bang. Sound, Hanabi slapped the head of Konohamaru who was rushing up. Bang, tilde. Hanabi didn't look away, and the shadow clone disappeared on the spot. And Konohamaru just stood there in amazement, beyond amazed. However, Naruto was surprised by Hanabi's unparalleled combat ability. How much more than a genius. It's not like a genin at all, and it can even completely surpass the level of Chunin. At this time, Ino smiled and said, of course, because Hanabi is also a famous master. Chapter 698 Arrange. Neji's macro. What? Naruto was a little surprised, thinking that his name was loud enough. Konohamaru became Naruto's apprentice, and it was already a fortunate thing for him. In the future, under the name of Naruto's apprentice, I am afraid that even the entire ninja world will be able to know his name. With the master Naruto in front, how dare Ino say that Hanabi has a famous teacher? In the end, who has such a big name, can actually compete with himself? Naruto expressed some disbelief. Ino, you said that Hanabi is also a famous teacher. Naruto looked in disbelief. Ino shrugged and smiled softly at Naruto. Naruto suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "It looks like it's just casual talk, right?" He took a deep breath and explained, "That guy Sasuke probably won't accept apprentices." And over there, Konohamaru burst out with a powerful chakra. Bang! There was a slight tremor in the training ground. Byakugan opened early by Hinata. This. Smoke cleared, and Naruto asked quickly, "What's wrong?" Hinata. Hinata swallowed and said, "Konoha pills condense the chakra directly, and use the hand seal in the air to fill the chakra in the air with soot." Naruto froze slightly, frowning slightly. This move is very lethal. And Ino was also a little surprised and asked, "Isn't that Asuma-sensei's move?" Konohamaru. "It's just practice." Naruto was a little panicked. After all, this is the apprentice he taught himself. If he hurt Hinata's sister, I'm afraid something big will happen. Kaden, fire style. When the dust dissipated, everyone could see clearly. When Konohamaru asked the hand seal to release Kaden, fire style, to detonate the surrounding area, Hanabi hit the acupoint firmly. "Your chakra has failed." Hanabi's eyes were so confident. At this moment, Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly. This look, he was very familiar. But who exactly? He can't remember anything. Gentle fist law 8 trigrams 16 palms. 16 palms? Ino asked. Hinata explained, "This is Hanabi's own move, because the speed is limited, and the traditional 64 palms takes too long, and it must be launched under conditions that the enemy is difficult to move. So Hanabi simplified it to 64 palms. The simple version of the palm, although the number is small and the strength is not strong, but each acupuncture point is the most accurate." Just a split second, Hanabi hit 16 palms. Konohamaru's whole body was knocked out. Naruto frowned slightly, as if he noticed something, and suddenly understood. The corner of his relieved mouth curled into a smile. "That's it, great job, Konohamaru." Naruto's sudden praise made Hinata puzzled. "Why, what did Konohamaru do?" "Look at it." I saw Konohamaru fell to the ground, rolled several somersaults in a row, and turned into smoke with a bang. "This is shadow clone." Hanabi was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the smoke just now was just a trick. Naruto explained. It turned out that the soot was just a feint attack, but it was actually to disrupt Byakugan's vision. The chakra released was mixed with his real body, and shadow clone was used to replace his real body. In a situation where he could not see clearly, Byakugan only if you can tell the direction and flow rate of chakra, you can't judge shadow clone. In terms of combat IQ, this kid still looks like me. Naruto smiled proudly. "I'm here." I saw a bang in the smoke, and Konohamaru appeared. Rasengan. Rasengan in one hand, he rushed forward with a few steps. Hanabi was too late for the hand seal. Naruto couldn't help but start clapping, but Hanabi's mouth twitched. "It's always the real body now, isn't it?" I saw her gesture sinking and her body began to rotate. "Dance." Gentle fist law 8 trigrams revolving heaven palm. Zzzz. Everyone was shocked. "I see." Inside Hokage's office, Neji kept his head down. Under Tsunade's persuasion, Neji calmly accepted these two advisors who looked very upset. Homura Mitokado said, "First of all, thank you for taking our advice." "I didn't say," Neji said. The two frowned slightly. Neji continued. I just promised the 6th generation to talk to you calmly. I don't intend to approve your ideas, but I will persuade you. And Kaharu Udatane said, then I want to see how you convince us. Neji chuckled and said, it's very simple, because the power of this matter rests with me. You have the power to suggest, but I have the power to decide. If I have to do this, you can't do anything to me, right? Neji's words made the two look at each other. You are crossing the river and demolishing the bridge. The fact that you became the high-level executive of Konoha village was also approved by us. It doesn't matter, even without the two of you, I'll go to where I belong. Don't be involved here. Okay, Neji. Tsunade sighed. She felt sorry for Neji. She and even these two old guys have a lot of means in Konoha village. Neji is just complacent. No one is sure if Neji will suddenly encounter some unexpected things. And these two old guys have been stable consultants in Konoha village for more than 40 years, and they are naturally more stable. However, she still spoke ill of the two advisors. It's the age of young people. The relics of the old times have given you the qualifications to show up, which is the biggest concession. This world of ninja world does not have your future, but there is a future for children. Children, there will be a future of your own, instead of following your old path to a failed piece. Uchiha Obito, isn't it the devil bred by your pedantic political ideas? Tsunade's sudden hardness made the two look at each other. Convincing Neji together. Why do you suddenly regret it? Kaharu Udatane, already angry with Yuhi, took 2 steps back. But she didn't have anything to refute. As a senior, she naturally knew Tsunade's behavior better. No matter how hard she tried to persuade her, it was meaningless. It's just that Homura Mitokado was more sensible, saying, I understand your feelings, but these are the meaning of the daimyo. Tsunade said angrily again, and came up with the name of the daimyo to check and balance us, isn't it? Homura Mitokado shook his head and said, no, at least we have to get a reason. That is what is Neji going to do. Although we can roughly understand and predict his style, the direction he is going. The two advisors looked at the silent Neji in unison. After a long time, Neji asked, you want to know about the foreign affairs plan of Konoha village, right? You want to know my next arrangement. That's right. Several people waited with bated breath. Neji narrowed his eyes and smiled softly. Then, he said, the arrangement, of course, is a grand plan. It is a very exciting decision. His eyes were full of heroic gestures. Chapter 699 Young. Future after death. Uplifting. What uplifting news. Homura Mitokado was a little excited for a while. With Neji for a long time, they naturally understood Neji's character. Although this guy's strength and actual combat experience are very mature and powerful, the decision is definitely not the so-called mature genre. It's very random. Regardless of the fact that Neji's random decisions bring some benefits to the village from time to time, but from the point of view of their orthodox senior management, it is a very strange decision. Even from experience, Neji's decisions have brought positive changes to the village, but it also hindered the development of the village from some perspectives. So I don't dare to let Neji's temperament be like that. I want to unify the ninja world. Neji said those words. Even Tsunade was in a cold sweat. This is something her grandfather, who is called the god of ninjas, has not been able to accomplish. What even the 6 paths immortals couldn't accomplish, Neji actually opened his mouth again. You boy, really, talk nonsense again. Kaharu Udatane has been with Neji over the years, and he also understands that Neji is a very powerful junior despite his bad attitude. In fact, I have long recognized Neji in my heart, but any ninja of the older generation sees this as a nonsense. Therefore, she also changed her attitude painstakingly, trying to persuade this passionate young man. Neji, Konoha is a big country with a lot of hard work. It is true that Konoha has the power to dominate the ninja world from beginning to end. I understand what you are thinking about, but... Kaharu Udatane's eyes became lonely, and he didn't know if he missed something. Peace, in the eyes of your group of children, may only be the so-called stability, only starting from yourself and slowly expanding the scope. However, no matter how strong your strength is, and how young you are to reach a certain peak, there is a kind of things, you certainly won't be able to understand it now. Kaharu Udatane suddenly reasoned with such a soft attitude, but Neji was not used to it. He was all ears, wanting to see what fart Kaharu Udatane could put out that was worth smelling. After pondering for a while, Kaharu Udatane said, "That's us old people, there is no future to speak of. You new generation ninjas have a very bright future no matter what. And we old people are about to go to Earth, and of course we won't consider it from our own perspective. For the future of the ninja world, we are better than you. See more clearly." Neji's eyes widened when he heard this. He hesitated for a long time and sighed. Sure enough, fart is fart, not worth smelling. Neji pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling helpless. But Kaharu Udatane said firmly, the unification of the ninja world is not a matter of yearning for peace at all. The wish of Uchiha Madara in the past was like this, even if it was the original ninja god, Tsunade's grandfather Senju Hashirama, also known as the first-generation Hokage. If he wanted to forcibly unify the ninja world at that time, he would definitely be opposed by other villages. Even if he tried so hard to maintain the peace of the ninja world, he still failed in the end. Quote, "When the ninja coalition was formed, it did rely on your reputation and arrangements to make them a lot more honest. The unity scene that the ninja world has never seen appeared. But don't forget, it was because at that time we had common enemy." Having said this, Homura Mitokado coughed lightly and said, "Yes, there are no enemies now. I'm talking about a common enemy. Our enemies are just each other. Neji, you are an expert in actual combat, but if you conduct diplomatic politics as our specialty." In that case, Neji spoke up. "So where did Kaguya come from? What is her purpose? What is the source of chakra? Where did those powerful forces come from, and where are they going? Which of these questions can you figure out?" Neji's words caused the two to look at each other. A long time, Homura Mitokado said, "I know that you have specialized research on chakra, but this has nothing to do with the topic we are talking about today. We just hope you can see the situation clearly. Konoha village and the country of fire need to converge now." Neji narrowed his eyes, and the careless arrogance would make the other four powers unite against the Fire Nation. This, he has fully experienced in Infinite Tsukuyomi. That kind of false peace, Neji had seen. It is precisely because he has seen that false peace that Neji wants to create a real peace, but those plans, speaking now, are hard to convince these two people who are not keeping up with the times. At this moment, one of Tsunade's jade hands reached out and stroked Neji's forehead. "Are you all right?" Tsunade's pure eyes really didn't look like a person of that age, but rather like a beautiful lady. Neji is much calmer all of a sudden. "Yes, this world is not only about these troubles, there are many other pure things that can be done." All of a sudden, his thoughts became clear. No matter what he did, he would just take the easiest and most needed path. At that time, the so-called mind cultivation of Vulcan, I am afraid that he also wanted to remove the impetuousness in his heart. Whether it is actual combat, or management awareness as a peaker. Neji calmed down the impetuousness in his heart and said, "You too, first of all, as the foreign affairs manager of Konoha village, who has taken over now, I thank you for your suggestion, which is also your power. But I reject your suggestion, and naturally this is also my power." Quote. Kaharu Udatane was somewhat dissatisfied. And Neji immediately waved his hand and said, "Hey, don't interrupt first. But it doesn't matter. If you don't agree, you don't agree. I'm still willing to convince the two of you a little bit. As for what you think after listening to it, it's none of my business. First of all, my purpose is indeed to unify the ninja world, and the current situation is indeed similar to when Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara established Konoha village. Now the four major countries have learned about the Fire Country and the various reform methods of Konoha village, and they are all in progress. School. It can be said that our Konoha village is unprecedentedly powerful. If we don't choose to unify the ninja world now, then the ninja world will be just a small fight for at least the next few decades, and there are various ways to maintain peace. Quote. But are such beneficiaries really the ninjas of the new generation of future generations? Neji's eyes looked sharply at the two advisors. The two of you, high-soundingly said that you don't think about yourself, so why are you still so actively participating in internal affairs? Isn't it just want to leave a name? A good name. You are wrong, it is young people who have no future. They are young, they don't think about the future, and they dare to fight. It happens to be you old people, cowardly, he only thinks about the so-called future, and even the world after his death. It's really annoying. Chapter 700 Game. Ingenuity is worse than brute force. Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane also struggled to speak. But it seems that Neji's idea is still very stubborn, and Neji is right. They do have the power to advise, but they really don't have the power to force Neji to accept this power. Even if they are threatened with a name, it seems that Neji is not afraid at all. Because this time Neji not only saved the Konoha village in the battle, but also saved the ninja world and the daimyo. And they don't know why the daimyo are so persistent towards Neji. You all know that, right? The daimyo should work together to arrange things in the ninja world according to my wishes, right? You mean? The two were a little puzzled. Do you think that the resources and attention given to ninjas by those 5 major countries came out of thin air? Do you think that it is because of your trivial credit that the big names give you smiles? Neji's words made the two of them humble. Indeed, they know nothing about it. I only know that after the war, the daimyo suddenly attached great importance to the ninja world, and only guessed that this ninja world war aroused their vigilance. And Neji remembered the deal Neji made with the daimyo at that time, after shattering Yurashi's ambitions. It was in order to complete that deal that Neji did everything in his power to destroy Otsutsuki Kagaya's revival ambitions. He, who wants a stable and peaceful life so much, actually doesn't want to be in this muddy water. But in order to complete the agreement with the daimyo, let the whole world be dominated by the ninja world according to their own meaning. This is the ending that Neji wants. Because Neji had already seen the ending of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, and later learned about the experience of the 6 Paths Immortals. He clearly understands that strength is not the way to guide the world. Just one of the tools. It takes some skills to twist the entire ninja world into a single rope. And that's what Neji has to do, because Neji probably knew that Kagaya was making an army. White Zetsu's combat effectiveness is not strong enough, but Kagaya has such a strong ability to create an army, so at least prove one thing. Kagaya wants to resist or fight against, must require a large number of people. And he can't destroy the ninja world without doing 2 things. What Neji has to do now is to conquer the entire ninja world. Now, it seems, there is still enough time, so Neji must do it and try it out. I told the 2 advisors about the events at that time, and the 2 of them immediately shut up. Even the food and clothing parents were won by Neji. What qualifications did they have to ask for or teach Neji to do things? So, even if you have your own way as you say, what is the way? Homura Mitokado asked. Neji exhaled and said slowly, these are none of your business. All in all, I won't use force. But Kaharu Udatane squinted his eyes and muttered, I don't really believe it, what proof do you have? At this moment, Neji's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If I kill you 2 now, do you think I'll be punished? In Neji's eyes, a determined murderous aura. Kaharu Udatane squinted his eyes all at once, took a step back, and almost stumbled to the ground. Neji withdrew that look again, and said slowly, I haven't done anything yet, just tolerating you in this ninja world. This is enough to prove it. This time, the two looked at each other in dismay, and no longer dared to say more. Tsunade on the side also breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, in the game with the unreasonable advisor, Neji did a good job. Ingenuity is worse than brute force. With her deliberate theories, there was always room for consultants, but they were the ones who liked to push the envelope. If you only think that you are thinking of this for the village, you can completely take back your trust in everyone, but it is impossible to use Neji's brute force. After all, in the face of absolute power, any bells and whistles are just meaningless decorations. Bang! Fireworks exploded and slowly dissipated. The exploding sparks flew away, and the faint whirlwind blew away the last smear of dirty air. Konohamaru lay down on the ground in embarrassment. The eyes that were originally radiant were already full of exhaustion and despair. On the other side, is Hyuga Hanabi, who is completely intact, with firm and serious eyes. Not far away, Naruto, who was watching this scene, dropped his jaw in surprise. I didn't expect it to be so strong, Hanabi. He should not be disappointed. After all, this Hyuga Hanabi is also Hinata's younger sister, and should have a closer relationship with him than Konohamaru. But after all, Konohamaru represents himself and is his own apprentice. He thought he had taught enough. And now Hyuga Hanabi can completely abuse Konohamaru. Ino was also a little surprised, and murmured, Hanabi's current strength can already be tested by Jonin, right? Hinata covered her mouth with a smile and said, she hasn't even taken the Chunin exam. After all, the village has been rebuilding for the past 2 years, and it's up to now. Some parts of the village destroyed by pain have it's not fully built yet. Is that too soon? Ino rubbed his chin. The new round of Chunin exams should come before the Five Shadows talks. Of course, this kind of thing no longer needs people from their class to participate, so it is not so important. But for these young ninjas to come, this is something that needs to be paid attention to, so they are eager to become stronger and prove themselves. But the Chunin exam is about teamwork. Even if Hanabi has individual strength, he has to test his team strength. Naruto said with a forced smile. And over there, Konohamaru has stood up tenaciously, with a look of helplessness on his face. He looked apologetic to Naruto, but Naruto smiled bitterly. It's okay, Hanabi is a genius of the Hyuga clan after all. Speaking of genius, Hanabi's master is the real genius of our Hyuga clan. By the way, you said that she is also a famous teacher. Who is it? The Hyuga family, could it be? Ino smiled and said, ah, yes. I also heard that Hanabi's master was Neji. What? Naruto widened his eyes, surprised. Neji would even accept apprentices. He looked at Hanabi's well-behaved lowly, and couldn't help but imagine why Neji would accept Hanabi as his apprentice. Ahem, that's how it is. Naruto's helpless look just now took back a lot. He looked at Konohamaru with a determined smile. Then he gave the same thumbs and smiling faces as Might Guy, and said, well done, Konohamaru. As expected of my apprentice. Konohamaru was startled and immediately moved to tears. Really, big brother Naruto? No, Master Naruto. Looking at this scene, Hanabi just broke down in cold sweat and turned to leave. Chapter 701 Hanabi. The Mind of Studying. Seeing Hanabi leave like this, Hinata hurriedly asked, Hanabi. Hanabi just glanced over, not a cheerful child herself. It's just that she was regarded as a genius since she was a child. Hiyashi has always raised her as a child who can surpass Neji. That's why this character is created. Ah, I went to practice. Her eyes were full of disdain. Then left. On the other hand, Konohamaru was full of displeasure, but pouted helplessly. It's so frustrating. That guy didn't take me seriously at all, damn it. But I can't beat her. Naruto was in a much better mood at this time. Although Konohamaru does not understand why. Oops, Konohamaru tilde. Naruto has already leaned over, rubbed his hand on the back of his head, and said, don't be unhappy. There's nothing to be ashamed of if you lose. Konohamaru glanced at Naruto with contempt, and muttered, "Hey, you were telling me just now that I am your apprentice, you must not lose." Naruto was stunned, a little embarrassed. He laughed loudly and said, "Ah, this. Ha ha. If it is with other people, it is true, but there is no way. Huo is Neji's disciple after all. So what? Naruto brother, you are the hero who saves this world." This question made Naruto a little embarrassed. Because now there are only some high-level people and some people who have experienced the war, probably know Neji's great achievements. And in the final battle with Kaguya, few people know that Neji turned the tide of the battle by himself. Therefore, in the eyes of juniors like Konohamaru, Naruto's prestige is much higher than that of Neji of the Hyuga family. Naruto was a little embarrassed and shrugged. "Konohamaru," he suddenly said seriously. "In the future, you will understand. Neji is very strong. Hanabi will become your strongest competitor in the future." After Naruto finished speaking, he smiled with satisfaction. On the other hand, Konohamaru pouted ignorantly, not very agreeable. Next day, the Hyuga family, the backyard of main clan. This is the place where Hinata practiced when he was a child, but now there is no so-called main clan, so it is also expanded like the training ground. But it is more or less a backyard. After the expansion, the site is not large, just the size of 1 or 2 open spaces. Now that Hinata is married, she seldom returns to the Hyuga clan, and this place has become Hanabi's dedicated training ground. Drink. Pata, hitting the stake with a sound, Hanabi finished his morning exercise today with a blank expression. The sun has only just lit up the world, and Hanabi has been training for a long time. She stopped and sat down. Sweat flowed. It was clearly a slightly cold early spring, but because of the training, I felt the enthusiasm of the spring in full swing. The white towel was soaked through, and Hanabi's eyes revealed the purest and most innocent eyes of a child in this peaceful era. All this, Neji smiled contentedly. This is the meaning of his insistence on peace. No matter which world people are in, people should live in such a state, instead of constantly worrying about their homes being destroyed. This happened before because his strength and ability were not strong enough. But if that kind of thing can still happen now, it can only be said to be a dereliction of duty. Then, Neji walked over. Appearing in the backyard, the speed and movement are unparalleled, and it is not clear at all. Hanabi came back to her senses and saw that Neji was standing in front of her confidently. "Master." There was surprise in Hanabi's eyes. It seemed that only the presence of Neji could make her feel better. After all, in this boring and peaceful world, only her master gave her a feeling of unfathomable and bottomless strength. Haha, Hanabi practiced very hard. Of course. Hanabi nodded. On the other side, the figure who had been watching also came over. Neji glanced over. It was Hyuga. Supervising his daughter's practice, Neji laughed. "It's my uncle. Now Hanabi is learning with me and has improved a lot, right? You don't have to stare at her all the time." Hiyashi said. "No, she is obsessed with strength now, and she doesn't need me to supervise. I heard Hanabi said that you would come, so I specially waited for you here." Oh. Neji didn't answer, and glanced at Hiyashi intentionally or unintentionally. He didn't take the initiative to ask, as if he could probably guess what Hiyashi was going to say. Because, Hiyashi has been admiring Neji since he was pushed to the position of Hokage, and he has been helped many times by Neji. So, Hiyashi has always been very respectful and grateful to Neji. Today's eyes, there is a trace of something wrong in those eyes that are still trying to speak. Neji deliberately ignored it and looked at Hanabi with innocent eyes. "What move do you want to learn today? From the way you look, the acupuncture hand I gave you has already practiced almost, and it doesn't make much sense to continue practicing against the stake." "Well, I have a technique I want to learn." Hanabi blinked. "Let's talk." That's it, a super offensive physical technique at medium and long distances. Hanabi said excitedly. It seemed that this request was made a long time ago. Such a beautiful and lovely sister asked, how could Neji not agree? He laughed. I know, it's 8 trigrams vacuum palm right. Neji just finished speaking, but Hanabi shook his head sharply. No, vacuum palm, I would have known. As she said that, she grabbed it casually, as if gathering a certain energy in the air in her hand, and then her gesture sank. Drink. Suddenly a stream attacked away, but it dissipated faster than Neji's vacuum palm, so the power was scattered. The branches of the hit tree swayed, and several birds flew out. Really, as expected of you. Neji smiled. But in all fairness, this slow attack speed, and the strength of not hitting a hit, have no practical effect at all. Then what do you want to learn? Neji is also trying to get along with Hanabi, with the child who will always teach him in the future, and naturally he will try to communicate gently. That's the one, similar to the vacuum palm, but not this scattered, uncontrollable force. It's the stronger, more destructive. The one. Neji understood immediately. Iori air strike. The dream is quite big, and the level and power of that art is even higher than that of futon, wind-style, Rasenshuriken, which is not what Hanabi's body can handle now. Neji should never have given her this power at a time like this, but she doesn't know how to explain it. At this time, Hiyashi also seemed to understand Neji's difficulties. He stood up and said, Neji, we haven't played against each other for a long time, haven't we? I heard that you are very strong now, so let me learn from you. Said that, Hiyashi has already stood at the center of the air, waiting for Neji. Chapter 702 Gentle Fist. What really matters? Me. Neji narrowed his eyes. Hiyashi is a tougher patriarch, as Neji has known since childhood. Because Hiyashi experienced the death of his brother Hazashi, Neji's father, his character became extremely cautious. For a long time, he liked to secretly improve the overall strength of the Hyuga clan by fighting against each other. But this way also left a shadow in the hearts of many clansmen. It can be said that this kind of education is not beneficial. This situation did not ease until Neji supported him to become Hokage, the 5th generation of Eyes. And Neji, of course, never had a serious discussion with Hiyashi after that. First, because Neji's strength is at its peak, he doesn't need to prove his strength through Hiyashi at all. Second, Hiyashi did not have time to elevate the entire Hyuga clan, and his heart had begun to learn to accommodate the entire village. But everything Neji did at the time, everything that was left behind, foreshadowed one thing. That is what Hiyashi did actively and passively when he became Hokage of the 5th generation, and the ultimate beneficiaries were the Hyuga family. This also caused dissatisfaction with many other clans in the village at that time, so after the Hyuga clan's status in Konoha village was gradually improved, Neji soon found an opportunity to let Tsunade succeed the 6th generation of Hokage. It's the classic that takes all the goodness away before the conflict erupts. Therefore, Hiyashi also deeply understands that he has not left a strong mark in the history of Hokage in Konoha village at all, and everything is arranged by Neji. His eyes seem to be full of curiosity about Neji's current strength. Hanabi was also taken aback, and she cast a curious look. Mother and Neji brother. This. She seemed a little surprised, but in fact it was clearly looking forward to it. For a genius who is in the growth stage, it is the most favorite thing to see this kind of powerhouse duel. The so-called just now, Hiyashi likes to improve the strength of the entire Hyuga clan by personally going off the field and fighting, which is also based on one point. That is the insight of Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. Watching the battle of the strong can often give the viewer a lot of battle experience right away. This is the unique way for the Hyuga clan to become stronger. Neji's hand moved slightly. Neji, since Hanabi is so eager to learn, but you have something to hide, why don't you tell him with actual combat? My old bones still seem to have some effect now. Hiyashi said with a chuckle. And when Neji was about to say something, he noticed the white hair on his temples. Hiyashi is Hinata's father anyway, Hanabi's father. Therefore, although Neji has used him a lot, his feelings are still there. But does he have to test the important stuff? Okay then, Hanabi, now that you have the opportunity, take a good look at it. Now what I'm going to tell you is, Neji said, and took a few steps forward. Whether it is vacuum palm or Iori airstrike, it is another expression of gentle fist. All the offensive methods of the Hyuga family are based on the palm of gentle fist, and gentle fist is based on the use of their own Byakugan. For the use of Byakugan, actual combat is the only way to test everything. But even so, many people tend to ignore the really important things. Quote. What's really important? Hanabi blinked, watching with great interest. Hiyashi took a deep breath, and the two were now standing in the middle of the open space. It is less than 5 meters away from each other. This is the stance that is often used to train actual combat when I was young, and for today's Neji, this is really a distance within reach. It turned out that this is the world among the strong, and at this moment, Neji quickly found it. That's what Hiyashi once said, the most important thing. The most important things that were once impossible to find are now within Neji's fingertips. Neji, it's been a few years now. You should have known the answer long ago, right? I'm very happy. Hiyashi's meaning is also very clear. Personally use his own failures to let his daughter grow up. Neji didn't say much, just for a moment. Moved. Hanabi took a step back. The air was silent. Silhouette is so fast that even Byakugan's eyeballs can't keep up. And even if his body speed couldn't keep up, Hiyashi still reacted and his shot speed kept up. The hand almost produced a dazzling afterimage in the air. With a click, both arms crossed in the air. The place where the palms meet each other is not completely touched. I saw a seemingly non-existent chakra, like an energy body separating two people. But that power is both the attack of the two and the defense of the two, holding each other deadlocked. The strength of the two is comparable. Hanabi, who felt this power, was deeply amazed. Such power is not something that can be seen on a daily basis. Two in the Hyuga family, if they were anyone, they would be crushed. But only these two people, when they meet each other, are already gentle fist's ultimate. Bang! The power burst out, revealing flaws to both sides. Have a chance. In the eyes of the two, there was a fatal flaw. When Byakugan's gentle fist reaches ultimate, it's the most critical moment to find a flaw. Neji remembers Hiyashi teaching himself the technique a few years ago. Unexpectedly, today, it was actually used on him. Gentle fist la vacuum palm. Both at the same time. Hanabi was a little surprised. The two people's vacuum palm was sent out for a while, and they both went away from the most tricky angle. But the difference between the gentle fist of the two is not big, and the place where they collided at this time is the same. Bang! Gentle fist found a certain vacancy, and chakra burst out. At this moment, the wind howled. Both sides seemed to be doing their best, as if two whirlwind fists attacked. Woohoo! The wind whistled around, and the power was intertwined. Hanabi stretched out his hand and resisted the howling whirlwind that erupted in front of him. The leaves behind him are rustling. Just using gentle fist to simply fight against each other, you can make the surrounding environment full of chakra. But, clap. Neji took a step back, and Hanabi's eyes widened. There is no doubt that Neji lost this vacuum palm matchup. Hiyashi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Neji to lose to him. But since he has finally gained an advantage, he pursues the victory. And said, Neji, you are neglecting the actual combat. Then, the angle of the palm changed, as if it turned into a sharp blade. Chakra hit at one point and aimed at Neji's acupuncture point. Chapter 703 Acupuncture Points. Reason for winning. This is. Neji frowned slightly and took a few steps back. Hanabi took a deep breath and murmured, I don't know why, but brother Neji's strength was obviously weaker just now. Is it because father is stronger than brother Neji? No, just why? Just now she clearly felt that Neji's chakra and strength were far higher than Hiyashi's, but. And Hiyashi hits. Gentle fist method acupuncture. PFF'd. Neji thrilling avoidance. Hiyashi is also very confident, he knows that Neji is gaining momentum now. Originally, he just wanted to talk about something with Neji through the hint that his strength was still there, but now that he has a chance to beat Neji, the effect is naturally better. So he didn't plan to give him a chance at all. Another palm. Hanabi took a few steps back again, and the battle became more and more heated, and she was a little worried. Because this is a battle between Byakugan, Hanabi, the genius girl who owns Byakugan, can naturally understand the current situation. Neji is at a disadvantage in the duel for some reason, and his father, Hyuga Hiyashi, doesn't show any mercy at all, which is the complete opposite of Neji. The contrary, Hiyashi also taught Hanabi. Look at it. The gentle fist of the Hyuga family is all about being unfeeling, and must go forward to make the final decision in the gap of grasping the opponent for a moment. Don't hesitate. And Neji just kept avoiding, fighting back while avoiding. But, that's clearly not enough. Crack. Clap. The hands of the two were violently intertwined again and again without any contact. For other enemies, Neji can use Byakugan's chakra to make judgments about preparation and attack on acupuncture points. But now the opponent is Hyuga Hiyashi, whose palm strength is comparable to his own. With such a profound skill, there is no way to take chances. Even your own power may be used by opponents. And after being at a disadvantage at the beginning, every counterattack will be easily seen by the opponent. And every time, the amount of chakra and the strength Neji uses are not small. So that the speed is not fast, it was easily captured by Hiyashi. Neji, you hesitated. Hiyashi said, he has already planned to win this battle. Neji, on the other hand, twitched the corner of his mouth. Crack. The last slap hit past, Neji dodged again. And behind Neji, there is already the fence close to the yard. Neji, you lost this time. Hiyashi was still frowning, and it could be seen that he was serious about this actual battle. And Hanabi was just relieved, a little puzzled. Neji clearly doesn't look serious. Why? And Neji said, no, it's not over yet. Hiyashi said, I have blocked all your attack dead ends and moving positions. The next move, you will lose. Neji groaned and said to Hiyashi, no. You lost. Oh. Hiyashi didn't look too convinced. But Neji smiled and said, if you don't believe me, can you try attacking again? Neji said so. Hiyashi naturally did. After all, this is a duel between gentle fist. Hiyashi is definitely not as good as Neji in terms of real strength. So even if Neji was hit, it wouldn't be a big problem, so Hiyashi went straight to it. Hanabi is worried. This palm is not easy. I saw Hiyashi flipped his hand and aimed at Neji, 0 distance. Gentle fist. However, the next moment, nothing happened. Hiyashi widened his eyes in surprise. Neji still looked indifferent, slowly relieved, and stood up straight. He stepped forward, and Hiyashi subconsciously took 2 steps back. Hiyashi reached out and looked at his palm. This. In the palm of my hand, I have completely lost chakra. On the other hand, Neji smiled softly and his gestures sank. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Huh. Send. Bang. There was a palm print on the fence over there. All around, there are traces like a lotus blossom, and the power of Madara can be seen. Hiyashi looked back and opened his mouth in surprise. Hanabi said, Brother Neji's palm strength was concentrated at the last moment, and father's moves have failed again and again, and have been cracked. Father Sama lost. The ending of this moment is very obvious. Why? This time, Hiyashi was also a little surprised. Neji laughed. Your attack is very traditional. You first use the vacuum palm to feint, and then you actually use the acupuncture to limit me. The slightest mistake and you will be defeated. Quote. First of all, after complimenting, Neji laughed again, but the advantage of this type of attack is that it puts pressure on the opponent. But the question is, what if the opponent is completely under pressure and finds your flaws? Neji's words surprised both Hanabi and Hiyashi. Hanabi asked, why did my father's gentle fist fail? Brother Neji's moves were clearly scattered by chakra, and it looked like he was overwhelmed by his father's aura. Neji said, the so-called demonic illusion is to deceive the opponent, but if you can predict the enemy's attack direction from the beginning, and always guide the enemy to make wrong judgments, it is a kind of demonic illusion in itself. Demonic illusion. Neji smiled and said, use Byakugan to see the acupuncture points on your palm. Hiyashi opened his eyes and looked. I saw the acupuncture points near the palm, all of which were completely blocked by Neji with gentle fist's chakra. He widened his eyes and understood everything in an instant. I see, that's why you won. Hiyashi was completely convinced now. What the hell is going on? Hanabi asked hastily. Hiyashi lowered his head to himself and sighed. It's also self-defeating. He took a few steps back. The outcome was already decided, and he explained helplessly, it seems that I was overwhelmed by my momentum, but in fact, I judged my attacking style from the very beginning, and used thrilling or just enough to deal with it. The way to condone my offense. Any flawless fighting style, the most flawed time is when the offense is on the offense, and the offense he looks forced to miss and ineffective every time I attack, all aimed at me the attacking part, which is the palm. Quote. When I attack with gentle fist, I'm also prepared to protect all other parts, but I can't defend only the attacking part. And Neji is also taking advantage of this, without knowing it. Weakened my palm, until it disappeared. Hearing Hiyashi's explanation, Hanabi didn't understand. She asked, if that's the case, then why didn't father notice it? It should be obvious that his palm strength has weakened. This kind of thing, only the person who gave the palm knows, although Hanabi is difficult to see, but the person who throws the palm should not be unable to judge his own palm strength. Chapter 704 Exhort. Hyuga's style. Your own palm power, is it also hidden by Neji brother? Hanabi is a very savvy child, and quickly understood the mystery. But I don't understand, how did Neji do this when he clearly didn't use other abilities? This pure gentle fist battle between Byakugan, in addition to the competition of palm power, the competition is combat experience and combat IQ. Neji can win, there must be some mystery. Neji laughed. Demonic illusion. There are some demonic illusions, but you don't have to use chakra. And Hiyashi also completely understood this, and smiled helplessly. Really, beaten by you. Well done, Neji. He sighed for a moment and shook his head. Seeing that the spark was still in the mist, he finally opened Shikai and released it. Remember when Neji and I had a vacuum palm duel from the beginning? At that time, that kind of power, and the final blow, was already a very powerful contrast. But, the people who fought were hard to detect. Hiyashi has accepted the result of defeat. After all, from the beginning, he did not think he had a great chance to defeat the now battle-hardened Neji. What surprised him was that he never thought that he would be defeated so thoroughly. After all, during this fight, most of the time I thought I had done it perfectly. The result was completely guided by Neji. He said, from the beginning of my move, Neji judged all my next actions. So, everything after that is under Neji's control. How to deal with my attack, what should I do? How to keep my attack going, Neji has made very small adjustments. Again and again in the fight, he took the initiative to release his chakra, creating the illusion that his palm is getting stronger and stronger. Quote. But those chakras are forcibly scattered around. if he uses 100% chakra and I only release 50% chakra. 80% of Neji's chakra spreads to attack me around, let I focus on my whole body. My own 50% of chakra is almost all used to attack, and I have a 5-2 advantage from the beginning. Neji is doing acupoint blockade while letting 50% of my chakra. In the process of continuous decline to 0, Neji also continued to increase the proportion of chakra diffusion. That is, his palm strength will also drop from the original 20% to 0. Quote. And he's always falling one step faster than me, to put it bluntly. My palm is always ahead of him, so I never care if my palm is enough. Just focus on his flaws. He keeps the exposed flaws made me think there was an opportunity, and finally I found out that I had already been caught. Quote. After Hiyashi explained it, Hanabi realized. No wonder. At that time, the entire open space was filled with Neji's chakra, but such a big mistake was not stopped in time. So, this father and daughter were completely conquered by Neji. Compared to Hanabi's surprise, Hiyashi was more gratified. Over the years, watching Neji grow up, at a very young age, Neji had a celestial appearance. It's just that Hiyashi was helpless at that time. Such a good seedling was born in a branch. What surprised Hiyashi even more was that Neji, with his own efforts, unraveled the caged bird and abolished the system of main clan and family division. After that, Hiyashi started to pay attention to Neji, and from time to time Neji discussed palm power. At that time, Neji was obsessed with other abilities, whether it was spiritualization or sage mode, which were far beyond the power of Gentle Fist itself. So at that time, Hiyashi was still able to guide Neji on the Gentle Fist practice. But as Neji got more and more experience in combat, Hiyashi's every victory became more and more difficult. At this time, the battle after a few years also made Hiyashi's heart settle down. Hazashi, you have a successor. He sighed, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and a kindly warmth flashed in his eyes. Neji walked over slowly, leaning in Hanabi's direction. Iori air strike is the same as your father's battle today. It is a move that only focuses on offense. To be worthy of that level of offense, you must have enough actual combat experience. Otherwise, it will only delay your progress. Speed. That's it for today's practice. Your father and I have something to talk about. Okay, I see. Hanabi's face is slightly ashamed of Yuhi, because Neji's face is still very attractive in the light of the sun. In the days after this, she also fully understood why she saw her sister Hinata when she was a child, why she admired Neji so much. Whether it is strength, intelligence or appearance, it is obvious. Hanabi is also very obedient. Although he is stronger than most children of the same age, he grew up under Hiyashi's strict education. He is not naughty and clever like ordinary children, and is rather rigid. Hanabi left, only Hiyashi and Neji were left in the open space. A long silence, Neji found a tree, clasped his fists gently, and leaned on it. You suddenly want to deflate me on Gentle Fist, but it's definitely not to educate Hanabi, is it? Is there something wrong? Hearing Neji ask so frankly, Hiyashi was a little nervous. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he smiled unnaturally. Ah, Neji, you are as sensitive as ever. Neji just said indifferently. Now you are not fit to get involved in too many things, you should understand. When you became Hokage of the 5th generation, something was already doomed. Neji's attitude had to be serious. Regarding the village, he must do it. Because he had probably guessed what Hiyashi was going to say. And sure enough, Hiyashi said, for foreign affairs, let's stop for a while. The two old guys. Neji asked bluntly. Neji, the Hyuga clan is a strict clan, you can't call seniors like that. Hiyashi couldn't beat Neji, his uncle was also the patriarch, so he naturally had the dignity he should have. Neji didn't answer, but looked like a rebellious teenager. Moment of silence, he said, I see. Did the two advisors ask you to persuade me? Neji asked in a flat tone. The excitement just now was only because he was still very resistant to this secret method in his heart. After all, I have done a lot of things in the Hyuga family, and it is not my turn to come and interfere. Hiyashi denied. No, it's just news from my eyeliner at the top of Konoha. Oh. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised. Hokage, who looks like a marionette, will even arrange eyeliner privately. But that's not the point. Then why are you trying to persuade me to quit? He asked. Hiyashi only explained, because, Neji, your methods do not conform to the style of the Hyuga clan. Chapter 705 Protect. Caged Bird. Doesn't it fit the style of the Hyuga clan? Neji's eyes twitched slightly, but Hiyashi didn't notice this detail. Hiyashi only sighed and continued muttering. Do you know why the Hyuga clan, for thousands of years, is still a famous clan in the ninja world? Whether it's the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, or the Uzumaki clan in the past, they used to be big clans comparable to our Hyuga clan. But what about now? The Tsunade of the Senju clan didn't stay behind, or there are other clansmen, but I think it's already there is no storm. The Uchiha family is now only left with Uchiha Sasuke, and the Uzumaki family is almost only Naruto, and your Karen. Having said that, Hiyashi stretched out his hand and coughed twice. Speaking of which, Neji, you should pay more attention to your body. Neji was thinking seriously when Hiyashi suddenly started to drive. Hey, are you thinking about it? 5 generations. Neji pouted, not knowing what to call this middle-aged man over 50. Hehe, all in all, the reason why our Hyuga clan can continue to this day is because we are lower key than them. Even if we claim to be the oldest and strongest clan, we have never stepped out to influence this ninja world or even a village. Neji, you ordered us to block the spread of news about you after the Great Ninja War, and let Naruto and Sasuke take over all your legends and glory. It's good, but your influence on Konoha village is deeply ingrained. Even if the children in the future don't know your name, Akatsuki, the older generation in the village will remember the powerful deterrent of the Hyuga clan. This kind of deterrent is the most powerful weapon that once destroyed the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha clan. The Hyuga clan can't go down that road, Neji, there is still a chance to turn back now. Hiyashi speaks earnestly, and as the last generation of the Hyuga clan's main clan chief, he naturally always habitually stands in consideration for the Hyuga clan. And Neji was also keenly aware of this. That is to say, my purpose is not wrong, what is wrong is that it should not be done by our Hyuga clan, right? Neji asked. It is true. Hiyashi suddenly panicked. Because Neji's simple sentence points directly to the core of the problem. Hyuga Hiyashi, who became the 5th generation Hokage, overcame and proved a problem to everyone when he was in power. That is the consideration in the future, no longer based on the consideration between clans, but the whole Konoha village, including all tolerance and protection for everyone. But now, Hiyashi has finally broken this promise once again. Hyuga clan cannot go, they can use other clans and other heroes of Konoha village to make this first bird. And the caged bird that was locked free in the past, now the cage is open, but the bird is unwilling to fly out. Caged bird, that is always protected but can no longer fly. Neji's mouth twitched. He raised his head and looked up at the sky with a charming color in his eyes. A long time, he slowly said, if possible, I really want not to be born in the Hyuga clan. This simple feeling is so heavy. Hiyashi even felt that he was out of breath for a moment, unable to breathe. Who is this person in front of him? He is Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Tenin, who can be compared to the past, calmed down the biggest civil unrest in the Hyuga clan. The most powerful genius in history, not only in strength, but also as a young strategist and politician, for the first time pushed the patriarch of the Hyuga clan to the position of Hokage, and the status of the Hyuga clan in Konoha village skyrocketed. He is such a young man who has made such a great contribution to the Hyuga clan. At this moment, in front of the patriarch, he feels that he should not be born in the Hyuga clan. Neji, young people have their own way of doing things. But you have to believe that the seniors must have more mature and stable ideas. Hiyashi was still talking, but Neji turned his head and asked, "Uncle." He called out that way. "When did you become so cowardly and cautious?" Neji felt that he could no longer convince the stubborn, old man, in front of him. Even if he became Hokage, he still could only hold the so-called Hyuga family in his heart. Such a decadent thought, in the new era, may really lead the Hyuga family to a real decline. "Neji, you." Hiyashi was angry and speechless. And Neji asked again, "Who told you that the Uchiha clan, the Senju clan, and the Uzumaki clan are the declining clan?" This question hits the heart of Hyuga Hiyashi. This. He. Neji chuckled lightly. At this moment, he seemed to finally understand what Uchiha Itachi was thinking when he faced the questioning guys from the police department. It is clear that the family has been corrupted to such an extent that they are so stubborn and stupid that no one bothers to be with them, but they still hold their own arrogant attitude and think that they are the ones chosen by God. In the ninja world with such a deep background, it is really too funny. Even now, Neji dare not say that he has completely penetrated chakra and penetrated the world of ninja. Breakthroughs and progress again and again only made Neji aware of the mysteries and unknowns contained in this ninja world, more and more. And his own clan, even the patriarch, was so rotten. Isn't it? The number of their clansmen left now is less than 1,000th of our Hyuga clan. Look. Hiyashi turned his head, and behind him was the former main clan house. Now it has been expanded, and many people from separate families have lived in it. This is the proof that our Hyuga family is prosperous, Hiyashi said loudly. Neji stared blankly at the house for a long time, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Blurted out, "Senju Hashirama calmed down the troubled times. The Uchiha family was the only family that could compete with the Senju family during the war. Although Uchiha Madara went astray, his descendants Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Sasuke have all done things that affect the ninja world. Change. Now that people think about it, they won't miss the Senju and Uchiha families who fought for their own clan during the war. People will only remember them who abandoned the concept of a clan and fought for the village of Konoha." Neji bowed his head slightly, and said again, "The Uzumaki clan, that is a clan with deeper secrets. I have studied the gods in the past and found that in order to open the channel between the world of ninjas and gods, they buried the secrets of the clan under the ground." Quote. "And what about our Hyuga clan?" Neji's eyes widened in anger and looked at Hiyashi. Chapter 706 Please. Answer by Neji. Neji's eyes stared straight at Hiyashi, and Hiyashi couldn't help shivering. Even have time to think about what Neji meant. But the impact is enough that at first glance, it is impossible to refute it. One bite at a time, the Senju clan, the Uchiha clan, yes, they are all heroes who have lived through the ages. But, the Hyuga clan. A cunning fox who protects himself completely, this is what Hiyashi looks like now. In Neji's eyes, a reflection appeared in Hiyashi's terrified look. Neji continued indifferently, "You lost the gentle fist match just now, didn't you?" "What did you say?" Hiyashi frowned slightly, and even started to feel a little dissatisfied with Neji. The so-called master of meritorious power, in the Hyuga clan, Hiyashi can't tell whether he has more power or the younger generation in front of him has more power. Even Elder Hyuga Tions, the only remaining elder of the three elders in the current clan, has retreated and disappeared. And although his authority is in hand, the place where he can play a role is very small. Neji, is it possible that your goal is to completely achieve the Master Hyuga clan, and even the Konoha village, to achieve your own goal? Hiyashi's thoughts, already deviating from Neji's predictions, are getting more and more outrageous. Neji scolded, "It seems that the enemy you have seen is too small, too insignificant. Only looking at your own interests and only looking at small directions is like the way you cultivate If you only care about the offensive method of gentle fist and ignore the 10,000 possibilities of actual combat, you will fall into an unwarranted demonic illusion. At this time, when the enemy wants to end you, it is often only in a split second. Quote. Isn't your analysis very clear? The reason for your failure. The Hyuga clan is now invisible, brought by you to the state when you and I faced off. Neji walked away slowly, past Hiyashi's side. As if a breeze was blowing, at this moment, Hiyashi finally seemed to understand something. At that time, he wanted to defeat Neji wholeheartedly, thinking that if he seized the opportunity, he could well persuade Neji to stop being stubborn and carry out foreign affairs. It is impossible for the 5 great powers to surrender to Konoha village, and even if they can, it must be pressured by force. That time, Uchiha Madara tried to do this, and even failed to get so much resentment from later generations, that the people of Konoha village and the people of this village were jealous of the Uchiha family. And if Neji succeeds, it won't cause any disaster with Konoha village at all, but will make the Hyuga family bear this crime. Will the Hyuga of later generations still have a way to survive? It's just, what exactly is the flaw that Neji said about himself? Hold on, Neji. Hiyashi finally stopped Neji with a trembling tone. Neji naturally stopped. Hiyashi asked, then tell me, what is wrong with the Hyuga family? I admit that in actual combat and politics, now that I am old, I am not as good as you. But, a warm spring breeze blew past. But the hearts of the two are now suspended in the cold after the winter. After all, the towering tree of the Hyuga family cannot fall. After a long time, Neji said, the intention of the Hyuga family to protect themselves is understandable, but this way will only harm themselves. No, I mean. Hiyashi took a deep breath, as if he had to face the very hypocritical self in his heart and summoned the courage. In the end, when did I become like this? The breeze was blowing again, and at this moment, Neji understood. Today, when peace is about to be achieved in the ninja world, is the most chaotic period in the past. The ninja world has never entered peace slowly. It is in the volatile state of the past that people will find a way to survive in chaos. And that was only relative stability, and now the other 4 major countries are watching the movement of Konoha village, the country on fire, and it seems that they are moving towards relative peace. But to be truly peaceful, you have to go through some pretty chaotic times. In the face of this chaotic period, how should the Hyuga family cope? Hiyashi has been unable to find the answer. It's ridiculous. A 50-year-old middle-aged man is asking a 20-year-old for his direction in life. Neji thought about it for a long time and said, in the end, I'm a junior, you are an elder. Logically speaking, I have no way to guide you. It's just. Neji's mind also became heavy. I can tell you why I wasn't influenced by your cowardly thinking. Originally, after the end of the Ninja World War, I also planned to let the Hyuga family just hide in the beautiful mountains and rivers, and live a carefree life with Ino. A life of concern. This is Neji's true thoughts, because, with his own system, he has now quelled the biggest ordeal that the ninja world has seen. Before the future disaster comes, of course, you must enjoy your life well. But it's just a way to escape. Orochimaru gave me a gift the night I married Ino. Impure world reincarnation. Neji said this. Hiyashi slowly widened his eyes. Early winter a year and a half ago. Konoha village at night, with a little snow falling. It's snowing. Ino behind him was a little surprised. And Orochimaru also came to Ino's side knowingly. Ino's heart skipped a beat, and to this day he was a little afraid of Orochimaru in front of him. But Neji had used strength and resourcefulness to bring the divided Konoha village back together again. Is Neji and the deceased person standing there? Neji. Hazashi's voice, familiar in memory, is now unfamiliar. Neji exhaled a long breath. He thought he was just a transmigrator and would not have a blindfold and dependence on this world, but it was not. Looking at his father who was particularly old because of the impure world reincarnation, It was as if his father had witnessed the first half of his life and the day he got married. Father. After a boring reunion in a relationship, Neji asks the question she has always wondered about. Father, at that time, did you really choose to die to get rid of your caged bird predicament? Neji received that letter when he was a child. It was left by Hazashi before he died. In order to ask for the fate of separation, he chose to die. At that time, Neji was already a person who had come from transmigration, and he was quite skilled in his heart, so he could understand it naturally. And what is the real reason? Now, he finally has a chance to ask the exit. And Hazashi was stunned, looking at the now grown-up Neji. Just heard about Neji's current excellence and great achievements. It seems that it is most appropriate to tell you the truth at such a moment. Chapter 707 The Truth. Wrong times. Tell me the truth at this time. Neji frowned slightly, unexpectedly, there seemed to be something unspeakable. Just that in Neji's heart, this kind of dusty details of the past may not be something worth mentioning. It was nothing more than the cause of grief and indignation at the time, and even if I knew it, it would not change anything. Who knows? Looking at Neji who doesn't care, Hazashi said, Neji, this matter is very important. What the hell is going on? Hazashi let out a long breath and said, originally, I didn't expect to see you in this way one day. But I think, maybe one day, you or my brother, he will understand my decision one day. Please tell me. Neji treated people with such respect. After all, in this world, this was his own father. Not being rude, Neji was already listening. Hazashi explained without haste. At that time, everything was the fault of the Kumogakure village. But the senior management of the Kumogakure village didn't know about Akatsuki, so in the end, it fell into the hands of the arrogant and domineering guys in the middle class. The old Kumogakure village had big and small ninja. The so-called ninja is an organization similar to Missing Nin that even genin can join but still belongs to the village, and their leader is Nintu. Quote. Never mind. Neji rubbed his chin, hadn't heard of the concept. Nintu can be equivalent to a shadow. In fact, before Konoha village was established, the village changed. It's just that the village at that time was the ninja. It couldn't accommodate outsiders, and it also followed the rules of ninjas. The three of ninjas' bans are money, wine and women. Quote. The ninjas of the past had the shame of getting married and having children. Once any ninja got married and had children, they would have to be expelled from the ninja. Therefore, unlike the village, the ninja had no way to pass on the lineage. Such a form was quickly eliminated and replaced by a village form. But at the beginning, the village was not attached to the state. It can be said that the current ninja world is developed by that kind of development method. Little by little, it formed what it is today. Quote. At that time, Shinto was killed by his elder brother, Hiyashi, in order to take away Miss Hinata, and it was Shinto who had close contact with the senior management of Kumogakure. This matter, when we were incapable, must have been incompetent. There is a way to reverse the case. But now you. Hazashi's eyes. Neji said, so, it's not just your father, Hiyashi-sama, he also knows about Akatsuki, right? Yes, all the elders and elders of the Hyuga family understand. Neji's heart was deeply shocked. His heart was slightly unbalanced. What a ridiculous result. He asked, so, are all the people of the Hyuga family watching you go into the tiger's mouth and die under such an unjust case without any resistance? Because, at that time, the Hyuga family did nothing wrong. Hyuga family originally sees feudal management and is not involved in political affairs. Anyone who comes in and invades and interferes will be regarded as an enemy, let alone the head of the Kumogakure village, who has attacked the only daughter of main clan. However, Hinata was only 3.5 years old. Hanabi was born when Hinata was 5 years old, which means that Hanabi was not even conceived. At that time, Hinata enjoyed all the highest treatment of the Hyuga family and was regarded as the hope of the Hyuga family in the future. Therefore, Miss Hinata can't lose her father. I won't watch my brother die. If I were main clan, I wouldn't die, I wouldn't let the split die, I would resist to the death, even if the Hyuga clan will suffer trauma, our reputation must not be challenged by such a reckless challenge. Even today, 15 years later, standing here, the bravery in Hazashi's words shocked Neji and Orochimaru and Ino behind him. But you're not main clan. Neji said the sad truth. Hazashi also sighed. It is more than words. This is the way the Hyuga clan behave. Hyuga's style of acting. Neji looked at Hazashi suspiciously, and said with compassion in his eyes. That's right, main clan and the tenet passed down from the times. The main clan of the Hyuga family will become cowardly and cautious in order not to be resented by the people who are separated. The people who are separated will work hard to protect main clan. The people of main clan we must also show an attitude of protecting everyone. They are all willing to sacrifice themselves rather than drag everyone down. But everyone forgot the most important thing. That is when we have done nothing wrong, there will be others to hurt us. At that time, we should not sacrifice any party, but unite to defend against foreign enemies. Neji. Hazashi looked at Neji earnestly, and now his son has grown up and is enough to influence the ninja world. Your uncle was deeply hurt by this kind of thinking. At that time, I wanted him to take the Hyuga clan and disobey the village's orders. I believe that the Hyuga clan can get justice. That matter, if the main clan dies, it will become the butt of jokes for our Hyuga family in the future. Everyone knows that at that time, Kumogakure village was just on a whim, trying to get the secret of Byakugan on main clan's corpse on the grounds of killing main clan. That's why I stood up, because as a branch family, the caged bird is not actually the seal that locks us, but the protection for us. The enemy will not target us anyway, because our Byakugan can't provide them with information. Hazashi's words completely shocked Neji. In that memory and speculation, the paranoid father, in front of his eyes at this moment, is so gentle and upright. My father never hated caged birds, and the people who split up have been living a dull life. What really needs to be useful is main clan. The Hyuga family doesn't need that cowardly attitude. I want to use my bravery. I want my sacrifice to affect my brother a little bit. Let him be able to change the Hyuga family one day in the future. Humble, cowardly fate. We Hyuga should stand up. After hearing what Hazashi said, Neji lowered his head slightly and thought for a while. His mood is mixed. Recalling how timid Hiyashi was after he became Hokage, he has become more cowardly and cautious because of Hazashi's sacrifice. But he didn't know that his younger brother told him with his life as early as more than 10 years ago that he knew how to resist the wrong era. Your cowardice cannot change the outcome of that wrong era. Even if you die, the fate of the Hyuga family will be even more despicable. In the wrong era, in addition to survival, you still have the possibility and hope of saving everything. And the only thing that can make you save this era is not prudence, but the courage of self-sacrifice. Not just you, not just the Hyuga family, not just the village of Konoha. Quote. Neji spoke righteously, but Hiyashi's dull face in front of him was already full of tears. Chapter 708 Meeting. Plan to implement. It turns out, that's it. Hiyashi has nothing to say. Those past grievances seem to be resolved at this moment. When I get older, I shed tears easily. There are not many tears, but they are very precious. Hiyashi took 2 steps back. These 2 steps were not just helpless for his old age. It is also a concession to Neji and abdication to the new era. You are the former 5th generation Hokage, and I have no way to deny some of your achievements, but apart from your identity as the patriarch and the 5th generation Hokage, please don't forget that you are also a Konoha village ninja, and you are also Hyuga. A member of the clan, you are also the older brother of my father Hyuga Hazashi. Neji spoke word by word, his eyes extremely firm. He didn't die for his freedom, he wanted you to see his bravery. Faced with the previous system, you always want to retreat. Keep a low profile. Tolerate. These choices may be able to protect the safety of most clansmen, but they hurt their self-esteem time and time again. If not, if I can stand up and fight for the Hyuga clan earlier. Even the civil strife at that time might be able to stop. Neji said. Hiyashi's scalp tingled. At that time, on that night full of bloody killings, as the fifth Hokage, he could only stand by and watch. It was Neji who was in dire straits from the very beginning, but left all the credits to him, and all the chances of ending, to him, the patriarch. Originally, Hiyashi had doubts, but Neji was heading towards the file in Hyuga Tenmu's hand. Who knows, the dossier was eventually destroyed by Hyuga Tianmu with a sealing technique. Is it possible that you are still at the bottom of the valley to this day? Neji's soul asked, and Hiyashi shuddered. He. Still in that bottomless place, never growing. The dead brother, who used to be a ray of brilliance on his head, was ignored by him. Hazashi. Hiyashi is deeply ashamed, and this ending can't help but sigh. Neji, I see what you mean. He couldn't help covering his face, and he didn't want to persuade Neji anymore. Neji also let out a sigh of relief. Originally, Hiyashi had already retired. He should have taken over these things and moved forward according to his own ideas. Unexpectedly, Hiyashi's stubborn thoughts were so strong that he had no choice but to say something from his heart. You can rest assured that the Hyuga family is still in your hands. However, there are some things I have to do. And you have to agree with my approach. The Hyuga family no longer exists in ancient legends with such strength. By doing so, the Hyuga clan will become a real existence beyond the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Neji's words are sonorous and powerful. In Hiyashi's eyes, he seemed to see a future star, rising slowly. Okay, Neji, you are indeed the future of the Hyuga clan, I believe you. Hiyashi bit Kiba and strengthened his will. The future of the Hyuga family is up to you. He is the patriarch of the older generation, and now he is just an old man guarding the clan. The real future is the child. At this moment, Hiyashi finally understood the true will of fire. In those days, Mr. Sarutobi was right. The will of fire exists in every Konoha ninja. The real jade to protect is the children, and I am not strong enough. Having said this, Neji interjected. Also, the jade that needed your protection back then can now also protect the new children. Neji's mouth twitched. Hanabi. Hiyashi's eyes lit up. Neji turned serious and said, No, Hanabi can't. I have my own plans. Hokage building, meeting room. The Fire Country daimyo sat in the main seat, fanning the wind with a fan, his eyes gloomy and uncertain. Around, sat the senior executives of what is now Konoha village. On the left sits the 6th generation Hokage Tsunade and the future 7th generation Hokage Naruto, as well as 2 senior advisors, Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado, who are old but still actively involved in various political affairs. On the right are Hatake Kakashi, Nara Shikamaru, Neji, and Yamato. At this moment, Neji was standing, and everyone's eyes were attracted to Neji. They also secretly watched each other with strange expressions on their faces. Because just now, Neji explained that as a foreign affairs manager, he would make a grand plan to unify the other 4 countries before the 5 Shadows talks. Seeing that everyone was silent and did not dare to speak, Daimyo took off his fan first. Hyuga Neji, you and I should be old acquaintances. If this idea of yours can be realized, I don't have any opinion. But as the daimyo of the big country of fire, which is affiliated to Konoha village, it is necessary for me to make some substantive suggestions on my doubts. Just say yes. Neji looked very calm. Like. You have seen how to persuade other executives about this idea. After you put forward this opinion, no one agreed. Everyone was horrified by your decision, even the current Hokage and the next Hokage, don't know what to do. Sorry. Could it be that you plan to do this alone? Even if you can do it, it should be done in the name of everyone or in the name of Konoha village. This Daimyo said this. Tsunade couldn't sit still and wanted to speak for Neji. But she recalled that before the meeting, Neji had specifically told her to, don't speak up for him and avoid suspicion. So she tried her best to hold back. Neji, however, took the lead and said, Daimyo, your method of judgment is not quite right. Konoha's high-level meetings have always been relatively calm. Since Danzo's death, everyone has been more united and there will be no major disputes. Basically, they all do their jobs. If you don't believe me, I'll ask you another way. Does anyone have a different opinion on the plan I just proposed? Please stand up. Neji's words made everyone speechless. Regardless of those who are young and participated in the Fourth Ninja World War, everyone knows that Neji has made a lot of contributions, and this matter itself Neji has not made too many demands on everyone, so there is no need to object. And the two most likely to oppose are Kaharu Udatane and Homura Mitokado. But those two people are now silent. Because in the previous debate, they were completely intimidated by Neji's momentum, and if they were to go back on it at this moment, I am afraid that not only would they fail to achieve their goal, but it would also be counterproductive. Daming also glanced at the two advisors from the corner of his eye. Both of them were just sitting on pins and needles and didn't say a word. Chapter 709 Pursue. Realistic Peace. How, sir, no one has any opinion at all? Neji chuckled. Daimyo also nodded slowly, agreeing with the result. After all, he also trusts Neji very much. Neji has also fully realized the transactions made by Neji and their big names before. And Neji has always done things for fame and fortune, so the daimyo did not deliberately oppose Neji. He said, although the influence of ninjas in the whole world is getting bigger and bigger, even if you can rely on your ability and strategy to make the big ninja villages of the 4 major countries bow down to you, how can you convince the other 4 major countries? There are many organizations in the country, not just ninjas. Quote. The name was finished, Neji sneered. Is there anyone in this world who can stop a ninja? This sentence, Neji, has a gloomy connotation. In the final analysis, the world is still dominated by the strong, but if the strong are only for their own selfish desires, the weak are not necessarily willing to endure humiliation like this all the time. But now, as the strongest in the world, ninjas are the ones who most want to pursue peace. Those who are relatively what is the ability and face to oppose the decision of the ninja, who is weak to the ninja. And, for now, ninjas and ninja villages are the village's force deployment and military units relative to the major countries. If even the biggest weapons are united, where will the war come from? The rest of the country, no matter what, whether the economy or the industrial and agricultural industries can develop independently, isn't it easier to grow in a peaceful environment? Neji's speech, from various angles, expounded the complex relationship between the major powers. As a person who specializes in controlling these, daimyo was a little surprised that Neji knew about this. Looks like you've really learned a lot, Neji. The big name nodded slowly. Neji smiled. After all, it's just an idea now. I haven't set off for more than a year. After the end of the ninja war, I ordered everyone to keep my deeds secret, so now for the ninja world, I, Hyuga Neji, are just a ninja once. Not surprising. Quote. So, even if everyone has this idea, only I can implement it, right? For the high-level officials of the countries, I have the ability to implement these arrangements, and for the children and ninjas of future generations, the alliance of the 5 countries will also. It should not be speculated that it is related to the 4th Ninja World War. Quote. What do you mean? Daimyo asked. Neji closed his eyes slightly and said nothing. At this time, Tsunade finally couldn't sit still. She stood up with her hands on the table and said, it means that the 4th Ninja World War has now become a secret, and the ninja who can set off such a stormy sea will definitely become the focus of the world. Everyone wants to know, at that time, the ninja world, what happened, what is the truth about the Moon Eye plan planned by Akatsuki and the others. And whether we announce or conceal the truth of this matter, we must do one thing first, and that is to control all those who may defect. Strength. Tsunade, eyes were very firm. He continued, "The power of ninjas is now unprecedentedly powerful, but even though it is Konoha village, it cannot guarantee a complete foothold in the entire world. Although the overall combat power is the strongest, it is not enough to crush the ninja villages of the other 4 countries. It still has a strong power and a tailed beast. Only by controlling the other 4 major countries can we continue all the arrangements and actions that follow. This is just the foundation and the first step in Neji's plan." Tsunade finished speaking. Everyone began to speak enthusiastically. First, Hitaki Kakashi nodded, didn't stand up, just said lightly, "Furthermore, this is also a measure that has to be taken to prevent the 5th Ninja World War in order to learn from experience. Judging from the past pursuit of peace, the experience gained, the truth is, without real peace, wars will continue." Quote. "So what we have to do, of course, is not to give up the pursuit of peace, but to pursue peace rationally. First, start by reducing one war and avoid one conflict. The union of the 5 powers can make all other small countries feel authoritative. In the future, this huge organization can interfere in all their conflicts and make them afraid and no longer dare to fight. This is actually the idea of Akatsuki at the beginning. That organization is all lunatics who yearn for peace. Although they are lunatics, their set of ideas is still very reasonable. It can effectively promote peace. Since they do not have the ability to see, then we can make further progress on the basis of what can be achieved. Attempt." At this time, Shikamaru also nodded and said, "Kakashi-senpai is right. The war will continue. Neji's approach is to avoid large-scale wars. Now conflicts and petty fights in various places are also problems that we need to solve. But if we avoid talking about big countries and directly interfere in the politics of small countries, it is very likely that it will touch the bottom line of some people, thus triggering their counterattack, or even using the power of a big country to deal with us. We just make a guarantee in advance." Quote. "Approaching peace step by step. Since there is no way to make 100% of the people in this world peaceful, then at least make the world progress from 50% peace to 90% peace. This 40% gap will make the world, and the tolerance the world has greater possibilities. This is the so-called realistic peace." Quote. The words of the crowd were so neat and tidy, which really surprised the daimyo. "It's really unexpected that you guys are so neat this time, and the 2 advisors don't have any opinions?" asked the daimyo. Kaharu Udatane. "No opinion. Homura Mitokado. They were right." "Then, since that's the case, let's talk about your detailed process." Daimyo breathed a sigh of relief. He was just presiding over this meeting. In fact, he was not very able to influence the situation that had already formed a foregone conclusion. Then it's me." At this moment, Yamato, who had been sitting beside Neji, stood up. He pushed away his chair, walked out of the seat, and then a large curtain fell from the side of the conference room. The light came down impressively. Yamato stood in the light, and the current map of the ninja world on the curtain also clearly showed the clear situation of the 5 major countries today. "Hello everyone, I'm Yamato. As the envoy of the 6th generation Hokage to investigate the ninja world, I will now explain to you the current situation of the other 4 countries." Everyone looked up and listened attentively. First is our country of fire. I won't say much about the strength of the Fire Nation, but I will summarize the strengths in a few points. First of all, Naruto and Sasuke, who made great achievements in the 4th Ninja World War. Their own prestige is extremely high among the young people in the ninja world at this time. In addition, they once left behind in the Valley of the End. According to legend, it just corresponds to the former Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Chapter 710 Intelligence. State of the country. Hearing this, Naruto smiled and seemed to be a little proud. Yamato continued, "Sasuke is currently investigating a secret mission, and Naruto is about to succeed the 7th generation of Hokage. This is a better ending than the 2 great ninjas who assess the troubled times. In addition, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto. These 2 are also the powerful combat power of the 4 ninja wars. Although they have done wrong, is also the core combat power of Konoha Village. All in all, in terms of top combat power, Konoha Village is well-deserved number one in the ninja world. Quote. So I focus on the flaws in Konoha Village. First and foremost, the children of the village. Because of the influence of the Fourth World War, the children of the village were too severely protected. In stark contrast to the ninjas of their predecessors, there are very few outstanding children in the village today. It can be said that only Naruto's disciple Konoha Maru and Hyuga Hanabi of the Hyuga family can be named. The gap between the next generation of ninjas and their predecessors is too great. Naruto has become Hokage, and Konoha Maru, who is 5 years younger than him, not even a chunin now. Quote. When Yamato said this, Naruto lowered his eyebrows, and couldn't help but think of how Konoha Maru lost to Hanabi, feeling a little embarrassed. Yamato continued, the other 4 major countries have similar problems, these problems. Next, Yamato made an in-depth analysis of some of the internal structures and contradictions of the 5 major countries. Further interpretation of the importance of Neji's move, and having made so many preparations, it is completely possible to effectively implement Neji's plan. Regardless of the specific success or failure, the motives and practices are so clear that the top executives have no reason to object. The long meeting time passed. Kakashi was even a little sleepy. Next, is the feedback from major countries on the proposal to establish friendly diplomatic relations with Konoha. Yamato's words instantly lifted everyone's spirits. Feedback. What do you mean? Especially Kakashi, who also seems to be kept in the dark. Yamato smiled and explained, yes, in fact, Neji has already made a wave of attempts before telling everyone the news, and various countries have given different feedbacks. This move is really good. Let everyone remove some of their doubts about this matter first, and then tell everyone that this matter is already being implemented when the acceptance level is almost the same. And at this moment, everyone's attitude towards the countries that Yamato said, naturally shows the need for this plan to be implemented. Keisuke Gaara, the 5th generation of Sunagaku Village, is very supportive of establishing friendly relations with Konoha. But, the management doesn't agree. The reason is that Sunagaku Village gained some land sharing rights by giving up the tailed beast. And the resources of various industries depend on the situation of checks and balances between countries. If you surrender to Konoha Village regardless of feedback from other countries, the country's industries the chain will collapse at once, because the special landform of the Land of Wind determines their lack of various resources, and even some common medicinal herbs have to go through complex cultivation procedures to complete the cultivation output. At this time, Neji took the initiative to say, what they are worried about is that other countries will attack them as allies in order to attack Konoha at this time. It can be said that they favor Konoha, but this statement is to let Konoha give them to them. Some security, whether it's land or tailed beasts. This is a good solution, but I have a better solution. What way? Damon still cares a lot about this kind of thing. After all, if the 5 countries that check and balance each other can unite, the advantages will definitely outweigh the disadvantages. That is to naturally deal with the other 3 big countries first, then the country of wind has to compromise. At that time, the country of fire, the leader of the 5 countries, was a foregone conclusion, and everything had to be reported to the country of fire. The land of winds don't have to be afraid of being without support. On the contrary, the land of the tailed beasts they want is a burden. At that time, they will rush to abandon all the extra conditions and join us. Neji said, gently sketching an arc. Interesting. Daimyo smiled lightly, which was similar to the first thought in his mind. Neji really has a talent for arguing, and he manages all the steps so smoothly and clearly. It can be said that it is the posture of heaven. Born at the right time. Land of Thunder, Kumogakur Village. It's a tough country. How? Yamato continued, the management of Kumogakur Village is very ambitious. Back then, they took Kumogakur Village from the most barren country to the most powerful country. They are very confident in their own set of plans, and they are not afraid of temporary problems. Behind Konoha, quote, So in the past year and a half, they quickly used the reputation of Killer Bee Jinchuriki, column force Killer Bee in the 4 Ninja Wars to carry out hype and twist. To shape Killer Bee as the hero of the 4 Ninja Wars, and vigorously develop education, many young ninja children in the village have been promoted to chunin and even some outstanding ones have become jonin, performing various tasks. Their ambitious development is also a bold admission of their own ambitions. Therefore, they naturally turned a blind eye to our friendly establishment of diplomatic relations. They directly stated that they would have an equal interview, and one more point. There was some hesitation in Yamato's eyes, and after he hesitated, he still said, the management of the Kingdom of Thunder also has ulterior motives. They also fabricated the fact that Neji brought the 2-tailed Jinchuriki column to force Yugito. Fudge. The most popular saying among the descendants of Kumogakure village is that Hyuga Neji of Konoha village forcibly kidnapped Yugito in order to report Hyuga Hazashi back then. Yugito sold his body, barely survived in Konoha village, and managed to escape back to Kumogakure. The village, and Yugito himself was trapped in Kumogakure village by the senior officials of the Kingdom of Thunder on the grounds of a secret mission, and was not allowed to go out. Quote. Everyone was speechless, especially Neji. In this way, in the eyes of the children of Kumogakure village, is it not the end of my romance? Neji was completely speechless, and if he continued like this, he would probably end up with Eternal. Daming smiled softly and asked, Neji, what are you going to do about this country of thunder? Neji's face sank, and he said, oh, it won't work if you don't solve it. But after calming down for a while, he still said, Kumogakure village is not in a hurry, I have already prepared a sharp sword specially designed to restrain them. It's just, I'm not in a hurry to stab them out. A confident smile appeared on Neji's face. Everyone was surprised by this confidence. Logically speaking, this is a dead end. In diplomatic politics, the attitude of the enemy is very important. Now the country of Lei's rebellious attitude is almost blocking all the way. Chapter 711 Spell. Cousin effect in the world of Tsukuyomi. The attitude of Lei Zhiguo clearly means that he does not intend to establish friendly diplomatic relations. So what else can Neji do to subdue the Land of Thunder? People are so tough, you can't really fight hard, right? Even if we can win, what is the difference between this and the Kyubi, Nine Tails rebellion? At that time, only life will be ruined, and even other major countries will doubt Konoha, and the world will also doubt Konoha's belief in pursuing peace. At that time, the entire country of fire will be in dire straits, and it is suspected that it does not pursue peace at all, but only pursues domination. Okay, let's talk about the next one. And Neji didn't seem to have groundless self-confidence, and immediately signaled that Yamato didn't care about the bad attitude of the Kingdom of Thunder. Okay, next is the Iwagakure village in the Land of the Land. Not only the village of Iwagakure, the people of the Land are relatively simple and mellow, so they are more united. The attitude they gave is to postpone the plan to establish diplomatic relations. Then, there must be some hidden dangers in the village, right? Shikamaru spoke. As expected of Shikamaru, I quickly thought of it. Neji praised. Shikamaru smirked and said, no, Neji, you've won the prize. So, you know the truth. No, I don't know. It's precisely because I don't know, so the next step is to know. Neji's mouth twitched. What? Everyone was surprised. Neji explained, there must be something difficult to solve in the Land of the Land that has an impact on the internal structure. Now the best way is to give them favors. That is to go to their country to help them, the kind and simple people of the Land. I will definitely remember the kindness I put in front of my eyes, and I will favor those who help them. And Neji's eyes glanced, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Compared with the wind, the Land of the Land is indeed more barren resources. And the management of the Wind country is very good at establishing diplomatic relations, but the Land of the Land is different. These years secretly suffered a lot of losses. Those who are not good at establishing diplomatic relations seem to be unwilling to have a good relationship with any party, but they are the easiest to deal with by using the simple formula of establishing diplomatic relations. All in all, I am the most confident to solve this country. Neji said. Everyone was silent. They don't know what else Neji can't do. Next one, Neji said lightly. But everyone is not easy, they are different from Neji, they don't know how to deal with these countries. After all, they not only don't have Neji's strength, but also don't have as much information as Neji Master has. The last one is Kurigakure village in the Land of Water. At first glance, Kurigakure in the Land of Water is the best solution, but it's not. Yamato's eyes also flashed a hint of gloom. The village of Kurigakure in the Land of Water actively responded to the establishment of friendly relations with us, and gave us the initiative. But this actually means that all the consequences and problems must be left to us to solve. If it's good, then things will go out of control. Kurigakure village has many problems, big and small, including the land of blood fog that has appeared before, as well as rumors of medical troops in Anbu, rampant charms. When Yamato said this, Neji was taken aback. Furious. A spell. Yamato nodded and explained. This is a spell that requires extremely fine chakra control to be used, which is equivalent to the curse of the curse. It can make people like opening the 8 inner gates, liberate the limitations of the human body, and can greatly improve the circulation of chakra to improve the ability. But after using it, the user will face the risk of death. But in Neji's mind, there was a sound. According to this, then the world in Infinite Tsukuyomi, part of the setting and story, is real. White. Neji took a deep breath, recalling everything he had experienced in Infinite Tsukuyomi, his eyes cloudy. I see, go ahead and talk. Neji said indifferently. That's about it. The problems in Kurigakure village are innumerable. In addition to what I just said, there are also a lot of missing nin. Neji nodded secretly. This is similar to the plot in Infinite Tsukuyomi. The development model of Kurigakure village and the extremely unstable high-level structure are doomed to this ending. Perhaps there are still many high-rises in Kurigakure village today, but they actually belong to missing nin. Otherwise, how could there be a capital gangster group like Cardo in the Land of Water? This has nothing to do with the local rulers. Then the meeting is over. After a brief exchange, Neji stood up. Since everyone has put forward their own valuable suggestions, and they are willing to perform their own duties and support my approach. Tomorrow, I will set off for the first country. There are still more than 2 months before the official 5 Shadows talks. I will use this time to make a strong contribution to our unity. Quote. Neji finished speaking, everyone applauded. Whether Neji succeeds or fails, just being willing to take this step is far beyond everyone's courage and responsibility. Except for Neji, no one else has such courage and determination. So, where are you going first? Naruto asked first. Neji narrowed his eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, he explained, of course it's the village of Iwagakure in the Land of Earth. Why Iwagakure village? Everyone is not surprised. After all, there have been too many surprises in this meeting. So they wouldn't be surprised that Neji chose which ninja village to operate first. Because only Iwagakure village I am the least sure, I mean about what happened inside them. I am very curious about what changes have taken place inside them. Whether it can be solved is only second. After all, I need more accurate information to be able to do better. Good judgment. As for other villages who already know Akatsuki's information, the best way is to wait for the opportunity. And Iwagakure village, I can't wait any longer. So, which genin to take? Homura Mitokado. Neji narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had his own considerations. Genin. Naruto blinked his eyes in confusion. Although Neji was already thinking about it, he had no idea what kind of operation he was taking with genin, and he didn't mention it at all in the meeting just now. Shikamaru, who was at the same time as Naruto, he was also Naruto's military advisor in the future, so he couldn't help taking care of Naruto's doubts. He pinched his brows helplessly, and sighed, "No. Naruto, you don't even know this. You are going to become the 7th Hokage in the future. Can you do more homework in private?" "Hello." Naruto showed an embarrassed look and pouted. I've been doing my homework very hard." "What does this mean, Shikamaru?" Chapter 712 Never mind. Age of Youth. Shikamaru let out a breath and released Shikai. This is a long-standing tradition in the ninja world. When friendly diplomatic relations are established, whether it is between villages and villages, or between countries on behalf of countries. In addition to diplomatic envoys, the team must bring a genin under the age of 15. Quote. Huh, why? Naruto blinked, looking ignorant. Shikamaru went on to explain, because children and descendants are the objects of protection of the village and the country. The establishment of friendly diplomatic relations is for the sake of win-win results and for the interests of both parties. In order to reach a contract, it is very likely that some changes will occur. At that time, the party to be interviewed will take care of the child and cannot attack the messenger, because the messenger is also taking care of the children who are genin. If it starts because of hatred for the messenger, then the whole ninja world will know about Akatsuki. Then the country or the village will have no place to stand. Quote. On the contrary, this child is not only the life-saving charm of the messenger, but also the guarantee of the party being interviewed. Many villages and countries have strict defense work. Normally, outsiders are not allowed to enter their territory so deeply. But if you bring children, you can. Because no matter how inhumane countries and villages are, they can only strictly train children internally, and they cannot blatantly sacrifice children in the struggle between the country and the village. Inhumane behavior that will be spurned by all ninjas. Quote. After explaining, Shikamaru looked at Naruto. Do you understand? This is common sense. Neji is a messenger to establish diplomatic relations must be friendly and sincere. Genin under the age of 15 is a sincerity. A good opportunity for the younger generation of the village to experience an experience. Naruto nodded slowly and looked at Neji dumbly. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on Neji. Advisor Kaharu Udatane said, since we are going to the unknown village of Iwagakure to establish diplomatic relations, then we can't figure out the enemy's way. Besides, the old man Onoki is still alive for 2 days, and we don't know what tricks they will use. Kaharu Udatane seemed extremely dissatisfied with Onoki. Homura Mitokado also nodded indifferently and said, that's right, so the child that Neji brings with him had better be a good child. It's better to have some special abilities, and there are very few genins that are really useful. I suggest, it's better find one in the past root organizations. There are many children with special abilities, who have not participated in the Chunin exam but actually already have the strength of Jonin. Having said that, Homura Mitokado looked at Yamato. Kaharu Udatane nodded and said, Yamato in the past, when it was still called Tianzang, was like this and solved a lot of trouble for the village. So, it can't be done now. Tsunade stood up, patting his hands on the table. Everyone was attracted, and Tsunade said angrily, the past is the past. Now Danzo is dead, and the root organization no longer exists. Those children who are Jonin should make up for their lost childhood. Konoha village is strong enough that they don't need to work for the village anymore. And, Neji he has his own plans. Tsunade said, looking at Neji. Kaharu Udatane frowned slightly, and was about to retort, but found that Homura Mitokado stopped her. You. Homura Mitokado whispered. Forget it, Tsunade is actually right. Even though Kaharu Udatane had all kinds of worries about the future of the village, he couldn't express it at this moment. After all, now is really the age of young people. Their voice is too limited. So, what do you guys recommend? Daimyo said. Kakashi raised his eyelids and said nothing. Shikamaru swallowed as well. This is a very sensitive topic, so naturally he wouldn't speak casually when Konoha's high-level role was not heavy. After all, this kind of thing is not external, but also involves internal affairs. Anyone who is recommended by anyone may be trying to interfere with Neji's choice, so it is better not to participate at all. At this time, Naruto smiled instead and said, if that's the case, why don't Neji take Hinata's sister there? That kid is very strong. The last time I saw it with my own eyes, he already had a strength that completely surpassed Chunin. What is missing is some experience. Quote. No. Neji immediately denied it. Why? Because Neji wasn't pretending to be high, but he was really worried. Everyone should know what Sasuke is investigating. Kagaya, who was sealed by Sasuke and Naruto in the Fourth Ninja War, is the mother of the ancestors of the Hyuga family. The most precious Byakugan handed down from the Hyuga family is now on Hinata and Hanabi. Sasuke came back from an injury some time ago. That's what Kagaya's companions did. This news surprised everyone. What? Could it be that? That's right, Kagaya's comrades are ready to move. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Neji continued, so everyone in the Hyuga clan must strictly hide their identities. The reason why I went to carry out foreign affairs is because I have no way to hide myself, so I can only stay outside the village, so as not to bring disaster to the village. Quote. So, Neji, who are you going to bring? There is no better child than Hanabi in the village now. Naruto said. Isn't there another one? Your disciple. Neji's mouth twitched. Naruto was startled. Next day, Konoha village, outside the gate. Konohamaru watched the rising sun with a backpack on his back. The ninja tool bag was also filled with supplementary items such as ninja tools and military ration pills, and beside it, there were two figures of about the same height. Konohamaru, I really envy you. Udon sucked in his own snot. Mengwang also pouted. Really? Konohamaru, you have to take good care of yourself next. This is a rare opportunity. Really? What are you doing? Konohamaru was not angry, with a look of resentment. Originally, Naruto brother informed me that there is a Super S-level mission that I can go abroad, and I am not too happy, but why are you this guy? Konohamaru pointed at the figure in front of her with a resentful expression on her face. I saw that Neji was relaxed, with a sword on his back, exactly like a swordsman who was free and easy. Neji laughed and said, what? Can't I? Of course. You are far worse than big brother Naruto. Konohamaru narrowed his eyes, probably because of Naruto. Neji boasted too much, as the hero of the Fourth Ninja War, saved the world, but flattered this kind of guy. It must be because you are Sister Hinata's older brother that Naruto praises you so much. Otherwise, if you are so powerful, why didn't you make a contribution in the Fourth Ninja World War? Chapter 713 Set Off. Fidget Konoha Pills. Facing Konohamaru's questioning, Neji had no choice but to smile. He is now a little calmer when facing himself, and there is only a child in front of him. Comparatively speaking, making the world unaware of their past is the only way to be satisfied with such an effect. In a way, this is a sign of his own success. Really, you have no fame at all, and you are always so confident that no one can beat your eyes. Konohamaru murmured bitterly. And Udon on the side sniffed. I'm sorry. Brother Neji. In fact, Konohamaru only resents you because he was defeated by your apprentice Hyuga Hanabi. He is just a child, please don't care. Menghuang also covered his mouth with a smile and said, really? Konohamaru is really a small child. The two of them complained in turn, making Konohamaru feel that he lost face. Hey, you too. Ha ha ha, that's how it is, so I understand Tilda. Neji raised an eyebrow. No, no. Konoha stared at Neji sullenly. And Neji just smiled, looking at their appearance, thinking of who he used to be. But they happened to live in a relatively peaceful era. Except for Pain's invasion of Konoha, they had basically never seen the cruelty of real war, so they still barely retained the innocence of children in peacetime. It didn't have the mature demeanor of Neji's generation at that time, but it was a good thing. That kind of maturity was just a stress response from war and fear, so don't worry. Sent off Mengwang and Udon, and finally set off. Really, if it wasn't for the task, I would never have been with you. Chu had walked out of the large forest outside Konoha, and Konoha Maru was still muttering. And Neji used Byakugan to quietly observe all the nearby roads. It doesn't look like there is any danger. If you encounter any danger, you must remember to protect yourself as soon as possible, not to fight. Neji just said that casually, and Konohamaru couldn't sit still. Hey, stop your bossy eyes. Really, I can't stand you anymore. Konohamaru is full of dissatisfaction. Neji, on the other hand, was stunned and helpless. It seems that this guy is also the type of inch-to-inch. Really, is it possible that before I set off, I have to find a way to make this guy honest? What is the simpler and more direct way? Neji was lost in thought. Seeing Neji pondering once more, Konohamaru got even more angry. Hey, stop pretending to be calm. I know you hate me now and want to solve my trouble. Haha, you guy, really said it right once. Neji suddenly smiled, a sincere smile. I didn't expect this guy to get it right once. At that moment, I really wanted to solve his trouble. If I could. In Neji's eyes, a flash of killing intent flashed alternately. I really want to kill you. I said kill. Neji said this, but narrowed his eyes. But the more so, under the warm sunshine, it seems more lethal. Gudong, Konohamaru couldn't help swallowing. His heart was a little shaken at the moment. Konohamaru is afraid. The look in his eyes just now didn't seem to be tricky or pretentious. The guy in front of him was not optimistic. Maybe he is really a scum, killing himself here. Maybe. Forget it. Konohamaru turned her head away and was shocked. Those unreasonable troubles of his own may really provoke this guy and do some excessive things. He has sensed some danger. Although this guy is definitely not as powerful as Naruto's brother, but if he wants to kill himself, as a Jonin, there must be various ways. Wait, don't think about leaving, I've figured out a way. Neji said, the corner of his mouth twitched. Konohamaru has hair on his back. You, don't come here. What the hell are you going to do? Konohamaru took a deep breath and swallowed. He didn't know why. Neji's eyes, pure white pupils seemed to reflect the world of heaven, so terrifying. If you really don't agree, why don't you fight with me? If you lose, then listen to me, how about that? Neji asked. Konohamaru stood there blankly, his eyes dull. Fight. What are you kidding? This is justifiably looking for a reason to kill yourself. But, no matter what you are, if you want to kill me, Naruto will not let you go. Humph. Konohamaru seemed to be under pressure to ultimate, and said angrily. Neji, on the other hand, frowned slightly, with a black question mark on his face. You bastard, what are you thinking about? Kill you. I didn't say that. Neji shrugged. And Konohamaru was stunned for a moment, he didn't say anything. That. What did you hear just now? Don't you mean to get rid of yourself? Konohamaru snorted and said angrily, Humph. You still don't admit it, don't you want to fight? Come on. This guy in front of him seems to be destined to be difficult to deal with. Anyway, he also got into this disaster at the beginning, and now it seems that it is too late to escape. He is the grandson of Hokage of the 3rd generation and the apprentice of Hokage of the 7th generation. Absolutely not cowardly. Bang, the heavy backpack was thrown away and fell to the ground. The backpack is so heavy, do you pack a month's worth of snacks? I can tell you that it only takes 3 days for me to establish diplomatic relations this time. Neji chuckled. However, Konohamaru's mood is not so relaxed, he said. Don't be rhetoric, since you want to fight, you must go all out. Go all out, can you beat me? Neji's mouth twitched. Konohamaru bit Kiba, cold sweat dripping from her forehead. Indeed, no matter how he thought about it, it was useless. No matter how much he looked down on the guy in front of him, he was born after the famous family of the Hyuga family, and it is said that he was once a proud genius of the Hyuga family, and now he is at the level of an elite jonin. And he is at best a quasi-chunin level. Even if he performs exceptionally, he is unlikely to win a jonin. What's more, he lost to Hyuga Hanabi. The guy in front of him is Hyuga Hanabi's master. The difficulty is even higher. Neji seemed to see Konohamaru's anxiety and chuckled, nervous. Don't worry, I'll give you a chance. Saying that, Neji stepped back and held out a hand. Then, he stretched out his left hand and stretched out a little finger. Chapter 714 Concession. No one. Neji's mouth twitched slightly, and he raised his hand. Hands clenched into fists. This was originally a very sassy gesture to meet the challenge. But the little finger that was lifted up was extraordinarily abrupt and strange. Konohamaru was also stupid for a while. Although he was only less than 6 years younger than Neji, he was more than a head shorter than Neji. He frowned tightly and stared straight ahead at Neji's little finger in the air. What do you mean? Konohamaru had obviously entered a state of alert, and even his voice was lowered, looking a little fierce. Neji, who is far higher than his thousands or hundreds of realms, is just some bluffing tricks. One finger is enough for you. Konohamaru's forehead turned black, and his eyes were full of displeasure and anger. Damn it. It's okay to look down on people, why are you still using your little finger? This. I thought Konohamaru was Naruto's apprentice and also likes to rampage, but now it seems to be a detail control. Neji smiled shyly and explained, well, because I don't think even one finger is too much to deal with you but. If you don't use it, you can't do it, right? Or half a finger. The back of my hand. Neji laughed a little bit happily. After all, he was just looking at the sky and was in high spirits, and a ninja of the level of Konohamaru in front of him, 100 times would not be enough for him. So even if you don't use your fingers, Neji is sure to win this guy. Just see what Neji thinks. This kind of game is extremely easy. Really? Just because you are a jonin and possess a certain amount of strength, are you wanton insulting genin? Konohamaru clenched her fists with both hands and took a step back. His eyes were full of tension and anger. Such emotions were quickly captured by Neji. There must be anger for sure, because Neji looked down on him so much, just wanted to arouse his anger, so that he could slap him in the face so that he could be obedient along the way. But what surprised Neji a little was the extra tension. I looked down on him so little, I couldn't help but let him despise him. On the contrary, I was a little wary of my inexplicable self-confidence. It seems that you still have a very clear understanding of your own level. Not bad. Neji's heartfelt praise. Konohamaru swallowed, his eyes fixed on Neji's every movement. He murmured, this guy is from the Hyuga family. His Byakugan can easily see through my movements, and the amount of chakra is completely incomparable to me. I have tried with Naruto brother before, Just relying on my chakra can completely suppress all my power. This guy might be able to do it too. That's why he is so careful. And taking 10,000 steps back, even if he is a taijutsu ninja, the amount of chakra is not enough. Then he will use Byakugan to play melee games with me, first avoid all my attacks, but then take advantage of my unpreparedness, simple use the acupuncture hand to defeat me. The gap between Jonin's strength and Genin's is still too big, even that Hanabi's actual combat experience is terrible, this guy can't be underestimated. Hey, kid, I can tell by the shape of your mouth what you're muttering. Neji reluctantly drew a wry smile, but he still recognized this kid in his heart. After all, being able to analyze one's own situation in a short period of time is really difficult for many genins to do. Now is not the age of war, and it is incomparable to the environment in which I was at the time. So Konohamaru can be considered a genin who has seen great winds and waves, and he is indeed a talent that can be used to cultivate. It's just this character that doesn't admit defeat. I should help him change it. A man can bend and stretch. If he is like Naruto, he has the stubbornness of not hitting the southern wall and not turning back. The guy who doesn't have the protagonist halo may die thousands of times along the way. Back. It's just that this kid is so vigilant, and his deliberately lowering his posture at this moment seems to have the opposite effect. HMPH, don't worry. I must. Konohamaru doesn't dare to be confident and affirmed now. It is Genin's disadvantaged start to Jonin. The other party still shows such confidence and contempt, and his chances of winning can be seen 1 or 2. Unexpectedly, Neji in front of him chuckled loudly and asked, "Haha. Why don't I give you some more concessions? Otherwise, I'll feel boring. Who doesn't like challenges? I also want to challenge myself." This time, Konohamaru couldn't help but loosen the corners of his mouth and widened his eyes dumbfounded. "What do you mean?" "Because I have seen such an arrogant and domineering attitude of the enemy just now. In fact, Konohamaru will believe what Neji says now. And you will be very confident in your own judgment. This is also Neji's psychological tactics. Everything must be done step by step. The so-called human nature is also a good use of attack. Neji's decades of life has not been in vain. Meaning, I also think it is expected to beat you with one finger. Then, let me give myself a little more constraints. Aren't you worried about my chakra and Byakugan? This way. Neji said word by word. Don't use Byakugan's ability, don't use any chakra, just use physical skills without chakra and a little finger. To beat you, how? Neji said with an arrogant smile. Haha, after all, you look so timid, you don't have much ability, right? I'm afraid you won't be able to hold on for a round in front of Hanabi. Neji's words gave Konohamaru an instant confidence. Just kidding, not using chakra. Not using Byakugan. Then what is the difference between the ninjas of the Hyuga clan and the trash? Also, Neji mentioned Hanabi on purpose, which was also noticed by the attentive Konohamaru. To the extent that Neji underestimates and estimates himself, he thinks that he can only hold on to Hyuga Hanabi's hand for one round with all his strength. Then, it can be seen that Neji does not use Byakugan and chakra and only uses one pinky finger. The strength estimate should be inferior to Hyuga Hanabi's full strength. No, it's definitely not as good as Hanabi. Konohamaru judged so, and he clenched his fists and became confident. Last time, I lasted more than a dozen rounds in front of Hyuga Hanabi, and I didn't try my best at all. So today's challenge, he is confident. Then let's get started. The sound of pat and pat reminded Neji, taking a step back, feigning fear. But he smiled inwardly. This kid really fell for it. He was just like Naruto, but he was bold and careful. As long as you step into the trap, you will rush forward like a donkey without looking back. And Neji was waiting for this moment, and stretched out one leg. Tips for carving bugs. Konohamaru groaned and jumped up the moment he got close to Neji. Neji swept over with one leg and fluttered, and Konohamaru had already jumped up and punched down. Neji can only use one pinky finger and has no chakra. Even if the human body's limits are used to resist fists, it is definitely a disadvantage. Neji and Konohamaru are aware of this. So the situation is very clear. This move, Neji will definitely hide. Chapter 715 Succeed. Chain Attack. Great opportunity. Konohamaru also saw this opportunity, and when Neji would definitely defend his punch, the whole person also pressed forward. Then there are only two ways Neji chooses to avoid. The first is to rely on speed to immediately pull away to avoid the next series of attacks. In a state where chakra cannot be used, the speed of the human body is the fastest and it is difficult to exceed gravity. So if Neji wants to use speed to avoid perfectly, Konohamaru will immediately land, launch a second attack, and push Neji into a corner step by step. The second is to forcibly avoid the continuous attacks of Konohamaru in place. If you have good skills and know the enemy's attack methods well, it is not difficult to do this. But Konohamaru is sure of it. Attack works. Wow. With a punch, as expected, Neji immediately avoided it. At the critical point, Konohamaru continued to press the whole body forward, the other hand was already imposing, and the attack of the double fists could make Neji can only be on the defensive, which would give Konohamaru an absolute advantage in the next battle. How will you choose? Neji reached out and pointed that pinky finger at Konohamaru's chest. Konohamaru bites Kiba and groans. Bang! Chakra erupts in the chest. Neji was startled, a little surprised. Konohamaru said, although you can attack by taking advantage of your speed, don't forget that it is you who restricts chakra. I only need to use chakra to defend my whole body, and it will be difficult for you to find flaws. Unexpectedly, when Konohamaru just pressed past, Neji took advantage of the speed and immediately pulled away. But because there is no chakra blessing, Neji just used the physical fitness that has been exercised over the years to move quickly. Such a fast movement is already a bit laborious when it has to overcome gravity, so a certain buffer time will be required. After landing, the Konohamaru twitched the corner of his mouth, all as he wished. Whether you attack or defend, the result is the same. Huh. Konohamaru took the lead and rushed past. The power of Hayate emanated from behind him, and Neji widened his eyes. Is this Hayate Asuma's? Neji narrowed his eyes, suddenly nostalgic. But at this moment, it is too late. The so-called futon wind style Hayate technique is actually the predecessor of the futon wind style chakra mode, a semi-finished technique created by Asuma for the students. When Ino and Neji fought for the first time, and Asuma is Konohamaru's uncle, and Konohamaru also learned a part of it, which is reasonable. If you can use chakra, it can still be solved easily, but now you can't use chakra, the speed is definitely lower than mine, you can't escape. Bang! Konohamaru punched in the past and smiled. Excellent. He gasped. Genin was better than Jonin at the game, which was a great encouragement to him. But the other party seems to have a huge force, resisting. Neji was in a difficult situation, using only one pinky finger to resist Konohamaru's attack. How is that possible? Is this guy a monster? With just one little finger, he withstood his full-strength fist. And his fist also comes with his own chakra, wind attribute chakra. It really doesn't feel like chakra. This guy is completely resisting with the strength of his body. Konoha realized after the pill, and saw that Neji's expression was not very relaxed. It's a bit capable, boy, it's a bit more difficult than I thought, but you should be more than that, right? Faced with Neji's mockery, Konohamaru couldn't hold back naturally. The guy in front of him has swelled to the point of using such a limitless condition to fight against him, so of course he can't just let him be so arrogant. Konohamaru let go and gave up the attack. Since your fist will be easily blocked by the little finger, it is no longer the optimal strategy to use frequent attack patterns to gain an offensive advantage. If the place has the ability to defend, then it is futile to attack again and again. It is better to choose a powerful attack that can completely defeat the opponent's defense. Although you cannot attack frequently, as long as you hit it, you can immediately end the battle. The Konohamaru backed away immediately, and quickly hand seal. The art of shadow clone. Seeing the immediate reaction of Neji in front of him, Neji couldn't help but sigh, huh. Interesting, is there a new way of fighting so soon? It's just that this way of fighting is too basic, and at first glance, it looks like too many conventional ideas, and it doesn't look like there are too many actual battles. Neji suddenly froze for a moment and looked up at the clouds in the sky. After thinking for a while, he said leisurely to himself, Teacher Asuma, you nephew, you don't have the chance to take him to see the world, but you see. Isn't this job in my hands? There is a chance. You really want to invite me for a drink or something? Ah. There, Konohamaru is already screaming and charging. Neji was startled, then immediately lowered his head and looked straight at him. Oh, is the new tactic a direct rampage? But I really didn't understand it last time. This time I know your attacking habit. Neji murmured, took 2 steps forward and stretched out her little finger. Wow. Impressively poke. The first shadow clone in front immediately dissipated with a bang, and just behind the shadow clone, there was another shadow clone coming back with a fist, and Neji was startled. Immediately lowered his head, and swiped his little finger across his body. If holding a sword, Neji used his little finger to unleash a move like I/slash, completely defeating the shadow clone. Next. Before Neji could stand still, the next one came with white eyes and a Rasengan in his hand. And the ball is not too small. It's the size of the head of a Konoha pill. Huh, yes, boy. Neji was taken aback and saw Konohamaru rushing fast. Neji's mouth hooked, and he swept his legs. Click, Konohamaru was knocked away, and Neji chuckled. But, bang, tilde. This is Shadow Clone 2. Successful. At this moment, a ray of light came from the top of Neji's head, and the real Konohamaru rubbed the Rasengan and charged straight towards Neji. Not only is the speed amazing, but the attack method that borrows gravity and dynamic potential energy also makes it difficult for Neji to dodge for a while. But it is only a little finger, and there is absolutely no way to fight against this huge A-level ninjutsu Rasengan. Hurry, Neji sighed and said, oh, there's no other way, let's end the game. Saying that, Neji took a step back, and turned his face towards Konohamaru's Rasengan instead. Konohamaru was taken aback and widened her eyes. I thought to myself, could this guy want to die? Chapter 716 Curious. What a person. This guy. Konohamaru didn't expect that when his genin tried his best to fight against this jonin, this guy could still break the jar. The opponent will have no chance of winning. If Neji's finger is accidentally broken or he is injured, the chance to participate in the Super S-grade mission will definitely be lost. After thinking about so much for a moment, Konohamaru-jun's heart was shaken and he swayed his position. So much so that Rasengan deviates from the original track. Neji was startled and smiled slightly. Sure enough, it's still a naive child. Neji breathed a sigh of relief and stretched out his pinky finger, barely moving, slightly touching Konohamaru's wrist. Then, in an instant, Konohamaru widened his eyes. Whoa whoa whoa. He shouted and fell to the ground, and Rasengan threw it out quickly, spinning on the ground in the opposite direction. Then he turned to the tree, and the forest of the country of fire behind him was knocked down one tree after another. Then, Konohamaru exclaimed, and felt her pleasure slowly disappear. Consciousness recovered slowly after intense stimulation. I don't know how long it took, maybe only a few minutes. In a daze, Konohamaru slowly sat up as if he had just woken up from a big dream and recovered from a serious illness. The hand is still tingling, but not much, and it also confirms that what I have experienced is real, just now. What have you done to me? Konohamaru bites Kiba immediately, when he sees Neji standing in front of him with his arms folded like nothing else. I didn't do anything, I just clicked your hole, so you couldn't attack. I know your right hand is the same as mine. Having said this, Konohamaru was startled. That guy used the little finger of his left hand to fight himself. Not only did he use only one little finger, but he wasn't his dominant hand. This is downright insulting. However, Konohamaru doesn't want to admit defeat. You are despicable and shameless. A jonin used that kind of rude tricks against genin. Konohamaru cursed angrily. Neji shrugged and said, you are too naive. The real enemy in actual combat may use any trick to treat you. Even if the prisoner is not a prisoner, you actually feel pity for the enemy in battle. I say you are, even more naive than your stupid master. Neji also shook his head, but the Konohamaru in front of him was attentive and could always find some details. This may be where he is stronger than his master Uzumaki Naruto, but under the strong influence of the will of Konoha Village Fire, he has never experienced real combat at all, and it is easy to reveal his inner lack of combat experience. Shut up. I won't allow you to insult Big Brother Naruto like this. Konohamaru bites Kiba and wants to make a fist, but Ben has no strength. Neji raised his mouth and sighed involuntarily. A long time, he said. Don't worry, I didn't use chakra. The effect of this acupuncture point will only act on your right wrist when you want to exert force. And the duration will not exceed 10 minutes. But, saying that, Neji chuckled. This time, you lost the battle. Konohamaru face slightly yuhi. Some do not want to admit, but this is indeed the truth. You're a fool. This time it doesn't count. You wait for my hand to be ready, and we'll fight again. Konohamaru pouted. Neji thought about this too, but he had no choice but to smile bitterly. It's not that I'm afraid of you, it's just that I've been delayed with you for so long. In order to take care of a genin like you, we can only rush to Iwagakure village slowly. This trip will take 3 days and 3 nights to say the least. Konohamaru's mind also woke up instantly. He hesitated in the battle before because he really cared about this mission too much. And I kept blaming myself in my heart. Anyway, this time Hyuga Neji was Jonin who took him to do the task, and it is reasonable to say that he was his captain. If Big Brother Naruto finds out about his initiative to pick things up and disobey orders, I am afraid that not only will he not have good fruit to eat, but it will be difficult for him to have such a rare and important task for himself in the future. Okay, I see. Well, that's good. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. Let me arrange everything next. Boy, no matter what you think of me, this is an important task, don't make trouble for me. Really, gossip, I get it. Come on, I'll help you up. Although he wanted to smile on the surface, for some reason, Konohamaru just didn't want to admit the person in front of him easily. Because. An indescribable feeling. Watching Neji win him with such a rude move, and now he is holding himself up with a smile on his face, completely unpretentious, Konohamaru has to admit that this person's shadow seems to reflect another Uzumaki Naruto. People. Moreover, there is no lack of maturity in his character, and a transparent temperament. It seemed that he could understand everything, and he finally understood that the confidence in Neji's eyes was never for the purpose of impressing the people around him or being arrogant, but a kind of self-confidence that came from his heart. It's just that the Konohamaru at this time can't be cleared at all. This guy is only 20 years old. What has he experienced to be so open-minded and cheerful? Hey, you, Ri-Ino-san's boyfriend, aren't you? Konohamaru asked. Neji was startled, then laughed loudly. You boy. Talk to me, I'm Ino's husband. Husband. Ah, you two have. Konohamaru was stunned, but soon understood. Naruto and Hinata were married at an early age, so it was normal for Neji to be married. However, your kid is on the way. Ahem. Neji took a deep breath and said to Konohamaru mysteriously, if you meet any beautiful woman, you have to talk well, never say I'm married. Let's go there for 3 days and 3 nights and stay there for 3 days. 3 days and 3 nights, a trip back 3 days and 3 nights, it will take 10 days. For us to have a pleasant journey, you have to keep your mouth shut. Do you hear me? Quote. Neji raised his eyebrows and Konohamaru narrowed his eyes. Lustful. Hey, stop. Neji turned around and said, don't forget, you lost to me, you must listen to me tilde. Ah. Konohamaru just sighed, he didn't care about such a thing. Well, is your hand almost ready? When are you going to hit the road? After Neji asked, Konohamaru had already picked up the backpack and was about to head out. Your hands and feet are pretty quick. The two set off from here, on their way. That's right. Konohamaru has been speculating on how Neji thinks of him all the way, from despising him at the beginning, to defeating him later, but he still pays a lot of attention. It seems really strange. If I remember correctly, Sister Ino is Uncle Asuma's student, right? Konohamaru glanced at Neji and asked. Chapter 717 Fancy. Mission Purpose. Huh. Neji blinked, not expecting Konohamaru to ask about Ino. Neji had a close relationship with Ino from a very early age, so Ino must not have a deep relationship with Konohamaru, and basically only met a few times. Although they are in the same village, and they are also well known and famous, this Konoha village is so big that most of the ninjas who are not at the same time are almost acquainted with each other. Konohamaru, who thought she would not have anything to do with Ino, asked. Neji was a little surprised. That's right, Ino Shikacho, Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi of the previous generation were all students of your grandfather Sarutobi Hiruzen. And this generation of Ino Shikacho, Shikamaru, Choji and Ino are students of your uncle Sarutobi Asuma. It seems to be a tradition that when you grow up, maybe they will be students of their children. Neji said and laughed. Of course, it was really just a joke. Konohamaru's face suddenly turned Yuhi, and he realized that he was moving towards the future. Although he is only a genin now, he will be upgraded to chunin in the near future, and then go towards the goal of jonin. This village has always been passed down from generation to generation, and he finally found his way back in life and a stable position when the turbulent currents of this era were about to stabilize. But he was startled again and said, "Hey, I almost forgot. In that case, Captain Neji, you know Uncle Asuma too, right?" Neji nodded. "Ah, of course. Asuma is a very good teacher tilde." Neji smiled, the tenderness on his face evident. The scene where he met Ino for the first time, Neji would have to think of the days when he and Asuma became a teacher and apprentice. Although it didn't last long, it did make Neji memorable and unforgettable. It's just that some things have become eternal regrets in Neji's heart. He is in Konoha, he will never let Asuma become a pawn for Konoha's sacrifice. Pity, Ura's tricks have made him unable to make any impact on the 2-year-old Konoha, and he can only be trapped in more than 40 years ago, filling the history of Konoha village that was disturbed by his appearance. When I came back, it was already different. Captain Neji. Konohamaru's voice sounded, but Neji was rather stunned. "Ah, what's the matter? What are you doing in a daze?" "Ah, no, I'm just thinking about the next mission." "Oh, let me ask you, do you really think Uncle Asuma is an excellent teacher?" "Well, of course." Neji also hurried to smooth things out, not wanting to dig any further, but Konohamaru just fell into contemplation and didn't ask any further questions. The two continued to advance rapidly in the forest, each silent. No more words. After a while, Konohamaru spoke first. "What is the content of this mission? Why is it a Super S-class secret mission? It should sound serious, why is it only the two of us?" In Konohamaru's big eyes, there is a big doubt. Neji chuckled and explained, "Of course, it's precisely because the matter is serious that the fewer people who know about it, the better. Our destination is the village of Iwagakure, and now the path is to go to the land of the land. Fortunately, it is spring, the road will not be too difficult, but the distance is long, and we are not in a hurry to ensure our own safety." Neji was babbling on some annoying advice, and Konohamaru was really tired of listening. So he interrupted immediately, "I know this. So, what is the purpose of our mission?" "The purpose of the mission?" Neji took students out to perform such an important task, so naturally he seemed a little clumsy. "The purpose of the mission is to send an envoy to Iwagakure village, as a negotiator. It's just that this time the establishment of friendly diplomatic relations on the surface. But before that, the content of the establishment of diplomatic relations has been sent to Iwagakure village. The content of the mission is huge. Part of it is for me, your mission is to accompany and protect the messenger." Neji coped with it easily. After all, this kind of talk should have been prepared from the beginning. However, Konohamaru smiled lightly and said, "Haha, don't lie. I still understand these common senses. I'm just the genin who was brought over to prove the sincerity of Konoha village. Huh. Konohamaru's realization made Neji a little stunned. Konohamaru said, I don't necessarily know what Naruto brother doesn't know. All in all, I'm ready, Captain Neji, don't worry. I'm definitely not going to hold you back. The content of this task is easy, and if you need more help, you will definitely bring Hyuga Hanabi, isn't it? Konohamaru made Neji stunned. Unexpectedly, he and the guy are really careful and think more than the average genin. Quite the style of a future king. Neji said, hee, don't think so, I brought you here specially because of you. Boo, I don't believe it. Konohamaru pouted. You're just trying to deceive me so that I don't make trouble halfway through, right? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Konohamaru groaned. Neji only smiled bitterly and said, no, not really. You can perform to the best of your ability for this mission, as long as you follow the instructions. I hope so, Tilda. The two walked all the way, traveled at the fastest speed for a day, and finally walked halfway. In the end, the two stopped by a stream, surrounded by a relatively vast plain, so they basically didn't have to worry about being attacked by beasts, tigers and leopards. Looking at the sky about to set, Neji exhaled. It was much better than I expected, and I walked the normal distance in less than a day. The mountain road after that may be a little rough, but the day after tomorrow should be able to reach Iwagakure village smoothly, right? Neji breathed a sigh of relief and turned his head. Konohamaru had his hands on his hips and was exhausted. Who? He gasped for breath and raised his head, already resentful. Really, I really don't take care of the team members at all. It's easy for you, but I'm almost exhausted. This speed. Konohamaru almost wanted to lie back, and now he finally understood why Neji had the confidence to treat him with one finger. This guy really is a hidden person. Neji is also a little embarrassed, which is his ill consideration. Haha, it's okay for young people to exercise more. It's getting late. Neji said, walked forward, picked up the water from the stream, and washed his face. Let's wash your face first, and then we'll have a good night's sleep here. On the road tomorrow. Chapter 718 Rest. Purify water. Ah, I see. Konohamaru breathed a sigh of relief. I'm already exhausted from the journey today, so I'll talk about what to do tomorrow. As long as he doesn't keep running around all night when he's exhausted, that's fine. So Konohamaru also followed, picked up a large handful of stream water and sucked his face, and wiped his face with his cuff. But then, he understood and reacted. What did you say? We sleep here at night. Yeah, otherwise, it's surrounded by plains and no jungle, so it's the best campground to avoid danger. It's just that there may be snakes, but snakes are generally not fatal. Neji's simple remarks made Konohamaru's face turn blue with fright. Not to mention being invaded by beasts or snakes, just this unobstructed place. Hey, do you have any common sense? This is the junction of the land of fire and the land of the land. It stands to reason that we have entered the territory of the land of the land. The temperature difference between day and night in the land of land is very big. Don't look at it. The sun hasn't set yet, the temperature is warm, and even the breeze is warm. But once it's midnight, the wind will be terribly cold. If I accidentally catch a cold, my Super S-grade mission. Konohamaru clenched her fists with a pitiful look on her face. S-grade mission he finally got, and he must not give up lightly. You don't have to worry about this, you just need to take care of yourself and follow the instructions. Neji didn't care about that at all, and started looking around. Now Neji's Byakugan has reached a state of naturalness, a state of return to nature. It only takes a moment to open it silently, and then observe the dynamics in all directions 100 meters away from where you are. The farther the distance is, the functionality will be slightly worse. If it is still detection and perception, the maximum distance can be reached dozens of miles away. This is also the reason why Neji gradually ignored Karen's Neji's powerful perception ability, because he only needs to be able to perceive in a wide range, except in special circumstances, it is almost the same. Seeing that Konohamaru had washed his face, Neji took out a bamboo tube. Gulu Gulu drank the water in it. He handed another one to the Konoha pill. Konohamaru blinked, hesitant at first, but he drank the water from the other bamboo tube like Neji. After all, it is impossible to say that you are not thirsty after a long day of exhaustion. And when Konohamaru took down the bamboo tube, he let out a sigh of relief, thinking that this is the best water in the world. However, he saw that Neji stretched out his hand, and beside the stream, he scooped up a bamboo tube with water, and the bamboo tube Neji had drank before overflowed again. PFF'd. Konohamaru felt that his throat was almost blocked by something, but he still thought the water just now was delicious. Hello. Konohamaru exclaimed, while Neji turned his head blankly and looked at him with a frown. What are you doing? Drink water, yes, if you're finished, give me the bamboo tube you have. Seeing Neji's state of being fine, Konohamaru wanted to scold her mother. He quickly explained, this is a plain, the terrain is low, and the water quality is not very good. This is the downstream. From the upstream through the jungle creek or the populated place, I don't know what floats. Just washing your face with this water is enough, where can you drink it? We are only ninjas, ninjas are human beings, and ninjas are human beings too. Quote. Konohamaru wanted to stomp, but Neji's mouth twitched. Sure enough, it's just a naive brat. What did you say? I saw Neji lift the bamboo tube in his hand, and then the other hand, using a technique similar to rubbing Rasengan with one hand, slowly rose. Just that Rasengan's gesture is palm up, while Neji's palm is down, and his hand is slowly lit up, and the chakra slowly forms a water drop, and then a ball of water. Konohamaru's mouth gradually closed as she grew up, and her original desire to quarrel turned into curiosity. I saw that Neji merged the water polo in his hand and the bamboo tube lifted by the other hand. The water polo slowly soaked the bamboo tube, and the water in the bamboo tube was not affected, and remained quietly in the bamboo tube. Then I saw a burst of blisters, magazines and dust in the bamboo tube. All were absorbed and slowly flowed out from the opening of the bamboo tube. Bit by bit, anything left is taken out. Being attracted by the water balloon was like extracting toxins. Then, Neji threw the water polo to the ground with a random throw. Then, with that hand, rub it lightly. Shoo shoo shoo, tilde. Of sweetened water style, and Neji can create a water source with nothing, and use water balloons to completely purify the water. After 2 or 3 times in a row, the bamboo tube could no longer extract impurities, and Konohamaru couldn't help but shut his mouth. What is it? Konohamaru murmured. Neji explained, this is the sweetened water style of medical ninjutsu. It is generally used to extract toxins. You can rest assured that toxins are more difficult to extract than magazines in water. Therefore, the water purified by this technique will definitely be able to recover. Drink. Do you still have medical ninjutsu? Of course, it's just very basic anticipation. Neji stretched out his hand and smiled casually. Come on, give me the bamboo tube in your hand. Konohamaru hesitated, but handed over the bamboo tube in his hand, and also took the bamboo tube filled with water that Neji handed over. He lowered his head, glanced at the bamboo tube filled with water, and opened the lid on it. The water inside is crystal clear. The brilliance in his eyes also brightened. After some operations, Neji took 3 or 4 bamboo tubes of water, and Konoha pills also tasted it. The water tasted like the extremely pure water of Izumi in the mountains. Sweet and delicious. Okay, next. Neji took a deep breath, and when he was done, he decided to do something else. And Konohamaru's stomach groaned loudly. Neji glanced over. Konohamaru was a little embarrassed, her face slightly yuhi. He turned his head away, a little embarrassed. But then, another, goo goo goo, resounded through the sky. This scene is utterly embarrassing. My fault, I forgot. Neji giggled. Due to his years of exercise, coupled with his current god-level consciousness and body, he wouldn't feel hungry easily, so he naturally ignored some physical needs. Hungry. Indeed. I haven't eaten all day. Neji rubbed his chin and started thinking with a headache. Konohamaru, who was standing there, was speechless. This guy doesn't usually eat. Really? Chapter 719 Fish. Precise attack. Unexpectedly, such a basic demand seems like a troublesome thing in Neji's eyes. Konohamaru was really speechless. Really, I'll go to the mountains to pick some wild fruits to eat. It's too late to go hunting or something like this. Konohamaru watched as the sunset on the horizon was getting farther and farther away. I'm afraid it would be dark if it dragged on. Under this kind of barren mountains and forests, even as a ninja, it would be a dangerous thing to forage here. After all, in the final analysis, no matter how powerful ninjas are, they are human beings, and they need to be consumed. If you don't eat for a whole day, you will have no energy, will consume a lot of chakra, and even die. At that time, when I encounter a large beast or a small tribe bandit, I still don't know why it will end up. Konohamaru was about to turn around and leave. Neji thought of something. Hey, there it is. Neji's mouth twitched, and he said, there is nothing to eat in the nearby forests within 4,000 meters. You don't need to look for it. My Byakugan can see it clearly. This news made Konohamaru lose his thirst for life. But doesn't this have a stream? Just eat grilled fish tonight. Fish. Konohamaru Byakugan was about to turn it out, and he quickly complained, where did the fish come from with this water quality? The fish are all upstream. What's the hurry? Neji walked up unhurriedly and started hand seal. Then, the huge current was covered by chakra. Neji stretched out his hands, and the chakra in his hand slowly poured into the stream, and the water quality of the stream began to slowly clear. Those magazines and foreign objects did not disappear, nor were they extracted, but were temporarily pushed out to the edge of the water. For example, underwater, sure. The entire stream, slowly flowing out from an area, began to become clear and translucent. Okay, it's amazing. No, it's amazing. Konohamaru blinked. He had naturally seen the power of medical ninjutsu, and he was not surprised that Neji demonstrated it once. I just didn't expect that Neji could be used directly on the stream. It requires a very high precision chakra control ability to display it, and it is difficult to display a large range at the same time. Even when I heard that Tsunade's direct disciple Haruno Sakura rescued the poisoned Kankuro in Sunagakure village, he only used his own water source to absorb the toxins in Kankuro's body. Although the work of absorbing toxins on the human body, especially the internal organs, consumes more chakra control, but even then, the difficulty is not enough to reach this level. Medical ninjas are good at precise control, so not all ninjas are suitable to be medical ninjas, but this guy is different. The physical skills are terrible, the physical fitness is completely a mystery, and the physical strength is amazing. The amount of chakra is terrifying, and even the control of chakra far exceeds that of most medical ninjas, and his character is calm, and he seems to know everything well. Even the combat experience was terrifying, and Konohamaru couldn't help but recall a sentence Naruto had said. You mean Neji? Neji, that guy, he's a great guy. Much better than me. Naruto's words echoed in his ears, but in Konohamaru's heart, he would not admit it. It must be that he has not found the loophole yet, this guy must have some weakness. All in all, a person cannot be perfect. Come on. Neji looked surprised, seeing a few huge fish slowly swimming down from the upstream. Konohamaru was also startled and said with round eyes, it's really here. Wow, tilde. The sound of the stream splashed everywhere, and Konohamaru immediately took out the ninja tools in the ninja bag. The three kunai flew in unison. Whoa. Crack. I missed 2 shots, and the last shot hit the tail of one of the fish. Crash, twice, the fish struggled desperately, and then the tail was torn apart by Kobo, and the limit escaped. Ah, this. Konohamaru looked a little embarrassed, and Neji smiled. This is the end of the practice, it's getting late, let's hurry up and solve the stomach problem. I saw Neji put his hand into the ninja bag and pulled out a few fine needles. That's Chinpin. This guy really understands medical ninjutsu, and he even brought this kind of weapon. Could it be poisoned? No, in that case, the whole water source will be polluted. Konohamaru walked over slowly, and according to his previous habits, he would hurriedly stop and persuade Neji. But this guy Neji has too many unknowns, so Konohamaru also learned to shut up and watched first. I saw Neji's 2 hands, each holding 3,000 copies, and closed his eyes. It seems to be perceiving something, slowly forcing the chakra out of the body, and forming a clear chakra mark on the 1,000 books. Wow, tilde. The fish in the stream are still swimming by, not many at a time, only a few pass by occasionally. Even if the water source is clear, not all the fish will be attracted. But Neji seemed to be waiting for something, and Konohamaru swallowed. What are you waiting for? Wait for the big fish. These fish are too small. 6 shots of 1,000 hits at most 3, and a single shot will make the fish stagnate. It's better to end it all at once. Neji's simple explanation shocked Konohamaru. Just catching a fish, there are really so many details to explore. Come on. Crash, tilde. Over there, a few fish flapping their fins, with a length of more than 30 or 40 centimeters, rushed forward. They never seemed to enjoy such clear water, and Neji also opened his eyes and tickled the corners of his mouth, giving them the last chance to enjoy their freedom before the end of their lives. But there is no way, people are people, and fish are fish. 6,000 copies, issued together. I saw a flash of silver, and the 3 big fish were imprisoned at the bottom of the water. The front and back of each fish were pierced by 1,000 books and fixed to the bottom of the water. Didn't even have the strength to struggle. Konohamaru looked at them. The fish looked so much like himself who had been tapped at that time. There was no possibility of resistance. This is Byakugan, this is the Hyuga family. With such a powerful and terrifying ability, combined with medical ninjutsu, how powerful is this guy? Crack, sound, the fire would burst into stars and sparks. Konohamaru sprinkled the seasoning he brought on top of the grilled big fish, and his saliva was almost drooling. Neji just sat cross-legged and said with a smile, "You still bring these things with you on assignments?" Konohamaru said with a smile, "I am alone now, and I have to slowly learn to cook by myself. Whether it is a task or not, I will bring these with me." Konohamaru said this. Neji was startled. He felt a little distressed for the child. Then Asuma. His parents were once also famous figures in Anbu. Neji had heard their legends in Anbu too, and Konohamaru's grandfather, the 3rd Hokage, also died in the battle to protect Konoha. This child is now helpless. Chapter 720 Survey. Details of the year. Crackling, tilde. The flames were burning, and the firewood made a small explosion sound from time to time. Neji and Konohamaru sat around the fire. Who? Konohamaru puffed out her small mouth and blew the big grilled fish in her hands. Slow down, don't burn yourself. Looking at Konohamaru's cute and lonely appearance, Neji couldn't help but feel distressed. After all, the current Neji is actually a middle-aged man considering the days he has traveled through, and he is somewhat more mature than the current children. Looking at the appearance of Konohamaru, Neji couldn't help but imagine that he and Ino's child would be the same as Konohamaru in the future. But he certainly wouldn't let his children go through such a lonely time. For a time, Neji's heart was filled with sentimental emotions. Delicious. Konohamaru ate the grilled fish with satisfaction, and after his hungry stomach was filled, the whole person was also satisfied. Neji looked at the grilled fish in his hand, and after a moment of hesitation, he also picked it up and nibbled it. Well, not bad. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, although his current physique and strength had reached the level of inedia. So even if you don't eat, you won't feel hungry for a few days. But the original wild game that he hadn't eaten for a long time still made Neji feel the hunger that he hadn't felt in a long time. The two of them ate almost one after another. I also chat with parents from time to time. After my parents left, I didn't know about it until a while, so I didn't feel much sadness. Until now, I seem to be waiting for them. But, I see ain't wait. After my grandfather passed away. Konohamaru's mouth turned down a little, and her eyes darkened. He glanced at Neji who was listening on the side, and Neji was also startled. What's wrong? Nothing. Konohamaru turned his head, and the second grilled fish in his hand suddenly became less fragrant. He put the grilled fish down and let out a long breath. If I remember correctly, that time Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha village should have something to do with you, Captain Neji, right? Konohamaru's face turned serious. Neji only hesitated for a moment, then nodded. However, it cannot be said to be related to Neji, so Neji explained. Orochimaru's purpose is Sasuke, and destroying Konoha is also his purpose, but in the Forest of Death, I found the clue in advance. I think it was you, Captain Neji, who killed Grandpa. Konohamaru said so calmly. Neji was a little surprised, but after all, he slowly flattened the originally wrinkled corners of his mouth. Until the face, cannot see any strange expression. Really? Neji has experienced not many things along the way, but definitely a lot. Many things can instantly feel the reasons, but Neji can also clearly perceive the emotions of such children. Because he is not only the body of Vulcan, but also has the consciousness of God. Although he can't do the so-called miraculous way of knowing what Akatsuki thinks of others, his insight is very sharp, including the sensitive emotions of a careful person like Konohamaru. It's just that Neji hasn't decided yet how to face or deal with this seemingly unimportant little thing that may actually affect the child's entire life. You don't ask me why. Konohamaru's eyes have been staring straight at Neji, and Neji's eyes are complicated, but Neji's Byakugan is pure enough, otherwise it should look watery and have a lot of content. But the current Konohamaru can only see an incomparable void, as if this man has spent thousands of years in an incomparably empty place before he can show such a pure white. I recalled some things from the past. Your opinion is not important to me. Neji's mouth twitched slightly. Konohamaru was a little troubled, and said helplessly, Failed. You are just like what Naruto brother said, a very strange guy. Especially weird. What did Naruto say about me? Neji was still a little curious. Konohamaru turned his head away and said, You won't tell me anything, and I won't tell you either. Neji shrugged helplessly and smiled. Just when Neji thought Konohamaru was over, Konohamaru sighed. Start talking. Actually, I don't blame you, but there is no way. After my investigation, I learned that the death of grandfather was related to you. I just know that at that time, there was nothing you could do for the Hyuga family. Konohamaru's words finally caught Neji's attention. What did you investigate? Neji asked. Don't underestimate me. As a disciple of Naruto's brother, I often go in and out of the Hokage building, and I have seen many confidential documents inside. At that time, it was Captain Neji who first discovered Orochimaru's change, and also knew the reason for the death of the village's special Jonin Moonlight Hayate. At that time, the mysterious black-faced boy who appeared in the Forest of Death and the village was you, right? After Konohamaru said, Neji narrowed his eyes slightly. Amazing, Neji murmured. Konohamaru added, For the Hyuga family, you made a deal with Grandpa. Teach Grandpa how to stop Orochimaru, and Grandpa must promise to make your Hyuga family the new ruler. At that time, the police department, used to it as the Uchiha clan that is in charge, so you have a bad intention with such an unknown title. It turns out that you do have a set. You successfully led the Hyuga clan to complete the counterattack in Konoha village. But he fell forever. In that battle. Konohamaru's eyes became serious, and he couldn't help but said in a low voice, "It's just because Grandpa finally made a wrong calculation. The Hyuga family has been silent for so long, and their ambitions are definitely not as simple as the police department." Sure enough, not long after Grandpa passed away, the origin of the Hyuga family, the patriarch Hyuga Hiyashi, successfully inherited the name of Hokage of the 5th generation. Quote, Konohamaru brings this past event to the table like a rare family, at this extremely warm moment. I don't know if this story has destroyed the long-established atmosphere, or is the atmosphere simply not worthy of this grand plan. At Konohamaru for a long time, Neji slowly let out a breath and said with a smile, "Little devil, something." He really didn't expect that a transaction that he had carefully prepared and arranged back then had deceived countless people, including those high-level executives and big names. In the end, it will be cracked so much by a child. Konoha village is really interesting. I know you are a very confident person, but since your plan will be seen through by me, it will prove that you are nothing more than that. Now Naruto brother is about to become the 7th generation Hokage, the ambition of the Hyuga family. That's it. Chapter 721 Speculation. Worthy hero. Ha ha ha. Listening to Konohamaru say these absurd words, Neji laughed happily. It's so interesting. Neji yawned and couldn't help but feel a little sleepy, but Konohamaru's conspiracy theories were one after another that made him feel very new. What are you doing? HMPH. Konohamaru became vigilant, thinking that Neji was going to brainwash him or something, and subconsciously resisted. And Neji just glanced at him disdainfully and said, "Sleep to sleep." Hey, you, don't tell me. What a trick to play hard to catch, and teach people to drill in by themselves. Konohamaru came up with curiosity, and didn't care whether he would be deceived or not, he just wanted to make Neji feel clean. Neji sighed and explained simply, "You are very careful, you can guess those things closely, but now the times have passed, so some things don't need to be delved into. But as the grandson of the 3rd generation of Hokage, I miss your grandfather." "Who is it? I should have to tell you." Neji's face also became serious. But Neji's seriousness is not a black face. Rather, it seems to be a tribute, as if telling the story of a great person. "I didn't use the 3rd generation Hokage, your grandfather. No, he's not just your grandfather, he has always been the 3rd generation Hokage of Konoha village. In the past, I also felt the same as you, and these high-level figures were just exploiting relationships, so, in order to increase my probability of achieving my goal, I naturally put forward a plan that is beneficial to your grandfather. That is, I will fight Orochimaru myself." But Neji explained indifferently. However, he refused. Konohamaru was a little surprised. Neji continued, "The safety of the village was handed over to me. He said that Orochimaru was his disciple and he had to deal with it himself. In order to destroy Orochimaru's future plans, he would not hesitate to sacrifice his life, at least to destroy Orochimaru's hands. To be honest, your grandfather's death is also out of my plan. He could have survived because I was there. But he didn't, and he finally chose to be the hero himself. As the 3rd generation, Hokage fell to the love he once had. Before the disciples. Neji's words were a little lonely. So, you are his grandson, and you should understand it even more. Like Asuma, he is not someone who abandons you and ignores you. He is the real hero of this village. That's why I brought you out, you. Then Hanabi has more possibilities." Quote. More possibilities. Konohamaru didn't understand. He hurriedly asked, "Why? Why do I have more possibilities?" Neji explained, "Your master Uzumaki Naruto, isn't that the case? Children who grow up alone are more likely to understand the meaning of heroes. Isn't it?" Neji turned around, and at this moment, Konohamaru looked at the snow-white slender back in front of him, and for the first time gave a heartfelt admiration. Is this the person that even Naruto admires? There is no pretentiousness, all words are so real, close to everything he sees and touches. It's just, no matter what you say, the Hyuga clan did take over the Konoha village after that, didn't they? Didn't you achieve your own goals too? Konohamaru frowned, protruding again. Neji only glanced at him and said, if the Hyuga clan only cared about themselves, they would not pursue such things as Hokage. On the contrary, if the Hyuga clan wanted to completely master the village, then Hokage's position would never be handed over. This village is a village cultivated by generations of people like your grandfather. No one can easily take it away. All we have to do is to protect it. How to prove it? How to prove? Did you voluntarily give up control of Konoha village, or did you simply fail to do so? This kid actually doubted himself, and Neji felt a little impatient. But he just showed a charming smile, and he couldn't help but decide in his heart, just sleep with him in the cold air tonight. This kid is really annoying, and he talks so much that he has so many things to do. Neji just said casually, how to prove it? You took so much intelligence from the Hokage building alive, and this is the best proof. Neji finished speaking, he turned and left. Konohamaru, who was sitting on the spot, was stunned for a long time. That's right, with such a huge disparity in strength, if he was targeted, he would have been a different person long ago. How could he really rely on his own cleverness to survive until today? Besides, everything after that is indeed his own speculation. That night, the cold wind howled. The next day, early in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. With a click, Neji threw the bamboo tube filled with water to Konohamaru and drank it himself. Konohamaru drank it. The two hit the road again. Along the way, Neji took over almost all the work of reconnaissance, pathfinding, designating travel plans, and mission guidance, while Konohamaru was only responsible for listening in. All of this made Konohamaru begin to officially start the person who he used to be somewhat hostile to. So powerful and excellent, it seems that Naruto is really not touting. This person really has qualities that are difficult to detect in other people. Wait. Finally, in a woodland area, Neji stopped. What's wrong? Konohamaru's reconnaissance ability is naturally far below Neji, and the command of the team is also in Neji's hands. Neji said, it's nothing, just some ordinary people. Neji frowned slightly and didn't care. And Konohamaru asked, what's the matter? You seem to be very clear. Is Jonin as arbitrary as you? Shouldn't we share information as teammates? Seeing Neji's helpless appearance, Konohamaru said, I told you that kind of thing yesterday. Are you going to hide any information from me? Besides, the command is in your hands anyway. I won't disobey your orders or anything. Neji shrugged and said, well, from the 10 o'clock direction here, there are people fighting at about 700 meters, but it should be bandits in the mountains or the like, and the people who loot should be people living nearby. And we ninjas have nothing to do with it. Quote. What? Let's go quickly. Today's journey is going well. If there are no problems, we may be able to reach Iwagakure village before dark. Before Neji could speak, Konohamaru clenched his fists and roared, what are you thinking? Really? Neji was startled, and Konohamaru said righteously, how can I just stand by? My master is a hero who saves this world. Having said that, Konohamaru immediately turned around and ran. Chapter 722 Kidnap. Konoha Pill of Justice. This kid has a good sense of justice. Neji rubbed his chin, and with his current strength, he wasn't worried that helping some unimportant people would waste his time or get himself into trouble. It's just that the more powerful you become, the more you can't easily interfere in the affairs of the world. After all, with such a powerful energy, if you want to intervene in the normal battles and disputes that are taking place every moment of this time, then who will complete the great cause of peace? But now that the Konohamaru has passed, Neji can't refuse. Forget it. let's just give this guy a concession for what happened before. Sigh. Neji sighed slightly, and indeed, to protect Hanabi, he forced Konohamaru out. Even though he made some high-sounding reasons and encouraged him even though he knew that Konohamaru would be dead in the future, Neji still felt a little guilty. Hey. As soon as the camera turned, in the dense forest here, several strong men looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. They looked like they were living in primitive humans. They wore clothes that could not completely cover their bodies, the hair on their chests was very lush, their faces were also rough, and their physiques were abnormally strong. But what they said completely exposed the essence of the robber. Brother, we are missing a woman on the mountain. It's useless to kill her, why don't you just make up a lie and say that you fell off a cliff and died? Let's take it to the mountain. He. 4 sturdy men were surrounded, and one of them said in a rough voice. Among them, 3 of them are relatively sturdy figures, with the image of a rough beard. Only the one they looked at together should be the one in the lead, with a slightly well-proportioned figure and a more refined beard shape. Looks about 35 years old, and his eyes are also a little deep. Unlike these rough men who only think with the lower body, the big brother, headed by this seems to think about more things, rubbing his chin with his hands, and thinking constantly. From time to time, he glanced at the woman who was tied up by several people not far ahead. The clothes on the woman's body are already a little worn out. She must have experienced some struggles before being tied up. Her fair skin is very conspicuous, and her appearance is extremely beautiful. It's no wonder that those men are salivating and can't control themselves. It's just that the woman's mouth was firmly pressed against her throat by a large bag of things, her long hair was hanging down, and her eyes were full of pain but helpless despair. Or not, if the Lord finds out, we will all die. Big brother, headed by them finally rejected the proposals of these younger brothers. Big brother, think about it again. Brothers have. Why don't you let the brothers feel comfortable here? As soon as the voice fell, a figure fell to the ground. Afterwards, a young man started talking nonsense. Hey, you guys, with some foul language in your mouth, actually molesting a good woman in broad daylight is really shameless. Konohamaru bit Kiba, originally wanted to criticize a few people with words, but suddenly found that he couldn't stand it, so he could only use the words, shameless, to describe their behavior style aptly. Konohamaru appeared, several people were slightly surprised. But looking at Konohamaru's stern dress, although it is a very different style of painting, it seems that it is not the first time they have seen each other. Who? This kid. Which tribe? This. Eldest brother, headed blinked and said in surprise, this guy, is he a ninja? Because he really saw that the young man in front of him was not only wearing a very strict combat uniform, but also had a ninja bag tied to his legs, especially on the top of his head, the obvious ninja forehead, shining with brilliance. Really ninja? No way, really? As that pattern, Iwagakure village? No, an unseen pattern. The discussion of several people made Konohamaru narrowed his eyes slightly. When I saw the calm appearance of several people, I thought it was a grass pirate who had seen a little bit of the world, but it turned out to be a local grass pirate in the land that even Konoha village had never heard of. Really disappointing. At this time, Konohamaru also noticed that the bound woman was looking at herself pitifully, waiting for rescue. He couldn't help but burst with vanity and said angrily, You guys, do you know that I am a ninja? Since I am a ninja, I have an obligation to act for the heavens and stop you guys from killing women for a long time. Don't care who I am. The village ninja. Saying that, Konohamaru started hand seal. At this moment, in the woods not far away, Neji landed gently. Not even a single sound came out, only indifferent eyes, in the corner, peeping at everything. Shadow clone. Boom, bang, bang. 3 shadow clone appeared in a row. Konohamaru was divided into 4, and suddenly changed from 1 to 4 to 4 to 4, just from the disadvantage of the number of people, the shadow clone technique is really good for ninjas against ordinary people. A trick that doesn't fit. Whoa whoa whoa. One of the strong men was stunned and excited. This is ninjutsu, same as that adult, ninjutsu. He growled excitedly. And the eyes of the rest of the people also exuded expressions, saying, amazing. This is a real ninja. The eldest brother at the head narrowed his eyes. Although he was a little surprised, he was far calmer than these younger brothers who had never seen the world. Why do ninjas care about disputes between us ordinary people? He asked, apparently a little dreaded by the pressure Konohamaru was putting on. Konohamaru said, didn't I ask you? Why kidnap and molest a good woman in broad daylight? Even if she did something wrong, you shouldn't treat her like this. And the big brother didn't say anything, but one of the strong men said clumsily, we. This woman wants to. Konohamaru's face. This woman voluntarily asked us to tie her up, she begged us. It's none of our business. Konohamaru's face darkened. What's so special, do you take him for a fool? Since that's the case, I'll untie her rope myself and listen to her face off against you. After Konohamaru finished speaking, the whole person quickly attacked. 4 shadow clones are dispatched at the same time, only making simultaneous sounds, and they have achieved a rapid increase in speed. And Neji in the dark nodded secretly. He didn't expect Konohamaru's strength to increase again in a short period of time, and this time the battle will definitely be easily won. After all, the enemy is not a ninja at first glance, just an ordinary person. Wow. However, in the next moment, Konohamaru was slammed and soared. Chapter 723 Dispute. Nothing to do with ninjas. A mysterious force erupted, and Konohamaru's 4 shadow clones were knocked out one after another and flew into the air. No. Konohamaru was easily defeated at this moment. The bound woman couldn't help but widen her eyes. Originally thought that Konohamaru, as a ninja, could save himself, but did he still lose? There were faint tears in her eyes, but she had never been afraid or regretted in her eyes. All this was seen by Neji. This woman seems to have something hidden in her heart. But, forget it. Neji sighed, and now he can use his clear eyes to probe the other's heart at any time, and cooperate with Ino's ability to obtain more reliable information. Neji doesn't need to go out. Hey, is it only to this extent? Those strong men laughed and cursed, and the shadow clone of Konohamaru also scattered one by one. Bang, tilde. Bang, tilde. 3 times in a row, all 3 of Konohamaru's clones dissipated, leaving only one slowly falling in the air with an ugly look on his face. Big brother, quickly kill that guy. There was a strong man shouting in a rough voice. The other 2 strong men also booed. At this moment, the Konohamaru fell heavily, like a lamb to be slaughtered, and became the object of everyone's entertainment. And the middle-aged man at the head had a gloomy look in his eyes. Since this one hasn't dissipated, then the other 3 are just shadow clone. Is this the main body? The so-called ninja, really? It's a boring trick. The middle-aged man said and stretched out his hand. His hands were crossed, and a faint blue force was condensed in his palm. Afterwards, it turned into a bolt of lightning again and flew towards the Konohamaru. This time, Neji looked very confident. He squinted his eyes wide, and the corners of his mouth evoked a perfect arc. So that's the case. Whoosh. The faint blue energy came with a click, like lightning, and Konohamaru lay on the ground in a cold sweat, and there was no room for reaction at all. Wow. It hit Konohamaru, and in an instant, the light and shadow completely illuminated the surroundings. Those strong men immediately went crazy. Great. Kill the ninja. Kill this ninja. Deserved. Neji, who was watching all of this in secret, said lightly, a vulgar tribe, it seems that they actually enjoy killing people. It's boring. HMPH, who told him to meddle in his business? Konohamaru, who was almost scorched by the electric light, the middle-aged man chuckled coldly. Then he put away his hand, and the power returned to his palm again. Although the form of energy is very similar to chakra, the blue power on his body seems to be compared to the one-time consumption of chakra. It can be used and trained repeatedly. Okay, take this ninja back with you, and make soup for the brothers. The middle-aged man didn't have the dumb-headedness of the brawny men at all. Although he still spoke with a rascal air, he was logically rigorous and didn't give any space at all. Konohamaru, who was lying on the ground. They also seemed to be seeing ninjas for the first time, and they also won, so they approached excitedly and nervously, moving very slowly. However, as they approached slowly, Konohamaru, who was surrounded by one another and lay down on the spot, made a loud bang. Turned into smoke, gradually dissipated. Huh. This. Yes, what is it? Ahem. Several people backed away subconsciously. They had never seen this kind of sorcery at all, and their eyes were immediately in the smoke and dust, covered with gray soot. Vaguely, I heard only a figure faintly appearing in the smoke, and said angrily, "Cadent fire style, ash accumulation and burning." The middle-aged man couldn't help but take a step back outside the ash. The opponent is a ninja, so you can't underestimate it. Everything is just a trick. Bang! The huge flames began to burst, forcing a few strong men back until they had no chance of retreating. There is no room for retreat. The ash burning will increase the temperature around it, and it only needs a little spark to ignite it directly. But Konohamaru still held back. The strong men were beaten and retreated, and there was no room to fight back, but they still hadn't received serious damage. What is this? Does that guy have 4 shadow clones? Does this guy have no body? Where is the body? Idiot. It's not that simple. This guy deliberately made us think that the main body was knocked down by us, but his main body was hidden in every one of his avatars in history. Quick. Behind. The middle-aged man was very anxious. When he was looking for the figure of the ninja boy, he found that he was already in the corner and started to untie the rope for the tied woman. Sorry, I'll use a rougher way. Konohamaru was found, and immediately hand seal. Hayate. Om. I saw a wind blade in his hand. Base, the knife fell in his hand. The blade of wind swept across, and the woman's tied hands finally became free. However, it is still not active. Konohamaru realized that although the rope on the wrist was cut, the forearm and arm were each helped with tighter ropes. These guys are really planning to tie you to death. Konohamaru has a headache. He can't buy much time. From just now, the main fighting force of the enemy is that middle-aged man, so he only needs to deal with one now, which is acceptable. Captain Neji, why didn't he do it? Did he do it on purpose? Konohamaru couldn't help but think so as the situation was in critical condition. Boy. Seeing that his subordinates were blocked by this ninja boy, and his attack was also avoided by him, the middle-aged man seemed to want to try to communicate. Why do you want to see injustice? These things have nothing to do with your ninjas. Do you ninjas like to meddle in your own business? Do you ninjas think that you are the protagonist of this world? The middle-aged man's tone was cold and stingy. This question made Konohamaru a little difficult to answer. But he didn't think about it so much, and only said angrily, I care so much about you. A group of big men bullying a woman, it must be wrong anyway. A woman. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes slightly and shook his head involuntarily. Then, his gesture sank, and his footsteps stepped back. This posture. It's very similar to Gentle Fist, but it's definitely not as good as the Gentle Fist of the Hyuga family. What is the power in that hand? Konohamaru was in a state of battle today and was engrossed. At this time, a figure beside him fell to the ground. Enough, Konohamaru. Stop being boring and get back the freedom of the ninja world. Neji spoke indifferently. The two of them all looked at Neji in unison, and saw this handsome ninja, who seemed to be a hidden master. Chapter 724 Save People. Wind Blade. This. The middle-aged man was obviously a little surprised. There was hardly any movement because of Neji's appearance. Even the sudden appearance of Konohamaru fully demonstrates the ninja's quick, precise and ruthless movements, which for non-ninjas like them are swift. But for them, Neji can already be regarded as a ghost. Cough, cough, cough. Woo. At this time, the strong men who were trapped by the thick smoke finally dispelled the soot and saw the surrounding situation clearly. Boss. Those people ran over one after another, and when they saw that the scene suddenly turned into a three-way confrontation, they couldn't help being a little scared. They ran behind the middle-aged man, feeling blessed by their elder brother. They were always much safer than facing it alone. After all, the battle with the ninja boy just now has already explained that the opponent is a ninja, so the difference in age and combat experience is directly ignored, and their numerical advantage and physical advantage are easily turned into nothingness. Boss, what's going on with these ninjas? Why do you care about our business? One of the strong men murmured in a low voice that the young ninja had already suffered a big loss for them, and now there is a more troublesome young ninja. Wouldn't it be even more uncomfortable? As a result, their human nature of bullying the soft and fearing the hard was really exposed, and they immediately stopped daring to shout loudly with the tail of the fox between them. Oh, now you know how good I am. I think you guys are bullying the weak and afraid of the hard, and you don't want to admit it. Captain Neji, I want to know what happened. Let's save that sister now, can't we just ask? Now only they can talk, we simply. Shut up. Neji's expression was serious, and he did not hesitate to listen to Konohamaru's words. He said lightly, no matter where you are, you have to be worthy of the forehead guard on your head. We don't care about things here, so let's go. In fact, Neji is not stupid, he has seen it clearly. The power that the guy used just now was chakra itself. It's just that the chakra is a bit strange, and it appears in a weird state, and just using Byakugan, I can't analyze the reason. So this also makes Neji curious about this kind of thing, but now I am not sure about the relationship between the woman and these guys. Blindly following up may lose clues. It is better to play hard, take Konohamaru first, and then secretly observe these people. What the heck? It was a decision Neji made in seconds, but the coverage and sophistication, as well as the possibility of implementation, completely surpassed that of Konohamaru. It's just that Neji underestimated Konohamaru's ability to do things. Really, I knew you wouldn't agree, but it's too late. Konoha pill. Neji was stunned. He just focused his attention on the few people in front of him, but he just didn't notice it. The most likely problem here is his teammate. Wow, I saw the figure of Konohamaru appeared behind the woman, and quickly hand seal. Since Captain Neji is here, then I don't have to worry, this move may require more chakra and mental power. Wind attribute chakra mode. You don't have enough chakra, you can't do it. Neji turned his head away, frowning slightly. But the next moment, he was surprised. I saw that Konohamaru took the initiative to unlock the 8 inner gates. The 8 inner gates. First gate Shomen open. Zitsa, I saw that the blood vessels around Konoha Pill's body have been revealed, some restrictions in the body have been untied, and chakra is flowing rapidly in the body. The so-called chakra is not enough. In the narrow sense, it does not mean that the chakra stored in the human body itself is not enough. It is unreasonable. After all, if the chakra is not enough, then the technique itself cannot be mastered. But the chakra circulation speed is not enough. The fit of the body's physique and the chakra has not been completed well. The chakra circulation speed in the body is very slow, and there is no way to meet the chakra circulation speed required to perform that technique. As Neji of the Hyuga family, he overcame this difficulty very well when he was young, and it is precisely because of this that Neji played against many masters when he was a teenager. Because of his unique physique and talent, Neji has the amount of chakra and the speed of chakra circulation, as well as the special abilities given by the system. Combined, it is a powerful fighting ability. The 8 inner gates can also increase the speed of chakra in the human body while unlocking the physical restrictions. In other words, Konohamaru has put the ultimate meaning of taijutsu on ninjutsu to use. That's it for now. Drink. I saw chakra erupted in the body of the Konoha pill, and a violent hurricane erupted around him. The strong men standing behind the middle-aged man were all shaking with fright. Where have they seen such a big battle? Futon, wind style, Hayate blade. PFF'd. The exploding Hayate stabbed countless wind blades into the woman's surroundings. The woman's mouth was covered with a piece of cloth, her eyes were rounded, and she was a little panicked. But the next moment, those knives pierced into the woman's body. The woman closed her eyes tightly, but found that there was no pain at all. When she came back to her senses, she realized that the blades had passed through her body, but only cut off all the ropes on her body. Konohamaru's mouth twitched and explained, "These wind blades are carrying my chakra, which was released on you just now, and they have already covered my chakra on the rope, and the chakras will echo each other, so this trick is specially released to cut the rope. Don't worry, it won't hurt you." Boom, bum. The rope broke and the woman was free. She reached out her hand, squeezed the cloth out of her mouth, and threw it away. Then he coughed a few times, looking very uncomfortable. "Are you all right?" Konohamaru leaned over, and Neji, who was not far away, was speechless when he saw this scene. "This kid, it's not bad. Has the style I used to be." Neji muttered silently. "Of course, I'm just saying that in terms of saving people, pickup girls are not as good as me." Neji shrugged. "This kid." The few strong men stood behind the so-called big brother, daring to speak out. "Ninja moves are always so magical, but that's why." The middle-aged man frowned tightly and glanced at Neji, who had been watching. Although the man said that he couldn't care about things outside the ninja world, he did not stop his subordinates from messing up, and the woman had let go. "You can't just let it go, big brother." A strong man muttered. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "You guys back off, I'll take over here." Chapter 725 Demon. Weird woman. And his courage was also seen by Neji. Not a ninja, but not afraid of ninjas. It's interesting. Neji's mouth twitched. Then, he turned his head again, and saw a few birds flying out of the grass behind him. The bird flapped its wings and flew higher. The sun in the sky has slowly set. Soon, Yuhi's entire cloud will be dyed to create a beautiful dusk scene. The time is so fast. If I hadn't rushed to perform the mission, I would really like to know what's going on behind your back. Maybe it would be very interesting. Neji shrugged. Just when he turned around, he saw a surge of power surged forward. Ding! That light was released by chakra, and where the light was haunted, the grass withered. Will the light be attacked? What is it? Neji was a little puzzled, and stepped back quickly, avoiding the light. No, that's not real light. Neji calms down and analyzes. The speed of light is very fast, and attacking in the way of light is too outrageous and goes against the essence of chakra. In Neji's understanding, chakra is already a completely transparent thing. The way the opponent uses to attack is to concretize chakra, mixed with other substances, so are other substances the part of the attack? Definitely not light. The moment the object was seen, the light reached Neji's side, but it had no effect, but when the figurative light covered the grass withered in an instant. And in terms of attack power, it's nothing at all, but compared to ordinary people, it's still terrifying magic. So Neji, not worried about the impact. It's so dangerous. I said, you guys, I'm different from that guy. I'm not going to shoot at you. You don't need to be so guarded against me, right? Neji laughed. The middle-aged man was also taken aback. Neji looked so confident just now, how could he be acting like he is now? He smiled smugly and said, looking at your special eyes, I thought you were a powerful character, but it seems that he is just a useless trash genin. Now that you see my abilities, are you afraid? When Neji heard this, he smiled sheepishly, not knowing how to answer. I also ask you, eldest brother, to teach my ignorant little brother a good lesson. Let him hurry up and carry out the task with me. Neji said in a low voice, taking a few small steps back. With such a simple feedback, the strong men immediately became complacent when they saw that the situation had improved. Ha 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 ha, ninjas really know what to do. Really, Big Brother is too strong. These guys are scared. Next is another one. On the other side, Konohamaru was slapping the woman on the back. Are you all right? It's all right. The woman's clothes were different from those of the wild mountain people at first glance. She was wearing a very simple and fresh Yuhi costume, and her hair accessories were simple but revealed a graceful temperament. It was also at this time that Konohamaru thought about it. Could it be that this woman's family is too wealthy and was tied up by these gangsters to ask for money? So Konohamaru asked, "Don't worry, my captain is very powerful, we can definitely save you. It's just that we are ninjas, if we manage too much, we may be punished by the village. So, if they ask you for money, if so, can you break the bank and eliminate the disaster? We have to carry out missions in the future." The woman glanced at Konohamaru, and I have to say that Konohamaru is also very careful, and like Naruto, he wants to save people. But unlike Naruto, he doesn't only know how to be a hero, but he also knows about the aftermath. Neji, who saw this scene not far away, also snickered and murmured, "What's the hurry, the next thing is a good show." A faint blue light strikes. Konohamaru was stunned, and quickly shouted, "Be careful." He immediately stood in front of the woman, but he was so impatient, like Neji, that he didn't know how to deal with this power system that was different from chakra. It's just that unlike Neji, he can't analyze so many situations in an instant, so he can only try to resist with his body. However, something miraculous happened, and the woman stepped forward solemnly and said, "Don't worry." The woman stretched out her hand, her fingers spread out. The palm of the hand reveals a strange totem. The totem shone brighter and brighter under the light. Witchcraft. It's witchcraft. This woman. A few strong men over there frowned and shouted again and again. Witchcraft. Neji frowned slightly and looked over. I saw those blue lights, which were not very lethal, were inhaled together with the chakras that activated them. The point of inhalation was on the palm of the woman's hand, and at this moment her palm was shining brightly, so brightly that it was penetrating. It is like a black hole-like inhalation point, sucking all the strange lights into it. To finish, hold your hand tightly. The totem on the palm of the left hand became more and more obvious. Now that Neji could see clearly that it was a fresh Yuhi-colored wing, not an angel's wing, but more like a bat's wing. Just from the pattern, the woman you helped looks like a bad person, Konohamaru. Neji narrowed his eyes and wanted to leave at this moment. If he helped the wrong person, he would have to be involved in a strange incident. Then, the woman took a few steps back gently, frowning tightly. She lowered her body gently and put a hand on Konohamaru's shoulder. Konohamaru was also a little flattered. It seemed that her movements were very gentle, but she was a little tired. After all, the move of absorbing the enemy's attack into the body will consume the body no matter how you look at it. The next moment, the woman slowly opened her eyes. Yuhi-colored light flashed in her eyes, just for a moment. But at that moment, Neji felt infinite malice, all around him. But it is only for a moment, and the maliciousness is very weak, it is difficult to make a difference. If it weren't for Neji's consciousness of God, almost no one would notice it. That moment, Neji felt that she was not such a gentle woman. Instead, he wanted to swallow the devil in his mouth alive with the boy in front of him. So far, are you still abusing this illegitimate power? After the woman returned to normal, she said righteously. The middle-aged man's heart was startled, but it seemed that something bad was about to happen. Damn. Brother, run. A strong man behind him saw that the woman was let go, completely lost his previous momentum, and quickly dropped a projectile. Konohamaru was surprised and thought it was fried da. Unexpectedly, the explosive bomb exploded, and it was a violent airflow and smoke, which was scattered around. Run! In the thick fog, Neji's eyes radiated a faint light, and he clearly looked at several men, rushing away at a strange speed. But when she turned her eyes, she saw a woman with a ghostly figure. Then the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said leisurely, "This woman. Interesting." Chapter 726 Alan. Ironwood Ridge. Seeing those people just run away, Neji is not in a hurry to chase. Forget it, it won't run far anyway, and the ninja world is so big now. With Neji's strength, finding someone as trivial as them was a piece of cake. The huge ninja world is just a drop in the ocean in Neji's eyes, and it's easy to go over it. What's more, these few people are not worth Neji's shot at all. Very good, it seems that you still have some conscience. Captain Neji. There, Konohamaru leaned over and smirked at Neji. Don't get me wrong, I didn't do it. You're just lucky. Neji sighed, he was really not satisfied with what Konohamaru did today, but it just hasn't happened yet. You. Konohamaru's face turned from sunny to cloudy at once, glared at Neji and said, "Anyway, we are companions, really, we don't give you any face. I'm the Jonin in charge of the mission, and you are just a genin. I don't need to regard you as a companion on the mission, and in other words, you do this kind of thing, it's not what a companion should do." Quote. Neji's indifferent attitude made Konohamaru very upset. Hey, you. Thank you. At this time, the girl who had been silent all along, after confirming that the men had left the battlefield because they were afraid of ninjas, knelt down and bowed. Seeing that she didn't know when, she quietly knelt down and bowed to the two of them. Neji is not surprised. The strangeness of the ninja world is only starting to be seen now. Such etiquette may be very common among different ethnic groups and tribes, as common as their handshake. Konohamaru was flattered and stepped back. Sister, don't do this, this is what we should do. Thank you very much. Today, my little girl was saved by two benefactors. I am very grateful. You are my reborn parents. Is there anything I can do to help you? As long as I can, I am willing to do everything. Quote. The woman is also a bit beautiful. At this moment, she said sympathetically and obediently, which made people feel a little confused and hazy for a while. Konohamaru smacked his mouth, he was only a teenager, and repeatedly refused. No, this is not necessary. That's right, then I'll ask you a few questions, which must be answered truthfully. Neji's indifferent expression surprised Konohamaru too. Captain. Neji's indifferent tone, very cold, made Konohamaru have some opinions. And Neji didn't want to pay any attention to Konohamaru at all, and continued to say indifferently, "Give you a chance, you must tell the truth. Introduce yourself, and tell us why you are tied there. If you lie, you know what the consequences will be." Quote. Neji's eyes always reveal the confidence of a king. It's like saying that his strength is unmatched in the ninja world, and he doesn't care about anything. And the woman who saw this look felt this kind of domineering. How could she believe it at this moment? How could she know that the Byakugan man standing in front of him was really invincible in the entire ninja world at this moment? Who are you? Where is this place? Where are you from? Why are you in this place? You seem to know those men. Who are they? Why did you kidnap you? You in the ninja world. The ninja world, what is the relationship like? Quote. Saying that, Neji's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Ninjas are different from you. They don't use that kind of pointless tricks or kidnappings. If it affects the efficiency of the task, I will kill you directly and end this superfluous task that suddenly appeared. Neji's words are so real, yet indifferent. Even Konohamaru couldn't stand it anymore, and quickly accused, "This sister is not a ninja at first glance, why are you talking like this? You. Indeed, she's not a ninja, but she knows ninjas well. Otherwise, how could she use chakra so skillfully? Even above your genin." Neji's simple words, but killing people, surprised Konohamaru. He came back to his senses and thought back carefully, the power that this woman used before, it turned out that she really had chakra. You know, Neji has the strongest Byakugan in the history of the Hyuga family, even higher than main clan, and Byakugan itself can see through chakra and the acupuncture points of the human body. So whether the energy circulating in the human body is chakra, Neji can definitely distinguish. Could it be that elder sister? You are also a ninja. The woman was a little innocent, showing helpless eyes, and said pitifully, no, I'm just a witch. This so-called chakra is there when we were born. Thousands of years ago, our curse we brought it into this world and taught us everything, but at that time the source of our witchcraft was called, ninja. Konohamaru bowed his head slightly and murmured, Ninzong. What is it? At this moment, Neji was already surprised. Then, let's start answering the previous questions immediately. We saved your life, and we have the right to take it away at will. As for whether you want to keep your own life or not, it all depends on your subsequent performance. Neji said indifferently. Such an attitude is arrogant and indifferent, not at all like the gentlemanly demeanor that a strange woman should have. This also made Konohamaru have a lot of opinions. Who knew that the woman didn't care so much, so Kai Shikai released it. My name is Mu Allen, you can call me Allen. Our Wu clan is divided into 5 elements, and my grandmother belongs to the wood of the 5 elements, so my name is Mu Allen. Very clear explanation, but these are unfamiliar to ninjas. Especially Konohamaru, scratching his head, he can't understand the so-called witchcraft. Is it possible that there are other powers other than chakra, and he has not noticed it for so many years? Second, what is the so-called 5 elements? This woman's explanation has been very clear, she is indeed not a ninja. It's just that in Neji's eyes, these things have become more and more interesting. If this is the case, then Alan really is a person with multiple key identities. And when the identity was revealed, Konohamaru became less noisy. Although Neji's attitude was a little less gentle, it at least proved useful. Moreover, since it is the so-called witch clan. What are the 5 elements? So it seems that the forces behind it are not small, no less than ninjas. Then it's not the bullied good woman that Konohamaru thinks. Those men are really afraid of this woman. What's the secret behind? Here, where is it? Neji continued to ask nonchalantly. Timuling, this place is called Timuling. Alan replied. Chapter 727 Gain Energy. Witchcraft in Ironwood Village. This place is called Tiamu Ridge. The Tiamu here is a special kind of plant. It is said that it has existed since thousands of years ago. Many trees have grown from that time. Having said that, the woman looked around. Did Konohamaru notice that those trees were slightly different from ordinary trees? The difference is that ordinary trees do not have this bronze-like color, and ordinary trees do have such a color, but it is more about some branches and trunks that are about to wither and grow old. But these trees have no leaves on the ground. All the leaves are rustling on the tree, it looks like a piece of withered, about to fall, but it stands tenaciously on it, like an iron tree. But everyone knows that this tree is real. It's amazing, there are so many stories on my sister's body. Konohamaru said with emotion. And Neji stared at Alan's concave and firm body from the side across the line of sight, and couldn't help whispering, indeed, it seems that there are many stories that can happen. However, Neji whispered, over there, under Neji's serious questioning, Alan was still providing information honestly. Continue to go north from here, stop less than 50 miles away, and you will find the way to our Tiamu village. Tekamura. It sounds familiar. Konohamaru rubbed his chin. Aside, his shoulder was pressed down by Neji. It hurts. Konohamaru bit Kiba and glared at Neji. Neji narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, okay, shut up, little thief. Who doesn't know how careful you are? You're too young and inappropriate. Hey, why, I didn't. Come on, I've never heard of this village, can you? Neji muttered disdainfully, it seems that most of Konohamaru's careful justice is pretending. Unexpectedly, flirting with girls is more ruthless than anyone else. Konohamaru murmured, "What the hell are you talking about? Damn, I really forgot where I heard it." Over there, Alan continued to explain respectfully. The reason why they are respectful is because the two ninjas in front of them are, in the eyes of their Wu clan, the existences that rule the world. And she saved her life today. Of course, she must be treated respectfully as a benefactor. The profession that has been handed down in our village from ancient times to the present is the wizard. Wizards use witchcraft. This is a misunderstanding of everyone, but in fact, most wizards do not use witchcraft. The ability I just used is not a witch. It is a kind of technique, but a special power hidden in my body from the time of birth. Our village calls this special energy energization. Quote, yinning. It is the energy stored in the body when a certain amount of energy is absorbed. After some explanation, Konohamaru still smashed his head, not understanding. Neji simply said, "Think about Tsunade-sama's creation and regeneration yin seal. After accumulating chakra for a period of time, a power can erupt. That kind of power is not the result of chakra itself or the explosion of chakra. It is the magical power of rejuvenation that can be produced by the process of eruption." Oh, I still don't understand. Neji thinks about it too. After all, he has penetrated chakra now, so many techniques can be understood. But the average ninja only knows how to use it, but not the principle. Yin Nang, it's a different kind of power for your wizarding family, right? Neji asked. Konohamaru finally came to a realization and said in surprise, "Oh. I see, this is equivalent to our ninjas having sage art chakra in addition to using chakra, right?" "Yes, it's not easy. You stupid head. Shut up, relentless Captain Byakugan Wolf. Fortunately, the apprentice I accepted is not you. It's really embarrassing for Naruto. Wait, I will definitely be stronger than your apprentice Hanabi in the future." Amidst the bickering between the two, Alan continued to explain. "Those people are robber tribes from the mountains in the south of Tiamu Mountains. They have taken a fancy to the power of our wizards. In order to expand their territory, they did not hesitate to plan to steal from our Tiamu village for a long time. Secret treasure. Until today, it has already started to attack the people among us." Quote. Alan said, wanting to cry without tears. A heartbroken and desperate look. "I originally wanted to go to Iwagakure village through this Temu ridge to ask for help. I was sent by my grandmother to be the messenger of our Temu village, but they robbed me. Fortunately, you were there to save me. Now." Quote. When Alan said this, Neji understood and said, "Now you plan to continue to Iwagakure village, right?" Iwagakure village, the land of the land, is attached to one of the 5 major kingdoms. As long as you can get their help and even cooperate, you won't be able to. Being bullied by this robber tribe, and even if Iwagakure village is not obliged to eradicate those robbers, if the daimyo of the land can be known, they will control these things. All farmers in the Timuling area are at a stagnant stage." Quote. He said that, Neji became more and more confident, and his eyes revealed subtlety. The land itself is poor in land resources, and it needs continuous mining to create agricultural development. This is also an important source of water and soil resources for the land. Timuling is a large mine that has been neglected, but because of those robbers tribes have made people panic, the land of the earth and Timuring need an opportunity, and Iwagakure village is the best opportunity. Right. Quote. Alan was stunned by Neji's question. Konohamaru also felt the awkward atmosphere. "Hey, Captain Neji, wouldn't it be nice to ask directly?" "Nothing bad, if that's the case, that's great." Neji's mouth twitched. Alan took a step back. She knew that these ninjas were the top people in the world, and they would always have more knowledge. But she didn't expect that even her brain was so good. She only said a small part of the secret, and Neji deduced almost all her real thoughts, which was so terrifying. After that, she didn't dare to talk nonsense at will. Why is it so good? Alan still couldn't help asking. Neji chuckled. Your reaction is to prove that I am right. You are indeed using Iwagakure village to achieve the development of your own village, aren't you? Because the sorcery you possessed was originally thousands of years ago a ninjutsu. An ancestor developed from the ninja sect. But it has been suppressed by ninjas. This newly researched power may be able to make you go back to the enduring path. Right. Neji directly made Alan speechless. Seeing that Alan didn't say anything, Neji sighed slightly. Rest assured, these are good things. Because our purpose is the same as yours. Neji smiled knowingly. Chapter 728 Arrival. The welcoming village of Iwagakure. Seeing the knowing smile on Neji's face, Alan couldn't help but be curious. Why do you say that? Benefactor, I think, if you can help Alan continue his mission, even if Alan loses his life, he will follow you to the death. This sentence sounds so tragic. However, Konohamaru narrowed his eyes and glanced at Konohamaru intentionally or unintentionally. Neji coughed lightly and said righteously, well, I'll talk about it later. Bang, scumbag, I'm going to tell Sister Ino. Shish. Neji glanced at the Konohamaru. Konohamaru stuck out his tongue and made a face at Neji. Neji murmured in a low voice, boy, you've made so many troubles along the way, and I didn't plan to sue me. You can give me some snacks. I know. Chi. Konohamaru glanced at the beginning, knowing that what he did was impulsive. As the grandson of the third generation of Hokage, he naturally understands that there are too few things a genin can decide. The reason why he can be so messy is entirely because of Neji's indulgence and tolerance. Alan didn't pay attention to the whispers between the two, but said dumbly, Benefactor, what exactly do you mean? Neji coughed lightly and said, what do you mean? It doesn't matter, I said it, and I will talk about the transaction later. But then, just follow me for the time being. I will take you to Iwagakure village. You take me. That's right, because our destination is also Iwagakure village. As a result, a team of young people and one teenager immediately became a classic team of one man, one woman and one teenager. The three of them, after a moment of repair, set off without stopping. However, in just over an hour, the sunset on the horizon was about to set. Still the sound of running water. Wow, tilde. Thorn. The three of them compete together to see who catches the most fish. After that, you can have a full meal. Seeing the setting sun go down, the three of them hurried on the road, chasing the wild dogs in the fields. Accidentally bumped into a hornet's nest in the forest, and in the end, only Konohamaru was chased by the forest. Fortunately, Neji's bag contained the medical bag that Ino was carrying, as well as Neji's proprietary medical technique, so that Konoha pill didn't suffer too long from the full head bag. Today's journey can only be here at most. We will start early tomorrow morning, and we will be able to reach Iwagakure village before noon. It's about the same as the scheduled journey. There will definitely be people from Iwagakure village to greet us. Let's sleep here tonight. Alan is not particular about it. After all, she is a woman of the Wu tribe. She looks gentle, but her temperament is somewhat savage. However, Neji was not so particular about it. After a complicated hand seal. Mokudan, wood style, forge in Churiki, column house art. Boom boom boom. From the ground, a square wooden house appeared. The wooden house looked extremely luxurious, and after it was in its infancy, Neji's chakra and Byakugan were used to make constant changes to the interior. In less than a minute, a luxurious wooden house is located like this. Really? Why didn't you take it out last night? Konohamaru was in the corner, muttering. What did you say? Nothing. Focus on sex over friends. Too much. The three of them slept well that night. Neji's face regained Yuhi light after this day, and Konohamaru also relieved his fatigue. Although his heart was still gloomy, Alan's status in the team gradually rose. However, their respective goals have not changed. Neji is to complete his great cause of unifying the 5 countries, Konohamaru is to complete his second S-rank mission, and go to Iwagakure village to experience himself. Alan is to convey the crisis situation of his own techie village and Iwagakure village, and his inner persistence some secret. The next morning, we started to leave. 3 were speechless all the way, and soon arrived at the village of Iwagakure. Ooh. The allotted time was almost there, so Neji didn't blame Konohamaru. As a result of wasting some time on the road this time, I just arrived at the appointed time with Iwagakure village, and it was exactly the same. In Iwagakure village who were ready to supply Neji at the door early were not disappointed. Ooh. This crowd, ninjas. Glance, the older generation of ninjas in Iwagakure village, numbering as many as 1,000 people, warmly welcomed them. Especially the few people who took the lead in Iwagakure village. Even the 3rd generation Tsuchikujinoki was dispatched. And their advisor, Uncle Lois. These are the heroes of the 4th Ninja World War. Konohamaru was very surprised, and Alan followed in surprise, but she was just a little witch from a remote mountain village and had never seen such a big scene. Warmly welcome the messenger from Konoha village, the land of fire, to come to establish friendly diplomatic relations. The huge banner was draped from top to bottom, and it was very eye-catching. I knew it. Konohamaru was moved to tears. Neji looked indifferent and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Konohamaru sucked his nose and said, "I knew they would all remember Naruto's achievements. It's just that I didn't expect that Naruto didn't come. I just came here as a disciple of Naruto to establish diplomatic relations." A huge welcome. Quote. I'm so touched, woohoo tilde tilde. Neji and Alan looked at Konohamaru with a speechless expression and moved themselves. Afterwards, the 3 were invited to the inside of the village. Master Neji, I didn't expect you to come. Onoki's hunched body was bent. Although he still had some strength left, he was obviously a little older than before after the war. Neji, stay safe. Now you should enjoy the glory in Konoha village. I didn't expect to meet Neji-sama who was so powerful back then. It's really a blessing for 3 lives. Hello. Neji just smiled faintly and waved to the crowd. Those groups of young girls are almost going crazy. Ah, Lord Neji, Lord Neji. Konohamaru, who was walking behind, dumbfounded and embarrassed. Why? He murmured and asked. Alan on the side was just showing an indifferent expression. She herself didn't understand what the so-called Hyuga Neji did, even in such a big village as Iwagakure village, to have such a high reputation. And looking at the appearance of this child, I clearly don't agree with him. I thought they were here to welcome me, shouldn't they? Why? Did I make a mistake? Hyuga Neji didn't leave anything to praise in the 4th Ninja War, right? Did they think Captain Neji is Naruto's brother's apprentice? Konohamaru sighed with emotion. But the people of this Iwagakure village are really too warm. Chapter 729 Wake. Sleeping Power. Welcome to Iwagakure village. The enthusiasm of the crowd directly overwhelmed the original public order and good customs of this team. Now it's only Neji walking in front of the scene, and Konohamaru and Alan behind him are like 2 servants. No, we don't even count as servants. Alan said silently. Konohamaru also sighed. But along the way, he and Alan also began to warm up slowly. Only then did I realize that this girl's seemingly simple personality actually revealed a lot of calmness. Indifference and gentleness are often accompanied, so with the cool and thin appearance, it has a unique flavor and is fascinating. Bah, what am I thinking? Konohamaru frowned. This should just be the yearning for the unique charm of women. He is only 15 years old now, and he has no time to think about those who have and do not have. The guest rooms have been prepared for you, and the initial meeting can start at any time. The advisors, Tsuchikage, and the senior management are already on call. Everything is up to you. In front, there are special personnel to lead the way for Neji and arrange the establishment of diplomatic relations afterward. Konohamaru heard this. he was extremely surprised. This Iwagakure village is one of the 5 great ninja villages. Why do you have such a good attitude? It's so strange. Listening to his depressed tone, Alan explained, obviously. It's the pressure from your captain. My captain? Yes, the negotiations between big countries are very different from our small countries. As an envoy, I have come to this village more than once, but I have never been treated like this. This is the reality. Alan's tone was cold. And Konohamaru was also silent. No wonder Alan suddenly cared about these things. I guess he thought of a small village like his own. Although it can be protected by Iwagakure village, it is also a very unequal treaty, right? Konohamaru suddenly remembered that Neji had explained to him. The special feature of the land lies in its internal stability and the smooth development of the people's agricultural industry. In order to provide a rational distribution of resources for the barren land, a lot of manpower and material resources have been used. If this is the case, then the internal rule of the land should be relatively inhumane. Because of this, there are many small villages in the land, and many people in power have many dissatisfaction. This time, Neji would be so happy to bring Alan and cooperate after learning the truth. Must that be the reason? Alan continued. That's why your captain has done something for Iwagakure village, or has shown unrivaled strength in the ninja world. That's why Iwagakure village is so flattering. But don't worry, on the conclusion of a treaty, they will never budge. Quote. Why? Because it is this friendly attitude. It proves that they don't want to make concessions easily. The so-called raise their hands and don't hit the smiling face. Just hope that when the conflict breaks out, it will not be more serious. Alan chuckled and glanced at Konohamaru. This young man really looks like he doesn't understand anything. Compared with the ninja in front, he is much easier to deal with. Damn. What's wrong? Why is this guy so popular? Crap. Alan stayed for a while, but did not expect that there seemed to be some contradictions between them. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. That's better. The old man has not yet abdicated, and this meeting is still hosted by me. Since Neji wants to start preliminary discussions as soon as possible, then immediately spread the word and gather in the conference room within 10 minutes. Onoki said domineeringly. Neji smiled shyly. This is not so important. It's just that there are 2 behind me. The 2 followers should just let them wait outside. This meeting is very confidential, and only 5 high-level officials from Iwagakure village attended. Neji, you are still young, and it is not allowed to bring combatants to the meeting to establish diplomatic relations between major countries. Oh, I mean, give them a place to rest. We've been traveling for 3 days and 3 nights. I see. Haha. Say it earlier. Takoyaki. Takoyaki imported from the country of fire. 10 takoyaki discount. The colorful balls specially launched by our store are free to taste. Hearing the hawking outside, Konohamaru was tired. Wow. Behind him, the door was pushed open. Konohamaru immediately turned around and sat down. It was Alan who walked in and knelt down and sat down. Konohamaru was startled, but also bowed respectfully, thinking that the so-called Tiamu village was just a country bumpkin, but I didn't expect Alan to have a set of etiquette. Captain Neji went to a meeting. Is it an important matter? Alan has changed into casual clothes at this moment. His face seems to be a lot softer, and Yuhi's lips are also a lot moisturized. Konohamaru was amazed by her appearance, and she scratched her head with a shy smile and said, Hey. That's right, I heard that it is a friendly establishment of diplomatic relations, so I can't let unrelated people participate. But since we have such a good place to stay, it's not bad. I was really full just now. I didn't expect the food in Iwagakure village to be delicious. Konohamaru laughed happily. Alan frowned slightly with an expression of hesitating to speak. Iwagakure village. Yeah, I miss it very much. I don't know why, but I always feel that this place is very familiar. Whenever I think of Iwagakure village, I always feel. Alan's eyes blurred. Konohamaru was startled and asked quickly, "What's wrong with you, Alan?" Because at this time, Alan seemed to have changed in front of him, just for a moment. Alan was stunned for a moment, then came back to his senses. "Oh, it's okay." Konohamaru was suspicious. He hesitated for a long time and nodded silently. But in the end, Alan still sighed and said, "Actually, there is something I want to get rid of you." "What's the matter?" Konohamaru frowned slightly. At this moment, Alan looked gloomy, as if he was resisting some kind of beast in his heart. "Here's the guy, the power in me, it's about to wake up." "What do you mean?" Konohamaru is first-rate in cold sweat. Alan hurriedly raised his head, his eyes emitting a faint cold light. Alan's appearance made Konohamaru a little surprised. His mouth was shaking, and he didn't know what to say. Knowing that Alan was biting on Kiba and resisting something, he said, "Stop me. Please, be sure to stop me." After that, Alan seemed to be completely occupied by something. At this moment, the gentle feminine beauty on Alan's body completely disappeared without a trace. What was left, as if a demon, in front of Konohamaru, John Kiba danced his claws. "What the hell is it?" Konohamaru said, widened his eyes, and immediately retreated back. "Wow." Alan stretched out his hands, and the long fingernails became weapons, turning into sharp blades in the air. Boom! On the ground, Konohamaru got up and quickly dodged. Chapter 730 Fight. Ninja Style. What the hell is going on? Hey! Konohamaru was in a cold sweat in surprise and ran away quickly. However, at this moment, Alan no longer had the image he had before. His hair was guided by some strange force, and it began to spread out and float. Huh! The movements are extremely agile, just like a ninja. Konohamaru narrowly avoided every attack. And Alan's eyes radiated fresh Yuhi's light, and that hand looked like a devil's claws, but every attack had a trace. Konohamaru's memory reminds me of the time when I was at the ninja school. That's Ebisu-sensei, teaching them the basics of ninja fighting. I won't lose with this move. I'm a ninja. Konohamaru immediately resisted. Anyway, Alan just said, "Stop her." Pat, the crazy Alan, was also a little surprised. For the first time, her attack was blocked by Konohamaru's arm, and the defense was very strict. No matter how hard Alan bites Kiba, he can't break through the defense. Konohamaru took a breath and said, "Sister Alan, don't blame me." Drink. One kick hit Alan in the stomach. Konohamaru was empty, and finally hand seal quickly. Futon, wind style, whirlwind fist. In his mind, and his movements stopped abruptly. And Konohamaru said with a smile, "This is Uncle Asuma's move." For us ninjas, pure physical combat itself is not weak, and the chakra boost with the wind attribute will be stronger. Whoosh. Drink. A punch hit the past, clearly separated by a distance of 2 or 3 meters, but Alan felt a huge impact and knocked her whole body out. Bang! Alan slammed into the door, and Konohamaru had already controlled his strength. In addition to taking care of Alan, an ordinary person who may not be able to withstand a strong blow, this house was also arranged by the high-level officials of Iwagakure village. If the hotel was smashed, they would not be able to afford it. However, Konohamaru was still not complacent for a long time, and Alan glared at her, revealing killing intent. "Isn't it? Alan, you are so strong." With the surprise of Konohamaru, Alan rushed over quickly. Konohamaru jumped up, dodged, and took the opportunity to punch again. Whirlwind fist. Whoosh. Konohamaru's fist attacked again in the form of a whirlwind, but this time Alan raised his head with a strong Yuhi color in his eyes. Om. Bang! The whirlwind punch hit the barrier surrounded by Yuhi light and bounced off. It bounced in the direction of the hotel's door, and even the power increased a lot, and it went straight through the door. With a bang, an extremely flat circular hole was pierced through the door. Konohamaru frowned slightly, and murmured gloomily, "It's over. This is the trouble." Who knew he had just landed when Alan was already close? So fast. Konohamaru didn't expect that the fight with Alan would become so difficult. It's just a close quarters fight. However, the moment Konohamaru quickly left, Alan stretched out his hand and pulled out a handful of kunai from Konohamaru's ninja bag. "That's what happened." Konohamaru tutted. "If you use a weapon, it is very likely to hurt Xiaoran, who is in an abnormal state, but, fortunately, Xiaoran is not a ninja and can't use it." Just thinking of this, the scene in front of him made Konohamaru completely stunned. Whoa. Huh. I saw that Alan's hand twisted a few times, and Kunwu was like a flower in her hand, and she held it with an easy backhand. "Alan, why do you use kunai?" Konohamaru is stupid. Could it be that Alan directly became an all-around full-time genius in this state of madness? Whether it is speed, defense or combat skills, at this time, it is more than 10 times the normal state, and even surpasses Konohamaru, who is a ninja. What's the matter? Huh. Konohamaru is still feeling faint, but Alan will not give a chance. That's skilled fighting skills. If Alan was not in a very abnormal state at the moment, Konohamaru would have suspected that she was actually a ninja herself. Just from the details of the relationship these days, it can be seen from many details that Alan is just an ordinary villager of Tiamu village, because she is really familiar with Tiamu village, and the angle of doing things is really standing. Considered from the perspective of Ironwood village. Alan. Konohamaru sees that the scale of this battle is going to intensify. It was originally just a small fight, and the battle has risen to the ninja level. If the winner is to be determined, the house may be destroyed. So Konohamaru wants to wake up Eren as much as possible, but it makes no sense to Ben. Stab, sound, with Konohamaru dodging, Alan stabbed into the hotel's paper window and slashed it down. The paper window was completely torn open, and Konohamaru frowned, cold sweat pouring out. This kind of paper is a rare quality unique to Iwagakure village. It has a texture similar to that of cloth and is very expensive, Alan. Thorn. Totally torn. Konohamaru's heart froze. I can't handle so much anymore, I'm sorry. Alan. Konohamaru bit Kiba and reached into his clothes, thinking back to the night before. Of the night, in the pitch-dark 4 Jinchuriki column homes, candles lit up impressively. Konohamaru was in a daze, and was woken up by Neji and made a battle plan. How to negotiate with them, this is my business, and your mission is to assist me. All in all, the above things must be done. Do you understand? Neji asked in a low voice. Konohamaru rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned and said, "Ah, I know. No wonder you're so kind to let us sleep in a good place like this." It turned out to be to talk about this kind of battle plan secretly. I know, although Alan was rescued by us, our partner, but we can't completely trust it. Right? No. Neji's eyes were a little dignified. It's totally unbelievable. Konohamaru was slightly surprised. Afterwards, Neji took out a spell from inside his clothes. What is this? Konohamaru caught it and saw that it was a yellow spell with some bright yuhi-colored spell-like things painted on it, which Konohamaru had never seen or heard of. Neji explained, "This is a spell to suppress your spiritual power. When you meet an opponent you can't defeat and you can't escape, use this to stop it. Especially Alan next to you. I noticed that she has an extremely powerful spirit in her body. Power, using this is the best way to deal with her." Konohamaru complained, "No way. But I still accept it, just in case." Just, where did you get these miscellaneous things? Brother Naruto also said that you can always get some strange things from unknown places, Captain Neji. In the end, even sage art. Okay, time to sleep. Chapter 731 Consultant. Okamoto Stone. Konohamaru took out the yellow charm in his hand, and the rough texture could not be said to be made of anything. Like the material of the pierced paper window, it looks very special, but according to this heavy sense of power, it should be more precious than the paper window. I can only make you suffer a little bit, Sister Allen. Konohamaru couldn't bear it, but that's all that's left for now. After all, Allen had already used a negotiating tone before becoming this state, begging him to stop her. Then you probably won't blame yourself. Drink. A slap hit Allen's face. Clap, sound. Air was quiet for a moment, and Konohamaru blinked her eyes in embarrassment. A slap slapped Allen's face, and the spell was stuck firmly in Konohamaru's hand. Yuhi slapped Allen's face, and the gorilla Yuhi color in his eyes has not disappeared. Ah! Allen went berserk, and Konohamaru swallowed. Just posted it upside down. Pop! This time, a hand was placed on Allen's forehead. The method used was also taught by Neji. It was like immobilizing a zombie, sticking the spell firmly on Allen's forehead. Allen immediately seemed to be bound by something, completely unable to move, and he could see that he was struggling immediately, but to no avail. Afterwards, Konohamaru released only part of the chakra in his hand and poured it into the spell. The sporadic chakra draws out the power in the spell and releases Shengmeng. Om. Afterwards, Allen was pushed down by a powerful force and fell to the ground with a bang. Eyes, Yuhi's evil spirit was suppressed again. And that spell, slowly dissipated and annihilated. Until it was completely charred like burning, never to be seen again. Konohamaru also fell to the ground exhausted, exhaling. Excellent. This is a temporary solution. Thank you. Allen covered his face, looking a little ashamed. Konohamaru smiled embarrassedly. It's okay, it's all a matter of hands. Allen slowly raised her head and looked around. The doors and windows were cracked, the floor was full of traces of battle, kunai was scattered on the ground, and there was a fresh Yuhi slap on her face. Ah, let's not talk about the rest, Allen. What the hell is going on with you? Is there something strange in your body? Konohamaru hurriedly asked curiously. And Allen also seemed to be hesitant to speak. After a few hesitations, she slowly raised her head and sighed. Oh, it's a long story. It's just a special power of our Tiamu Ling, but I often can't control it well. So go into madness. Crazy. Wasn't it really being used or controlled by someone? Konohamaru asked in confusion. Allen took a deep breath, wondering if he was worried about revealing something. After thinking about it, she still nodded affirmatively. No, it's just something in my own body. Oh, so. Konohamaru nodded, rubbing her chin. Seeing what Allen was about to say, Konohamaru returned to a serious look. Then if that's the case, I have a question for Sister Allen. What's the problem? Are you a ninja? Konohamaru's eyes were firmly aimed at the surprised Allen. I'm not. Then, why are you able to use ninja fighting skills so proficiently when you are fighting with me, and even using kunai, you are at least at the level of Chunin? What's the explanation for this? Konohamaru's words finally made Allen lose his direction and could not refute. Something must have happened in Timuling. You have been hiding it. Come on, now Captain Neji is on a mission. I have the highest command of this squad, and this is also the right given to me by Captain Neji. If you lie about your villages in this case, there is no need for us to cooperate with you anymore. Quote. Konohamaru said seriously. Whether it is from the perspective of the village or from a personal perspective, it is necessary to figure out what Allen's real purpose is. Afterwards, Allen looked at Konohamaru as if forced into a corner, and said slowly, You are Sarutobi Shinosuke's son, right? Konohamaru's eyes. At this time, the high-level confidential meeting room of Iwagakure village. Then I declare that the meeting begins. Onoki said. Your Majesty is busy with more important matters, so I will represent the country of the land in this meeting. One of the Nagato said that he looked very old, but he still spoke in a lively manner. But Neji didn't care. After all, the position of the land was not important. This is a matter of the ninja world. Regarding the contradictory position between ninjas and ninja villages, the 5 major countries naturally have other procedures to solve their problems. The main purpose of this meeting was to conquer the village of Iwagakure. Onoki, who is still the 3rd generation of Tsuchikage in dealing with foreign affairs and internal affairs, naturally worships Neji wholeheartedly. As for his attitude, he is still ambiguous. Aside from some irrelevant remarks, the one that Neji is most concerned about now is the advisor with the highest weight. Iwagakure village are different from those of Konoha village. They represent Iwagakure village and not individuals, and they are one person. Unlike the advisory team in Konoha village, the advisors in Iwagakure village have the status of a dynasty's prime minister, and can decide many things. Okamoto Ishii. At 49 years old, he played against Konoha Sannin when he was young and got away with it. He was a late bloomer. He was promoted to Chunin at the age of 38, and after that, he became a consultant within 3 years and became a consultant within 1 year. He has performed 30 S-class missions in the past, and his ability is very outstanding. With the control of resources and extraordinary strategy, he has become the youngest advisor in the history of Iwagakure village. The consultants of Iwagakure village have always needed to control the situation of the entire village of Iwagakure village, and their prestige must be convincing. Therefore, the general age is too high. The youngest consultant in the past is also 61 years old, and this guy Okamoto Shi, 52 at the age of 12, he became an advisor to Iwagakure village, assisting Onoki. Even in many things, the decision-making power over some things is higher than Onoki. Judging from the scene, Onoki is also extremely dissatisfied with this person. Quote. Neji thought silently in his heart. The above is the information sent by Konoha village, which has the same attitude as the Fire Nation. Today is not what it used to be. Konoha village is now far superior to the other 4 major countries, and it has very stubborn national strength. And the attitude is indeed very friendly, giving us the maximum right to choose and discuss. Quote. One of the senior executives said, put the document in the center of the table, and sat down. Neji just responded simply and said, the village sent me here to absorb everyone's opinions. The more opposing opinions, the more worthy of being said. Please speak freely. Everyone was silent, and then, a middle-aged strong man stood up solemnly. Neji, this person, is Iwagakure village's current advisor, Ishio Okamoto. Chapter 732 Reason. Roots Bad Deeds. Consultant Okamoto Stone, you have something to say. Seeing the appearance of Okamoto Stone, Onoki immediately spoke. He also wanted to show his dignity as a Tsuchikage. As a Tsuchikage, he should have the right to decide whether or not his advisor speaks. And Okamoto Stone just hooked the corner of his mouth, and his eyes showed a flattering color. Lord Tsuchikage, regarding this matter, I want to consider it from the perspective of the internal stability of Iwagakure village. As Tsuchikage-sama, you are naturally well known in the whole ninja world, but I also have to make some choices for the long-term interests of the village. Quote. Maybe these choices will be temporarily harmful to the village, and this must be done. Okamoto Stone's words are hard to tell if they are true or false. Neji, who is standing on the opposite side, feels a kind of malicious targeting. Because of Okamoto Ishii's serious face, even though it was fair and serious to everyone, when he happened to look at Neji, it was contemptuous. He's an old guy, and naturally he's also a grandmaster among these great powers. As a representative of Iwagakure village, it is impossible not to know that Neji represents the face of Konoha village. Kid, your name is Hyuga Neji, right? Which elders sent you here? First of all, Konoha village is such a country with a long history, and now there are so many famous leaders in the village, why send a young junior to join us negotiations? Isn't that underestimating our village of Iwagakure? After Okamoto Ishii got the promise, he directly attacked Neji prominence. This time, the other 3 high-level executives present also glanced over and looked at Neji. Whether Okamoto is right or not, this is a difficult question to answer. On diplomatic issues, the age of the representative often determines the right to speak. It can be said that Okamoto stone was only cheap and sold well, and that's right. Neji was about to respond, but Onoki snorted coldly. Sorry, Okamoto, I can't understand what you said. Hyuga Neji, you may not understand. After the Fourth Ninja World War, his credit is comparable to that of Naruto and Sasuke. Now Sasuke is performing an S-class secret mission, and Naruto is about to after the 7th Hokage. Neither of them has time to come. Only Neji, and Neji is the nephew of the 5th Hokage Hyuga, and is also the representative task of the Hyuga clan. Isn't the Hyuga clan enough to represent Konoha village? Onoki spoke righteously, but Okamoto Ishii narrowed his eyes and asked, when did the Tsuchikage of our village like to speak for outsiders? A word. Onoki couldn't say anything, only Yuhi's face rose, and he said angrily, you. Damn. Don't quarrel for now. Now Iwagakure village is in a critical period. The two of you, the two most powerful people in the village, are arguing so hard that Yuhi's ears are red at this time. Isn't it necessary? I saw that the speaker was an old woman, and her eyes were also extremely smart. It is estimated that it is a high-level person. Neji breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the interior of Iwagakure village is still extremely complicated. He will not always be sincere, but maybe he really sees long-term benefits. In other words, do these other high-level leaders also have their own positions? Especially this Okamoto Ishii. At least Onoki must have caught some of him. That's right. And now the representative messenger of Konoha village is still here. What kind of quarrel are you guys making here? After the high-level representative of the daimyo said, the two put down their disputes. It's just that Onoki's face was red with anger, while Okamoto Shi's mouth twitched, revealing a cold smile. Neji's disgust for this man came from his heart. Because I'm a junior, you can say these things so unscrupulously. If you were to be any advisor in our village or a senior executive, I'm afraid your prestige and experience in the ninja world would be slightly higher than yours. In this case, wasn't it you who was being questioned like this? The so-called messengers are sent to other countries to solve problems, and they won't brag in front of you based on their qualifications. But, since you asked, it is necessary for me to prove myself a little here. I did do something in the Fourth Ninja World War, and now all the foreign affairs of Konoha village are under my control. Neji's words shocked everyone present. What? What are you kidding? Konoha village's internal affairs are under your control. Boy, don't talk big. He. Neji just likes to joke. Onoki also laughed and was amused by Neji, thinking that Neji was joking. Unexpectedly, Neji said very seriously, I'm not joking. In an instant, everyone stopped abruptly. This is a big mess. Originally, Okamoto was so disrespectful that it could be seen that Neji's power and right to speak were not great, so he was proudly insulting and joking. Now that Neji says he manages foreign affairs completely, the meaning is different. For the emissary who manages foreign affairs, it is possible to control the diplomacy of the entire shinobi village and even the country with self-awareness. Now the relationship between the land and the land of fire has become a tilted balance in favor of the land of fire. Therefore, their cold sweat is first class, and even Okamoto Shi feels a little pressure. Okamoto Stone said, you are so young, why should Konoha village believe you? Why should I believe you? Let's not say whether I believe it or not. Neji, he and the others didn't believe it. It was all expected, so he smiled and waved his hand. What we need now is the attitude and practical considerations of Iwagakure village. To be honest, conquering Iwagakure village and the land of earth is only part of the plan. In the future, Kurigakure village, Sunagakure village, and Kumogakure village will all be our goals. In the four major countries, there will always be a big country who understands the good intentions of Konoha Maru at this moment. If it is really not possible, it will slowly start to subdue from a small country. One day, the icon of Konoha village. Neji said, pointing to his forehead, the Konoha Maru logo on it, shining brightly. It will light up every place in this ninja world. Such a rhetoric makes people almost forget that this is on the land of Iwagakure village. Such a young guy with such courage. And they all vaguely remember that Onoki had arranged for people to do related ceremonies several days in advance in order to welcome Neji. Now it seems to make sense. But even if you have such ambitions, Okamoto Ishii no longer dared to underestimate this 20-year-old diplomat, and immediately changed his name and said seriously, "Even so, we still have complete reasons to refuse or to this request for friendly diplomatic relations. Ignore it." Quote. "Really? Come and listen," Neji asked seriously. Ishio Okamoto's eyes darkened, and he said, "That's about the underground organization in your Konoha village, the evil deeds of the roots." Chapter 733 Shortcoming. Win people over. Danzo. Onoki murmured, and fell silent. Sure enough, in such a scene, with such a pertinent speech, Okamoto Shi came to this meeting with a purpose. Negotiations between such great powers are ambiguous. Iwagakure village will not easily agree but will not refuse in the end. The final result must be negotiated. Even if it surrenders to Konoha village, it will definitely get corresponding subsidies, so that the village can gain more dominance. This is also a win-win for both parties. Whether it is an easy agreement or a complete rejection, it will embarrass one of the parties. If one side is pressed, the other side will not feel well, so in such a cautious conversation, the more ambiguous the attitude, the better. And even if Okamoto Shi is not optimistic about moving forward, he has to say more good things. Danzo now is to slap Konoha in the face, because that is one of the stains that Konoha cannot wash away. For Konoha village, Danzo has done a lot of things to bear the infamy, but for other villages, Danzo is a completely heinous sinner. First of all, what he did in the meeting of the 5 shadows before his death, using the Eye of Shisui in front of the other 4 shadows to control Mifune, the leader of the neutral country of the Iron Country, that's fine. More importantly, he has the Eye of Shisui. It proves that the genocide of the Uchiha clan in Konoha village was indeed related to Danzo. Quote. And Uchiha Itachi is the core member of the Akatsuki who started the 4th Ninja War. Also, Uchiha Sasuke. At this moment, Neji finally couldn't help it. He interrupted. Sasuke ended the 4th Ninja War, which was secretly planned by Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Obito, and Sasuke was also one of the people they used. But in the end, Sasuke did not stand aside. On the contrary, Sasuke inherited Itachi's will, became a hero to save the world. Inherited Itachi's will. This time, everyone immediately disengaged from Danzo's topic, wondering what the so-called will of Itachi was. The truth about Itachi doesn't matter to you, but Itachi and Danzo are not the same kind of people. One is the piece of Konoha village, and the other is the real piece. It's the kind of Danzo who uses each other with the major countries in each ninja village. The concept has brought false peace, and we are extremely disappointed at this time. I will finally decide to discuss with the 4 major countries and plan the unification. If we follow Danzo's approach, it will only make peace farther and farther away from us. What do you say? Okamoto-sama. Neji smiles, every word is sonorous. And the attitude is very firm. Okamoto Shi's face suddenly gloomy. He said, what a bastard who doesn't understand anything. Is peace what you say you can do if you want to do it? Ishii Okamoto, Neji is young, but he's also here on behalf of Konoha village. Onoki finally couldn't hold it anymore, only to find that Neji raised his hand. You don't need to speak for me. After all, you are indeed my seniors when it comes to the management of the village. Neji was still smiling. But Okamoto Shi snorted coldly and said, oh, is it just for managing the village? With a disdainful attitude, he confronted Neji's Byakugan the next moment. Neji was still smiling, but there was a deep chill in his eyes. At this moment, the chuckle on Okamoto's face suddenly froze, and his mouth Kakuzu was stuck between laughing and not laughing. Cold. Endless cold. As if he was about to be dragged into the abyss in the next moment, The pupil power contained in Neji's eyes was completely a level stronger than the Sharingan or Rinnegan in the rumors. And what about all around? Their reaction. Okamoto Stone can't see anything anymore, there is only endless fear. Don't come here. He gasped for breath, feeling a raging wave. And the owner of the pupil seems to be holding his fear at the moment, kneading it recklessly. What's the matter with you, Mr. Okamoto? A young executive on the side was asking. Okamoto she gasped and found that Onoki was speaking while he was just sitting there. He didn't even get up. I think Okamoto has something to say, doesn't he? Onoki looked at Okamoto Stone calmly. That's right, even if Okamoto Ishii and Onoki are restraining each other, and they are not happy with each other on this kind of issue, they will definitely not be tit for tat like just now. Say, he's caught up in demonic illusion. And when did demonic illusion start? It's completely gone, it's horrible, it's horrible. Okamoto Ishii saw the confident smile on his face when he saw Hyuga Neji who was sitting. So that's it, using demonic illusion to know Akatsuki's true inner thoughts. It's like reading minds, it's really scary. Ishio Okamoto thought to himself. And now, in the fantasy world, Neji has the upper hand. This demonic illusion is to make myself understand that even if I have any opinions, it is useless to say it. And it will make things worse. Presumably, Neji, who understands his own statement in the illusion, will have more ways to deal with it, right? No, I have nothing to say. He had no choice but to give up this opportunity and sighed. This round of confrontation is simply a complete defeat. Although Neji hinted very clearly in demonic illusion, that is, in this kind of diplomatic negotiation occasion, Neji is indeed not as experienced as they are, and it is likely to be surprised. But in demonic illusion, which simulates the pros and cons of verbal conflict, Neji can't be called an inexperienced junior. And what that means, doesn't it mean that he is confident in his own strength? Being able to let himself fall into such a terrifying demonic illusion at the moment of eye contact, Neji's strength is self-evident. So if you are stupid, you might as well learn to shut up. Avoid its edge. Unexpectedly, Neji stood up. Since everyone has no opinion, let me explain. Neji's words surprised several high-level officials. The unspoken rules of diplomacy are generally ambiguous answers. Now that the meeting is in a good direction, what else can Neji say? Neji only said, now all countries have shortcomings, and so do all the high-level executives, including Konoha village, which is in full swing. But imperfection is never the reason to stop us from moving forward. From ancient times to the present, any new attempt is full of unknown, full of there are variables. But why don't you try because there are variables? It's ridiculous logic. Quote. So, we also made some assumptions in the high-level discussions in Konoha village, and finally found that if everyone has concerns, they will definitely be used by people with intentions. And these people with intentions just use these things to do one thing. That is to win people's hearts and implement dictatorship. Neji's words were decisive and everyone was shocked. Chapter 734 Powerful Country. Konoha Village, Land of Fire. To win people's hearts and implement a dictatorship. Neji's expression was slightly smug, while Okamoto Ishio's eyes widened at this time. He secretly said in his heart, use demonic illusion to see in my heart what my thoughts are. This is what I can observe through my own ability. I am afraid that all other high-level officials have been hit by this technique, but they can't find it. This guy, use his own strength to forcefully learn the enemy's psychological activities, and dispel the other party's concerns at this moment, so that the entire meeting will go as he expects, and it is inappropriate for anyone at this moment to object. This guy's method is simply worse than Danzo. No, it's brilliant, I was careless. Neji continued, from ancient times to the present, all the major negotiations between the great powers are accompanied by the internal affairs of one of them. In fact, our goal is all the four great powers, and the land of the land is the most stable country, so the Konoha village is the most stable country. What I don't worry about is the attitude of Iwagakure village. The reason for this choice is because I believe in the internal affairs of the land and it is stable enough. Just from the perspective of the structure of the village, Tsuchikage, the main diplomat, once showed his ability in the Fourth Ninja World War, blocking the meteorite of Uchiha Madara and saving a group of ninjas. This kind of achievement is so impressive that Tsuchikage in Iwagakure village weighed 2 days. Onoki's name has resounded in the sky. And inside the village, consultant Shi Okamoto is also a legend. Although few people know it, he devoted himself to the village. So, next, Neji explained based on all the good information he had stolen with his clear eyes. This move is called preemption. Knowing that the place is worried about everything, and planning to come one by one makes Neji embarrassed, Neji used the time difference to tell the other party's doubts in advance, and explained and responded one by one. Rounding up, it's a completely perfect collaboration that no one has any reason to refuse. There is only one reason: war. Now is the second year after the Fourth Ninja World War. In the past 2 years, all countries have quickly recovered their national strength. It is precisely because they have begun to attach importance to the yearning for peace, and the ties between countries have strengthened. To refuse any reasonable diplomatic relations is to put it bluntly at the risk of the dedication of the war, but now when it comes to war, no country can compete with Konoha village. However, some correct voices should be heard by our senior management. Ishio Okamoto still stood up, and everyone was surprised, but Neji looked indifferent. Okamoto Ishii coughed lightly, picked up a document, and said, "Of course we in Iwagakure village believe in the strength of Konoha village, and we will not be so stingy that we are worried that the power of Konoha village is too large and will lead to such a narrow dictatorship. After all, we in Iwagakure village are so narrow. With a leader as good as Tsuchikage, the third generation, he naturally understands how important a good leader is. But what about other countries' problems? Since you said that Iwagakure village is a relatively stable village, how can you guarantee that your Konoha village will not treat Iwagakure village badly for this? Since other countries are difficult to deal with, if you choose our country to expropriate first, will it be a symbol of bullying the weak? Such a leader." Sure enough, Jong was still old and spicy, and Okamoto she said, and directly pushed Neji to the side of inhumanity and injustice. The so-called Treaty of Friendship and Diplomatic Relations has the so-called expropriation clause. This is also one that must be passed before it can be regarded as surrender. That is to say, for the sake of their own peace, the other 4 countries, Konoha village promised not to take action against them, but also to protect other countries from bullying them. This is what the powerful countries can control. And in order to achieve this, Konoha village has to levy some resources, the so-called price of peace. However, these costs, compared to war, are still too small. Therefore, if there are no words, relatively weak countries have no reason and right to refuse. Otherwise, you can taste the war for yourself. It's a good point, but the collection from other countries must be compared horizontally according to the time and speed of the acquisition. If your village agreed to our diplomatic treaty earlier, then the price to be paid would naturally be the smallest. And this can also promoting the development of the major resource industries in your country, isn't it? Neji chuckled, seeing that Okamoto she still wanted to refute, and deliberately preemptively said, "We are just giving you some choices. If this meeting is not negotiable, we will just go to another village non-stop, which is Sunagakure village. After all, the Kingdom of Wind has recently been unable to open the meeting for establishing diplomatic relations in advance due to some private matters, so we were forced to choose Iwagakure village. Since Iwagakure village does not need the first place to establish diplomatic relations, we also respect your choice. What do you think?" In a word, Okamoto she no longer dared to refute. The majesty and courage of a great country, the mountains and islands stand against each other in an instant. The high-level people looked at each other. Even the high-level representative of the daimyo did not dare to speak again. After all, in front of the daimyo, people like Hyuga Neji were the most valued. First, only powerful ninjas are trusted by daimyo. Second, from a famous family, the name of the Hyuga family is well known in the ninja world. Third, being young is what the great powers chase after. It's not like the traditions that the old guys from Ninja Village adhere to, which are too old. So Neji is bound to be respected by the daimyo, and so is the truth. Onoki, after Okamoto was speechless, Neji also took the lead. The next small country, Konoha village, will be conquered in the same way. The country of fire does not intend to use war to achieve its own goals, but it does not mean that we are afraid of war. The fourth ninja war is basically the end of our country of fire. So in terms of strength, we are not afraid of anyone. Quote. However, if countries and villages are willing to admit that the common goal we pursue is peace and our interests are the same, we are naturally friends. Of course our weapons will not be against friends. In the past, Uchiha Madara's idea itself was correct. For the sake of peace, we naturally have to sacrifice some justice. Senju Hashirama gave the 9-tailed beasts to the major ninja villages. To this day, we have no plans to recover the tailed beasts. It is possible that you are obviously weaker than our country of fire. Are you planning to make more demands? For the sake of true peace, there is no way to avoid injustice. It's just that we have made a lot of compromises compared to Uchiha Madara. In addition, about your village, I have another thing, it is about teamuling. Not good. Outside, someone shouted. Neji frowned slightly, and he didn't notice anyone approaching in the speech he just devoted himself to. The door was pushed open and everyone looked. What's the matter, didn't you see that a confidential meeting is going on now? Onoki asked, very dissatisfied. No, the other two messengers from Konoha village have an accident. Chapter 735 Hidden. Onoki's conundrum. Something happened. What's the matter? Onoki was the first to ask, and Okamoto Ishii also stood up subconsciously. Neji noticed the very concerned attitude of the two in detail, which means that the two people in Iwagakure village are indeed tit for tat. Anything that happens in Iwagakure village is likely to affect the opposing positions of the two, so naturally they care a lot. Eren and Konoha Maru. Neji sighed. Alan was an ace he suddenly picked up on the road. As long as you hold the Alan card, you have the last hole card against Iwagakure village. That is about the ownership of a small place like teamuling, which usually has established rules with the big village. Obviously, there is a problem in Tiamu village where Alan is located. This problem is a group of guys called wizards. Judging from Alan's ability to use chakra, he has a deep relationship with ninjas. Since Alan is eager to come to Iwagakure village, it is naturally something that Iwagakure village wants to hide, and something happened at this point. The meeting is temporarily suspended. What happened? Anyway, playing Tai Chi with these old guys can't make any sense, but in the final analysis, Neji still expressed his position. That is, Konoha village has absolute confidence and can unify the 5 kingdoms. Just give Iwagakure village more momentary consideration, whether to believe in Konoha and the Land of Fire, or to resist for a moment. Because of the final ending, they all saw the ending in Neji's confident eyes. The person who reported the letter trembled and said in a very frightened tone, that, the hotel where the 2 Konoha messengers lived has obvious signs of fighting. The 2 of them left nothing at all, and they all disappeared. To interrupt our meeting just for this kind of thing. Really ignorant. Don't say that. It's the messenger of Konoha village. Konoha village is a big country now, and we have to have enough courtesy. There were discussions among the higher-ups, but Neji's expression became indifferent and his eyes narrowed slightly. I'm going. Okamoto Stone stood impressively. He was rather concerned about this. Whether it is good or bad, there will be no serious problems with the land in our Iwagakure village. I have enough confidence to ensure the security of our Iwagakure village, which is what I have always been responsible for. In addition, for our Iwagakure village. For example, the other 2 messengers of Konoha can't complete the trust. After all, According to the etiquette of establishing diplomatic relations, Hyuga Neji should carry at most one underage genin, and the other woman is bigger than Konoha Maru and looks better. Huh. Neji listened, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Okamoto-sama is really amazing. Although I couldn't be there in person, I can clearly know who I brought. For a moment, Okamoto was also dumbfounded. Obviously, he has been under supervision since he entered the village of Iwagakure. But Neji was more at ease, because this at least proved that when he was outside the village, he had not entered the environment under surveillance. I'll leave it to you. But I must warn you. Neji was not in a hurry, and the scene suddenly became very embarrassing. Everyone could see that Neji was suspicious of this sudden incident, because the interruption of the meeting was a disrespect to the messenger, especially when something happened to Neji's companions. And Okamoto-shi's attitude is also very clear. To put it bluntly, he doesn't trust Neji's two partners, but Neji has no reason to rescue or control his companions. Sarutobi Konoha Maru, his grandfather is Sarutobi Hiruzen, which is Hokage III. If something happens to him, what happens to Konoha village is not up to me. And the woman next to her is a master who is responsible for protecting her. Although I'm not worried about what will happen to Konoha Maru, but if Mr. Okamoto encounters a special situation, please handle it with caution. I know, leave this to me. After all, when you Danzo from Konoha participated in the Five Shadows talks, the kind of things you did, still made me feel uneasy. Okamoto Ishii snorted, and after hearing what Neji said, he tossed his cloak and strode out. Looking at the general's back like going on a war, Neji let out a sigh of relief. I didn't expect that in this age, there are still people wearing cloaks to show off their domineering. So, how about us? Several high-level executives looked at each other. Onoki said to the men who stayed behind by Okamoto, "You can leave after 10 minutes at the gate. This is Okamoto's rule, right? 10 minutes is enough for him to collect the evidence he wants to collect. Come down, everyone in the conference room should go out too, I'll have a chat with Neji." Yes. As soon as Okamoto Stone left, the person with the highest power in the scene was undoubtedly Onoki. Fortunately, Onoki's body is still very strong, and Neji is also very fortunate. Otherwise, it would be really hard to convince the passionate young people in Iwagakure village. Onoki has seen some things in the world, and will not easily let go of this opportunity to make friends with Konoha village. After everyone was out, Onoki sighed. "Neji, I'm really sorry. The current internal structure of Iwagakure village makes you laugh. As you who helped Hokage Gokage manage the village at the age of 14, you should laugh at this situation." Onoki's words made Neji shake his head again and again, and said indifferently, "No, I won't fall into trouble like this. Presumably with the current situation facing the ninja world, these problems in Iwagakure village are nothing." "Really? Thank you very much." Onoki was crying a little. Neji asked, "Tell me, I can help with anything, but..." Although he is also very sympathetic to this old man who has to bow down to the village's future every year, but he still needs to use the human resources that should be used. Although the means and moves can crush Okamoto Stone, for Iwagakure village, Neji's control power is completely insufficient. Only those who hold the Onoki card to death have any hope of winning. "Neji, if you can re-stabilize the internal affairs of Iwagakure village, I will fully support your idea." Onoki is old now, except that he still has some fighting power and a city government. There is really nothing he can do about the emerging forces in Iwagakure village. As Tsuchikage, he had to let someone outside guard him for 10 minutes, using a negotiated tone to free himself and Neji. "No, I will not stabilize the internal affairs of the village of Iwagakure. That would be contrary to our purpose." Neji's mouth twitched, a smile in his eyes. "What do you mean? It doesn't make any sense, that's what it means." Neji smiled confidently. Onoki faintly felt that something was wrong and took a deep breath. "However, there is no way to do it. The current Konoha village is indeed very strong, and it is impossible to get cheap from the current Konoha village. Neji said, I've already investigated Okamoto Ishii. Just now. Neji's words were full of confidence. Neji, you. So this guy is already on my eradication plan. The village of Iwagakure has entered a state of decay, and the village of Konoha will save you while bringing you into the quagmire of chaos, into peace, and in the sun. To this end, some people are always sacrificed. Quote. Neji's eyes were fixed on Onoki. So, I'm going to need your help instead, Tsuchikage-sama, the third generation. At this moment, Onoki understood why the big names like young people most of the time. It is because the young people's idea is to take risks and not stick to small things. Nor will they be so rotten, unbearable, and waiting to die like their older generation. I see. Chapter 736 Survey. Anbu's mission. I see, I'll give you all the information about Okamoto. Onoki is a smart man, and now the village does not have a complete master in his hands. If this goes on, he will have a hard time riding a tiger. He has already made great contributions, and Okamoto Stone is a late bloomer and has just started, and many rights in the village will be slowly held in his hands by Okamoto Stone. If things go on like this, many things will be slowly reformed and changed until they are completely deviated from the original track. Although everyone can still live in peace, there is still too much to lose and too much to pay. In Onoki's description, Neji got more information. The current Okamoto Stone has mastered almost all the resources of the Iwagakure village through the identity of the consultant. That is to say, all the resource management and distribution issues that are in contact with the land of land daimyo, the remuneration and task distribution of each ninja from the small, the establishment of diplomatic relations and the collection of diplomatic relations with the surrounding small villages, are not managed by Onoki. And these things happen to be an important part of supporting the development of a ninja village. If Onoki can't master these things, he can't be regarded as the leader of a village. Sooner or later, this guy will take the name of Shadow from me. The name of the fourth generation Tsuchikage must be his, but I don't think he can do it well, at least I don't recognize him. Onoki's eyes were full of suffocation. Neji said, of course, I know too. In fact, Neji took out something from his clothes. Inside is a task list, clearly written in black and white. What is this? Onoki asked curiously. Neji chuckled, you see. Onoki took it, flipped through it for a while, and was even more surprised. This is the Anbu mission. He looked at Neji in surprise. Neji said, yes, I have never quit Anbu. Because I have been the management of Anbu since the beginning, so this is my Anbu investigation mission this time. As long as this mission is completed, Konoha village will prove that it can be completely have you manage the village of Iwagakure. Well, that's right, that's true. Onoki nodded, his heart surged, and he suddenly felt confident in Neji. Okamoto Shi, this guy is from Temu Ridge. Temuling. Yes, Temu Ridge is an important source of a kind of ore in our village. Some time ago, we found that the ore and chakra can produce strange energy. But that kind of energy is no different from the chakra used by ordinary people, so it was quickly ignored. But the strange thing is that Okamoto Ishii is very interested in this project. It may be about his hometown, so he is so interested. You who came from the country of fire should have passed through the iron. Mulling, right? Onoki explained. Neji suppressed the long-lasting surprise in his heart, and quickly asked, so people from Temuling have the ability to control that kind of power? I don't know about this either. I can't control the small fights in the nearby places when I'm too old. That's why the guy is so arrogant and domineering. Now the internal affairs can no longer control him, and the foreign affairs have nothing else. Human resources. Quote. Onoki spoke resentfully, but Neji realized something was wrong. If that's the case, then he seems more tricky than I thought. Neji's hands trembled slightly, and his mouth widened in hindsight. What's wrong? Neji, what did you find? Didn't the investigation just begin? Neji originally came to subdue Iwagakure village by helping Iwagakure village resolve internal conflicts. It seems that he caught a big mouse. If this guy is simply trying to contain you, there's no need to do this, and it's wiser to back you up at this time. Konoha's intervention will only bring long-term development to Iwagakure, which is everyone agrees. But he doesn't agree. Then there is only one answer, and that is that you of Iwagakure cannot know what he is working on in private, and once Konoha village and stronger forces intervene, his the industry underneath will be discovered. So what is it? Neji suddenly felt that there was an even more amazing secret behind the Okamoto stone. Demonic illusion he used at the meeting. In demonic illusion, Okamoto stone was struck by Neji's cleansing spirit, everything in his heart appeared on his face. And he said righteously, in Tiamu Ling, there is a stronger energy, which can completely replace the existence of chakra. The wizards of Tiamu Ling have abilities no less than ninjas. This world should not only have ninjas, and our country of Earth is originally lacking in daily resources and rich in ores. Only by vigorously developing these industries can our country of Earth become stronger. But what about Konoha village? Konoha village is most famous for ninjas, from the Hyuga clan to the Uchiha clan, to the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan. The Sarutobi clan, Inoshika-cho, Aburame, and Inazuka clan are all from Konoha village and were already famous during the Sengoku period. In the ninja world, if it is divided according to the strength of the ninja, the country of fire will sooner or later implement a dictatorship and completely overwhelm the other 4 countries. If the other 4 countries want to resist, they must develop other industries and resources. Unutilized. It's a long-term challenge. Quote. From the first Hokage in Konoha village, the transfer of the tailed beast itself involved the 4 kingdoms in a strange torrent of war. The 4th Ninja World War has proved that chakra is a scourge, and the world should completely eliminate chakra. Clark is right. Until Ishio Okamoto's thoughts in demonic illusion became more and more outrageous, Neji was forced to stop demonic illusion. Because the target's emotional agitation will lead to the greater consumption of Neji's mental power. After all, this is the ability to clear the eyes, and Neji can't fully control the master. Then, this mission. Onoki's eyes. And the task sheet in his hand was that Neji received an investigation task from Anbu, a high-level officer in Konoha village. The grading of the task is S-level, and the content of the task is to focus on the investigation of Okamoto Stone, the consultant of Iwagakure village. What was the cause of this mission in the first place? Why do you suspect Okamoto Stone? Although Onoki doesn't care whether an Okamoto Stone falls, and it seems that Okamoto Stone is indeed leading the village in the wrong direction, he is all under the banner of being good to the village. It's nothing more than a character like Danzo, but it's not easy to overthrow. Neji only murmured. Although this guy is rarely known, everyone in Iwagakure village should know his name. Ah, yes, exactly like Danzo. Really? Neji smiled coldly and explained, because we have clearly found out that during our investigation of Danzo's misdeeds before his death, he had a very close cooperation and contact with Shiokamoto of your village in a certain incident. Quote. Chapter 737 Change. Village is more important. Tuan, Danzo. Onoki rolled his eyes and lowered his head silently. This kind of thing, he actually only now knows. How to prove it? Onoki's voice became deep and hoarse, and his attitude immediately turned 180 degrees. Neji didn't expect this to happen, and suddenly felt a little scared. Hey, old man, don't suddenly defect at such a time. This is true. Neji took a deep breath and began to explain roughly. It's about an incident other than ninjas. The general incident has not been fully investigated in Konoha village, but someone will send the information soon, right? I also rushed to Iwagakure village, this matter. Neji said this, Onoki seemed to be burning with anxiety. Hurriedly interrupted. So, it is precisely because you have such a handle that you are confident that you can convince most of the people in Iwagakure village to fall for you. No, in the end, you think this matter is enough to convince the high-level people of Iwagakure village. The interior is falling apart. Onoki's tone became more and more cold. He is the leader of Iwagakure village. Even if he wants to use Neji to regain momentum for himself in the internal struggle with Okamoto-shi, but colluding with Danzo is not just a black spot for Okamoto-shi alone. This incident will have the most profound impact on the village of Iwagakure. When Onoki asked this sentence, Neji sighed helplessly. Because this is what he is most worried about, in the village of Iwagakure, against Okamoto-ishi, and without Onoki's support, it is very difficult to defeat Okamoto-ishi. After all, the negotiation of a big country cannot be convincing by relying only on such things as combat power. Even if Neji can easily find a place and quietly send Okamoto Stone to another world, in the end, the high-level power deployed by Okamoto Stone can still allow Iwagakure village to completely destroy Konoha village's control of Iwagakure village in secret. In the past, when Uchiha Madara wanted to unify the world of ninja, he planned to ignore all the internal conflicts of other countries. As a result, all the villages in each country had the power to oppose Uchiha Madara and the village of Konoha. In the end, the village of Konoha could not cope with it. Madara also had a profound relationship with Hashirama. Contradiction. Neji's philosophy lies in this, that is, Neji's control over the high level is transformed into domination and suppression under the high level. If they were to suppress the high-level officials of other countries, there would be no one to manage the trickle of allotted for Konoha village. No, if that's the case, I can't promise you. Neji. Onoki took a step back. He was sitting on a chair, which is relatively short. Unable to push the chair, he lay down on his back instead. And Neji sat blankly, squinting his eyes slightly. Ah. After so many years, are you still so stubborn? It's really pedantic. No, I'm not being pedantic. It's helpless. Onoki pouted. What kind of helpless? Onoki explained. The village needs to be protected, it's not as simple as you think. Okamoto-ishi is indeed completely opposed to the internal affairs of the village, so it is so opposed to the external affairs. But even so, everything we do is based on one point, that is, both of us it is to do what is good for the village. But if you come to our Iwagakure village with evidence of collusion with Danzo to threaten our village, what I do to him will have a more serious impact on the village of Iwagakure. Boy, don't know what the name Danzo means. This guy is dead, those worthless black history, there is no need to show it off. Onoki's attitude was decidedly different from before. And Neji is in an awkward situation. From Onoki's point of view, even believing in Okamoto Stone is much better than believing that he is a foreigner. This cooperation is still too naive and simple to expect. But what if what the guy did secretly was not good for the village? Neji asked. Unfavorable. Why? Onoki asked Neji to stop. After hesitating for a long time, Neji waved his hand. This is just my guess. I need your cooperation. Let's investigate this guy together slowly. Is there any basis? The basis is the ambition he showed to me in demonic illusion. Ambition. Neji nodded, and explained the ambitions that Okamoto-ishi had exposed in his own transformation. He also explained, what this guy does on the surface should be honest and very responsible. The real problem is why did a guy like him collude with Danzo? This guy is a typical dove. And Danzo is a hawk. The Danzo guy has never been in contact with the doves of other countries, so it's very possible. This guy is timid on the surface and is actually covering something in private. You don't think is it? His inner ambition is so strong. However, Neji's speculation made Onoki unbearable. He turned his head away and said, no, I don't believe it at all. Anyway, if it's about Danzo, I won't help you with this matter. I will stand firmly from the perspective of Iwagakure village, and this negotiation meeting will also interrupted. Hyuga Neji. Onoki looked at Neji, narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a twitch on the corner of his mouth, it's your messenger who suddenly disappeared and there are so many signs of fighting in the hotel, but you should be suspected by us. The person who is in a bit of a dangerous position now is you, Konoha Village. Although, you were very clever at the meeting, telling us to separate from the other 3 countries, and pretending that you have a plan for other countries. But I will not overlook it. Since you will choose Iwagakure village first, then you must. It is Iwagakure village that is the closest village to your Konoha village. Other villages have more reasons to reject you. If Iwagakure village catches your hand, can they turn and form an alliance with the 4 great powers to resist your Konoha village? When can you really endure it? Onoki is still Tsuchikage, although he has always been pushed by Okamoto Ishigaki above his internal affairs, but he was originally in charge of the external affairs of Iwagakure village. Since the end of the Second Ninja World War, Onoki has been re-elected as Tsuchikage for more than 40 years. The experience can be said to be the best in the ninja world. If Neji completely believes that he can do what he said. Neji wasn't afraid of that day coming, but that would be too exhausting for the Konoha village, so he implemented the idea of Uchiha Madara's unification of the ninja world by himself, and he was under a lot of pressure internally. I see, then the first thing I have to do now is to clear your doubts about me, right? Neji smiled faintly, a look of confidence on his face. Chapter 738 Track. Hotel Note. So, is it my first priority to clear your doubts about me now? Neji said with a smile. His heart has been quickly divided, and now he does not fully understand the truth of Okamoto Stone. Only a few keywords. Inning, Wizard, Timuring, Allen. And these seem to have something to do with Okamoto Stone, because Okamoto Stone's hometown is Temu Ridge, which is also the information Neji got from Onoki. This is also enough to see how much positive benefits Onoki's intelligence and standing by Neji will bring. In addition, Allen and Konoha Maru are a variable now, but Neji has his own arrangements for this matter. Then, Neji said, 10 minutes are long overdue. Turning his head, he glanced at the door. They left long ago. Okamoto seems to have enough confidence in himself. Has he really solved the problem? Ha ha. Neji stood up. Onoki muttered with a displeased expression. Byakugan of Konoha village, the ability of your famous family is really the reason why your Konoha village has endured for so long. With such power, you want to control the other 4 countries through a coup d'etat. Your ambition, it is heaven. Quote. Neji glared sideways at Onoki and said, Old man, your precautions are too heavy, and this era is very different from that era. If I really want to target Iwagakure village to the detriment of you, I will send Akatsuki's if the information is exposed. Aren't you finished? Neji's eyes were fascinated and had some demonic flavor. And this look is accompanied by unparalleled confidence. Neji is not joking. Onoki's face was suffocated by Yuhi, unable to say a word for a long time. You, don't you? Ah, yes, Akatsuki was originally caused by the ninjas of Konoha village. This is what Sasuke was investigating from the beginning, and the secret mission he is investigating now was originally performed by me. Wait until Sasuke will investigate Akatsuki. I only accepted these things after the mission was over. And don't forget, Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto used to have close cooperation with Akatsuki, and they had a lot of information in their hands. In addition, Neji's mouth outlined an almost perfect range. I also have some very capable guys. They can penetrate the information of the entire ninja world to a greater or lesser extent. Including the old stories of you and Akatsuki. What do you think? Lord Tsuchikage, the 3rd generation. This card is absolutely incredible. For Onoki to ride a tiger. Even if Onoki makes his position clear, he still cannot erase his dark history. I can't help what I have done. Iwagakure village is different from other villages. It is extremely difficult to develop. However, to get something, you always have to pay. Isn't it? Now, the price has come, it's just. You don't realize it. Neji sighed, turned, and was about to leave. Where are you going? Since Okamoto Ishii is so confident that it only takes 10 minutes to take the rhythm master into his own hands, so now I can always investigate by myself. I'm also very worried about my subordinates. I'm going too. Neji stepped out of the conference room and heard the movement of Onoki flying out behind him. He saw it out of the corner of his eye, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Things were going in the direction he wanted. Neji arrived at the hotel where Eren and Konohamaru were resting as fast as possible. Although he has already hinted to Okamoto-shi, Konohamaru as Sarutobi Hiruzen's grandson is just a layer of protection, saying that Alan is Konohamaru's bodyguard is also to divert attention. In fact, Alan's identity is more important. But after all, Neji doesn't know anything about Okamoto's style of doing things, so it is inevitable that he will do something extreme, but that guy should be in place, right? Neji muttered, and the host of the inn gave a warm reception. I'm so sorry to bother Tsuchikage-sama to take care of it in person. At first glance, the owner of the hotel looked like a man of 5'3" rudeness, and the reason for such a good attitude was as it should be. How can you be afraid of Neji? Naturally, he was afraid of Tsuchikage behind Neji. In a semi-closed village like Iwagakure village, Tsuchikage and its leaders were almost phenomenal, and the whole village would pay great respect. Sorry, I heard that my subordinates destroyed the doors and windows of your hotel. Neji blinked, somewhat embarrassed even though he understood all this. He also finally knew how embarrassed Yamato was with Class 7 back then. The bear child was really the most terrifying creature in the world. It's okay, it's okay. With Lord Tsuchikage taking care of it, our hotel business will definitely be better. Can you take me to see the scene? Of course, but we've roughly cleaned up. Onoki also interjected at this time. You can leave, we have important things to discuss. Okay, I'm so sorry, Tsuchikage-sama. Neji. Really, Tsuchikage who never leaves his house. But this also surprised Neji even more. The third-generation Tsuchikage, who was so prestigious in the village, would actually lose to that Okamoto-shi in internal affairs. In other words, Okamoto Ishii used some means to obtain success in internal affairs, but still let the third-generation Tsuchikage enjoy the treatment of hero in the village. These people are really masters of power play. The sound of pat, pat, Neji looked around, knocking on broken windows and doors, while Onoki floated in the air. You really don't know where they're going. Onoki still seemed uneasy about Neji. Neji sighed, rolled Onoki's eyes, and said, Old man, you and I are people who share life and death on the battlefield of the Fourth Ninja World War, so don't be so serious about being suspicious of each other. Neji didn't lie. After all, in a place they didn't know, the senior officials of Konoha village were still silently dealing with the possible future invasion of the Otsutsuki clan. It was completely beneficial and harmless to gather the other 4 countries. Onoki sighed and asked, So, have you found any clues? Neji shook his head in disappointment and said, No, this place has been cleaned up very well. It seems that Okamoto Stone did it too. What? Neji shrugged and said, Hee, nothing. His smile was extremely deep. Onoki narrowed his eyes, curious, but held back his attention. Byakugan chakra mode. Neji, bursts of chakra-like fairy energy erupted. Can't let go of every detail. In this mode, Neji's observation power reaches ultimate, even in perspective. That's. Neji immediately walked inside a closet, and Neji walked over. Reaching out a small note was held in his hand, and he was shocked. I actually found a clue. Chapter 739 Clue. False Intelligence. Is there really a clue? Onoki was also surprised, and hurriedly floated over. Neji hurriedly opened the note, and it turned out to be a very neat Anbu signal. This is Anbu's encrypted intelligence, Konoha Anbu. If it wasn't for Konoha Anbu, it couldn't be unraveled. Neji looked at the note and murmured. In his eyes, it is extremely complicated. And Onoki just pouted. Really? So, what else do you have to explain? If you didn't secretly plan this event in advance to break the plan of the meeting, why do you need to use code to communicate, and I don't understand the content of this note at all. What he is guarding against, isn't it me who is with you? Onoki seemed to be very upset, but Neji thought about it selflessly and finally found the problem. It seems that this Okamoto stone has become a big problem. Neji sighed, his mind extremely heavy. And what is it? Are you doing this just to make me support you? Sorry, I don't care about Shi Okamoto, but the future of Iwagakure village must not be destroyed in my hands. However, as soon as Onoki finished speaking, Neji cast a very serious look. Onoki's face froze, and Neji said slowly, if you continue to be stubborn, Iwagakure village may really be destroyed by your hands. What the hell do you mean? What's on this note? Onoki was in a hurry. But he also guarded against Neji's step by step to lure him into being deceived, so he was also very vigilant. Neji unfolded the note and said, such a short code does not convey a lot of information at all. As Tsuchikage, I should be able to understand this truth. The message conveyed above is only 2 words, and that is safety. Safe. Onoki frowned. Yes, the purpose of this information is only one, and that is to let me not pursue the incident of their disappearance for the time being. Neji frowned tightly. Began to analyze. First of all, the first suspicious point, their disappearance has traces of fighting, so no matter what, it should be an emergency. After an obvious emergency, leaving such a note, the intention is it's too obvious, don't let me chase. It's not to give me peace, but to fear that I will continue to chase. Neji asked Onoki, it seems to matter who is afraid of me going after me now. Onoki folded his arms around his chest and snorted coldly, it's not me anyway. And Neji smiled again and explained, don't worry, I have more solid evidence. What evidence? I lied to Ishio Okamoto in the conference room. Alan is not the ninja of our Konoha village, nor is he the one sent by Anbu to protect Konoha Maru. That is to say, Alan will not use the Anbu secret report from Konoha village. Also, Konoha Maru is still just a genin, it's even more impossible to know. Neji smiled and looked at Onoki, who suddenly realized. You mean, someone stepped in midway? Neji shrugged, of course. Look at this room. I saw that the entire hostel was very neat and clean, and it could be seen that the owner also loves cleanliness very much, but the traces on the windows and doors are clearly visible, and it is really unconvincing to say that nothing has happened here. Neji said, if this place is so clean, why is there such an obvious note in the closet that it deliberately pretends to be invisible? Onoki clenched his fist and took a step back. This time, he had nothing to say. That is to say, this note was put in after the room was cleaned. Or, the cleaning here is to eliminate all visible evidence. Neji said decisively. So, who would it be? Onoki asked. Neji snorted coldly. Alan's identity is judged by everyone as Genin, Chunin or Jonin of Konoha village, because this is the historical rule of establishing diplomatic relations. But Alan's identity is false information of Anbu. I only fabricated it about 2 people. Quote. One is you and the other is Okamoto Stone. Neji looked at Onoki and said again, if you want to protect Okamoto Stone, do you admit that you are the one who planned all this? Onoki didn't know anything about it, otherwise he wouldn't have followed this stupidly. Neji said that there was no room for refutation. After a long time, he asked incredulously, this guy Okamoto Shi. What is he going to do? I know you came with me to let me continue the meeting, or to prevent me from secretly doing something bad for Iwagakure village. You don't have to, because if I wanted to do it, I would. Everything is ready. After all, after entering the village, I have been under surveillance, so I can't do anything. Could it be that the Okamoto Ishi-sama has to deal with things for 10 minutes before the internal affairs appear? That's how he handles it. Neji looked around, the corners of his mouth twitching. Onoki was suddenly puzzled and asked, but this is the Anbu signal from your Konoha village. The subordinates you said have never entered Anbu, it's just your empty words, so convincing. Neji said, as I said, Okamoto Shi once colluded with Danzo. Apart from incidents of mutual interest, The exchange of information was exactly these things, and I'll remind you. Neji showed a meaningful smile and said, Danzo's purpose of collusion is not only to protect Konoha, but also to get more favorable information to help him ascend. Otherwise, he would not have stood up and participated in the 5 shadows at that time. We talked. Onoki was the means by which he had seen Danzo with his own eyes, and naturally knew that what Neji said was true. He asked, are you saying that Okamoto Ishii has been planning certain things for the sake of being in power? That guy. Do you want to be the 4th generation Tsuchikage? Onoki's pupils trembled, and it was just a guess that made it difficult for him to accept. Neji waved his hand and said, haha. It's very possible, the real situation is more serious than this. Inside the claustrophobic sewer, the faint Yuhi light flickered. Drip. When a drop of water falls, the smell in the sewer is not easy to ask, and the sound is not clear, and it is unbearable everywhere. Alan was wearing night clothes, and Konoha Maru followed behind her. Shish. Alan seemed to notice something and frowned slightly. After some confirmation, he finally exhaled. It's all in a place like this, so there shouldn't be any surprises, right? Konoha Maru said in a low voice. Alan murmured, "Don't be careless." She held her palm tightly, cold sweat on her forehead, looking very uncomfortable. And Konoha Maru could only watch and ask, "Are you feeling better?" However, Alan explained helplessly, "No, there is no way. The closer you get to this central position, the more the power echoes the energizing power in my body. It puts a load on the body." Chapter 740 Abnormal. Neji's panic. Woo. In Alan's body, the inexplicable power became more and more manic. Konoha Maru's forehead. He never thought that things would evolve to such a serious level. He originally thought that Alan, who had no great strength, was not afraid even if he had special strength. However, 2 hours ago. Asuma is your uncle, right? Inside the hotel, Alan asked. The surprised Konoha Maru looked at Alan, a woman who has nothing to do with Konoha village, why would she know her identity? And it's so clear. Afterwards, Alan opened Shikai and released it. I am an orphan of Konoha village. My parents died in the EPUB 9 Tails riots that year. I was raised as a spy and worked under Danzo. I remember at that time, there was another older brother just like me, named Yakushi Kabuto. We all came out of an orphanage, and Yakushi Nono was our adoptive mother. Immediately afterwards, the same prologue memories as Yakushi Kabuto were revealed little by little in front of Konoha Maru. Although I don't know the deeds of Hyuga Neji, but because the master is Neji, Konoha Maru also roughly understands the past truths like Uchiha Itachi, Yakushi Kabuto, Uchiha Obito and others revealed in the Fourth Ninja World War. So what Alan said can't be false, because these things are absolutely confidential at the top of Konoha. So, you have the ability to hide your own strength, which is your ability as a spy. Later, because Okamoto-shi and Danzo fell out, you successfully escaped from Danzo's control. Ling's old wizard adoption is the grandma you mentioned. That's right. Looking at Alan's sincere eyes, Konoha Maru felt a little scared in his heart, because what Alan said later shocked him even more. Konoha Maru said with a trembling voice, "You don't even know what the power in your body is, but you know it has something to do with Okamoto Stone. It has nothing to do with coming to Iwagakure village and Teki village. It's just a very weak thing, but it suddenly became stronger not long ago, causing all the secret forces around to seize it. You suspect that this is related to Okamoto Stone, so after investigation, you learned the secret of Iwagakure village." In the sewer, the sound of water flowing. With Alan's gasping sound, Konoha Maru also tense up, and his breathing became heavy. It seems that what you said is true. Konoha Maru sighed. Alan calmed down a lot at the moment, and looked at Konoha Maru. You believe me? Are you planning to help me? Konoha Maru didn't nod, just hesitated for a long time. I didn't expect that the advisor of Iwagakure village really did so much. That night, Captain Neji already conveyed all the information about this Okamoto stone to me. I just didn't take it to heart. Now it seems that this guy it may be more exaggerated than what Captain Neji is worried about. The secret behind this may be related to the entire ninja world. Konoha Maru's eyes are extremely complicated. What do you know? Alan asked. Konoha Maru said solemnly. Brother Naruto once told Sasuke-senpai a secret mission. On the day of the wedding, he was drunk. I overheard it. Naruto and Sasuke are the two heroes of the Fourth Ninja World War. Alan blinked. Konoha Maru nodded and explained. That's right, the Fourth Ninja World War is actually a stronger force from outside the ninja world. And after the Fourth Ninja World War, a series of investigations have proved that that power it didn't disappear completely, and it will invade the ninja world in the near future. This is one of the reasons why Captain Neji decided to conquer the entire ninja world, right? I have a bold guess. Guess. It is very likely that the ore produced by Team Yuling has such a powerful energy. It is very likely related to that force. And this Okamoto stone, his approach is really exactly the same as that of a certain high level in our village. So even if he betrayed himself to the devil, I totally believe it too. Did you mean Danzo? Alan's mouth twitched, showing a sneer. Konoha Maru was surprised and looked at Alan. Alan shrugged and said, my miserable life was bestowed by him. For me, wanting to stop Okamoto is the best explanation for my once useless life. In her firm eyes, there is a firm longing for a bright future on the dark road. Pat, pat. Two walked over with the help of each other, and the yuhi-colored radiance became more and more intense. The news of the disappearance of the two of us has spread all over Iwagakure village now, right? This news will make the people of Iwagakure village suspect your Konoha village and create an opportunity for us. No one should know, I have noticed it long ago. Alan said. The two looked at the cliff-like sewer outlet. Inside that huge space, a huge void. Yuhi-colored gears kept turning, during which the lightning-like energy flashed quickly, turning thicker and faster than chakra. The power generated seems very dangerous, and in the middle of the device, there are huge pieces of ore, the original green appearance, and the bright yuhi color is flashing inside. Shocking. Is this the starter that Ishio Okamoto set? Konoha Maru asked. Alan nodded and explained. Ah, now that I am close to here, just being able to maintain normal physical strength to talk to you has already made me miserable. Alan's tone was so weak that it sounded like he was going to fall down at any time. Konoha Maru asked worriedly, are you all right? I'm fine, but I don't have any abilities right now. As long as I destroy this device, I can temporarily stop Okamoto, and then I will use Captain Neji to report the matter to the top of Konoha village. This matter is just you can't solve it with your negotiating team. You must ask for the help of the heroes who saved the ninja world. Alan explained these things with all his strength, and asked Konoha Maru to ask everything. His eyes were full of heaviness. Konoha Maru swallowed, facing this difficult problem, such a heavy burden. However, there must be something to bear on the immature shoulders, and this is the choice that Uzumaki Naruto, who he admired, faced with. I'll help you. Konoha Maru finally made a decision, and Alan also showed a relieved smile. Byakugan. Neji and Onoki floated together looking around the entire village of Iwagakure, scouting around. How's it going? Onoki on the side asked cautiously. Neji gasped, looking serious. Since there is nothing, it proves that your inference is wrong. Even if Okamoto is a careerist like Danzo, he will definitely not do anything to hurt the village of Iwagakure, Onoki was still obsessed, but Neji was firm in his judgment. No, he exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 741 Destroy. Starter. In Neji's eyes, it's been a long time since I've seen this kind of slightly flustered look. Even Onoki was taken aback. From the time he met Neji, yes, when you succeeded as a 14-year-old. Onoki had never seen it before, and saw any surprise in the eyes of this young man. And now, Neji seems really panicked. What's the matter? Onoki was a little impatient. He was already old enough to know his destiny. Waiting for a guy who's too old to walk and die, any little thing can affect him, and Neji is different. A genius ninja, who is the strongest in the ninja world, what else can he be troubled with? Neji said, even if there is a misjudgment in this matter, it is only an exaggeration of the extent of the matter. But it does not mean that it does not exist. Strange, too strange. The whole village can't find Okamoto-shi. Why? I can't make out the trace of that guy either. Onoki murmured. No, that's not going to be the case. Neji calmed himself down. It was a year or two of leisurely life that made him almost forget the methodical rhythm he once had. The clues can't disappear out of thin air. I have enough confidence in my pupil power. If I can't find it, there are only two possibilities. The key location is not in Iwagakure village, or the power behind it is strong enough to hide from me. Neji glanced at him and said, it's hard to rule out either of these two situations. The principle of proximity, let's assume it's the second one. If it's empty, it must be the first one. Then, old man, this village has the possibility of anywhere. Have you set up a strong barrier? What do you want to ask? Onoki was wary again. Both of them knew at this time that this was the most critical confidential information about Iwagakure village. If it is Neji's set, Onoki is likely to be defeated in the next negotiation issue. In today's prosperous Konohamaru, any mistakes in Iwagakure village may be fatal flaws in foreign affairs. This matter is not only about the village of Iwagakure and Konohamaru, but about the 5 great kingdoms, the entire ninja world, or rather, this planet. Neji's eyes stared straight at Onoki. This sincerity made Onoki tempted. He really had never seen Neji have this attitude. Just like everyone would like to believe in Naruto, Neji also has a magical power. That is to believe that Neji, what he sees in his eyes, should definitely not be what he sees. There is one, but that place is managed by Okamoto Stone, and it is very likely that a barrier will be set up. Because it is a place used to dispose of special discarded ores, if a barrier is not set up, it is very likely to hurt the villagers if it leaks. Quote. Onoki finished speaking. Neji was taken aback. After only thinking for 3 or 2 seconds, he thought about the general answer. Looks like this is the place. Because if it's abandoned ore, why isn't this kind of place set up farther from Iwagakure village? Onoki was startled, but couldn't answer. This, I don't know either. Neji added, because you have to be in a place that can be reached quickly, you can control it frequently. Since we can't find Konohamaru and Alan, the most important thing now is to find Okamoto Stone. Rasengan. Bang. A huge destructive force hit the gear, but the bright Yuhi-colored energy, accompanied by a lightning-like flowing brilliance, absorbed all the power of Rasengan. Buzz. That power is even absorbed, and the rebound is normal. Shooting, Konohamaru avoided, stepped on a steel pole, and jumped quickly. Land firmly. Alan hid far behind, struggling to endure the discomfort caused by this force. And that Yuhi-colored light, condensed together like a drastic change, the color is also impressive. Damn, such a powerful device, my power is not enough to destroy it. Konohamaru clenched her fists, annoyed. And Alan was also silent, watching this scene with sad eyes. Although he is a descendant of the Sarutobi family, the current Konohamaru is still too immature, but this is the only person Alan can ask for help. Finally, she sighed. Intel. Futon, wind style, whirlwind fist. Bang. A huge whirlwind penetrated and hit a gear, causing loosening. And the loose gear collided with another gear until the whole machine started to go fast, and after a fast period of time, it shook loosely. The whole environment began to shake. Boom. Konohamaru fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Success. Alan behind him was startled again and again, and immediately said, that's it. This device is linked. As long as it needs to destroy a small corner, it can have a great impact. Do it again. Good. The fighting spirit of the two became strong, and Konohamaru started the hand seal. However, a voice descended from the sky. There is no chance. A serious middle-aged man, floating in the air. The cloak behind him, like Onoki, fluttered like wings, and the whole person floated in the air. The same ability as old man Tsuchikage. Konohamaru frowned. Alan behind him bit Kiba and said, Okamoto Stone. Okamoto Ishii narrowed his eyes and glanced at Alan, and sneered, Alan. Really? Didn't the savage kill you? No wonder there's no news. Alan panted and only whispered, it's a pity, you only gave them enough strength to tie me up once. God finally gave me a chance to let Konohamaru and the others pass by my side. Konohamaru blinked and murmured, this guy. Is that Okamoto Stone? It's not very friendly when you look at his face. Okamoto Stone floated in the sky, looking down at the two of them. Then it's game over. He stretched out his hand, and immediately squeezed out a yuhi-colored energy ball in his hand. Konohamaru took a step back, saying it was too late, and he immediately felt the fierce killing intent of the other party. Whoosh! Rasengan was spinning rapidly in his hand, the yuhi-colored energy ball had been dropped, and the speed was very fast. Throw it out. Konohamaru backed away immediately. When the speed was unmatched, he quickly retreated and dragged the time, and the energy ball fell and flew towards Konohamaru. Since it can be thrown, it is really controllable. Konohamaru, however, had Rasengan ready to hit hard. Two forces, one blue and one yuhi, are fiercely fighting together. Okamoto Shi was startled, Genin. So skilled in actual combat. Bang. But. Okamoto Shi's mouth twitched, and his figure flickered. Disappear immediately. Konohamaru, Okamoto Stone appears. The weak Alan exclaimed, be careful. Konohamaru. Konohamaru turned around, and the yuhi-colored ons bloomed like an explosion. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared. Doden, Earth-style, line congealing technique. Okamoto Stone was also surprised. Chapter 742 Detonate. Lunatics for Peace. PFF'd. From the man's mouth, countless limes were spewed out. And Okamoto Shi also seemed to understand that this thing was difficult to deal with, so he quickly backed away. Huh. A few kunai then quickly chased after him. Okamoto Shi took his cloak to avoid quickly, and a whirlwind whistled. CCC. Those kunai slammed into the ground, and the detonating talisman above was ignited. Bang. Violent flames rushed out, and then the yuhi-colored energy spheres also lost their induction, scurrying around, and returned to the device. Yuhi-colored energies that were adorned by that huge one were all inhaled, and those energies became more active. You are Kuretsuchi's sister. Looking at the woman in front of her, wearing clothes like a cheongsam, with sexy short hair and a confident smile, the most conspicuous thing is the long white legs that come out. Don't worry, I'm here, I won't let this guy hurt you, Tilda. Karatha, she said with a smile. On the other side, Okamoto Stone snorted, Kuretsuchi, this is the gap in Konoha village. You want to destroy the ore resources of our Iwagakure village, you. Stop talking nonsense, here is the evidence to arrest you. I'm here to arrest you, Okamoto Ishii. Catch me, Humph, a traitor who has lived in Konoha village for a few years. Okamoto Shi's eyes immediately turned cold. Originally, he wanted to win over Kuretsuchi, but now he regards Kuretsuchi as an enemy. I know you got some education in Konoha village, and you have 2 skills, but this is Iwagakure village, don't underestimate me. In Okamoto's words, the original intention of the threat was revealed. Damn. Karathashi took a step back and immediately noticed that not far behind him, a yuhi-colored force was surrounding him. Snack, Ishio Okamoto clasped his hands together. This is the enchantment, Karathashi, have you decided to die here with these people? The nourishment of the new energy. The members are part of the new energy that restores hope in this world. This lunatic, could it be you? Karathashi was still very confident, because he knew that Okamoto-shi's fighting power was not strong. As Onoki's apprentice, he had also accepted Neji's challenge in Konoha village. She was completely confident to crush this guy. But this guy is coming prepared now. What is this guy going to do? Konoha Maru suddenly panicked. He thought that no matter how serious what he was doing, he was just helping Alan to become her member and eradicating a wicked person from the world. And even if the purpose of this Okamoto stone is evil, it is just like Danzo, who is wholeheartedly for the sake of Iwagakure village. But now it seems that he is wrong. Alan, who was not far behind, was already on the ground, leaning against the sewer pipes. She said weakly, "This guy wants to be with us," absorbed by that device. PFF'd. Tiny Yuhi-colored kindness, throbbing around the device. At this moment, inside the barrier, it seems like the end of the world. "You, Okamoto stone, are you crazy?" Heiu cursed. Okamoto-shi snorted. "Don't worry, I will die here with you. Now the final link has been completed, and everything can be handed over to that lord. He promised me that after the matter is over, I will let me be reborn. It was a truly peaceful world without war, not the same as this desperate thing." Kurathashi scolded again. "Damn it. Don't you care about everyone's life for the peace you recognize? This Iwagakure village, the lives of people in this homeland. You." Okamoto Stone said indifferently, "Beyond this barrier, I also set up a barrier. For the peace of most people, the sacrifice of a small number of people is absolutely necessary. Therefore, outside that barrier, you're the man who believed, Byakugan of Hyuga Neji couldn't see through either, because of the power of that adult, the power of Otsutsuki." Otsutsuki. Kurathashi took a step back, panicking. If that's the case, Neji may really not be able to catch up or notice. That was a power that completely surpassed the entire ninja world. Is Otsutsuki the force behind you? Do you think they will resurrect you? It's impossible to have such a convenient force in this world. You'll regret it. Okamoto Stone. Alan asked. Apparently, she didn't know what Otsutsuki meant. Okamoto Stone sneered until he looked a little crazy. Sure enough. You people don't understand anything." He grinned and scolded with round eyes. "You really don't understand anything. I have seen the power of Otsutsuki with my own eyes, and I have seen their world with my own eyes. It is definitely ahead of the technology and achievements of Eternal for several years here. Peaceful world of war. Even so." Konoha Maru's loud voice interrupted his lust. Konoha Maru roared. "No matter how perfect and perfect someone else's world is, it is still someone else's world. Your blindness will only ruin this world, and others will sacrifice us all for their own peace. Even if they are ahead of us Eternal or thousands of Eternals, then our world will eventually reach that point after counting Eternals and thousands of Eternals." Quote. "So what? I was already dead at that time. If that's the case, why do you want to speed up the pace of the world for your own selfish desires, so why use the name for peace?" Konoha Maru spoke indifferently, and this moment seemed to be glowing. Alan and Kuratsuchi were both full of longing. Konoha Maru, he's really handsome, he looks like Neji back then. Kuratsuchi murmured. However, Okamoto-shi only waved his hand, and the ground shook. "Then you will go to hell with me to witness the outcome of this world." Boom. In an instant, it seemed that there were tens of thousands of shakings in an instant, and several people were shaky. "Ah, stop me, do you know that I'm the grandson of Hokage III? Sarutobi Konoha Maru." Both Kurathashi and Alan stubbornly resisted being shaken, and looked at Konoha Maru, who was still calm just now, with disappointment. "Sure enough, it's still far from Neji." Kuratsuchi sighed. Okamoto-shi swayed in the air, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with a smile, "What a cute kid. Don't you know that the guy standing beside you happens to be the granddaughter of the third generation of Tsuchikage? Let the two of you die together, and still it's a perfect match. Next, I'll detonate this device. The outer barrier will counteract the explosion inside." And Alan. Okamoto Stone looked at a weak Alan. With a sinister smile, he said word by word. The effect of the power in your body is revealed. Chapter 743 Companion. Reliable Man. Your body. Kurafashi glanced at Eren over there, and unlike Konohamaru, she didn't care what Eren thought. The two walked over together, ignoring Okamoto Stone over there. Anyway, the switch of the device is on Okamoto Stone, and they can't change the ending that they will die here. What did he mean? Kuretsuchi looked at the weak Alan with hostility. And Konohamaru defended Alan. Alan is a good person, she is just surrounded by that power, this is the enemy's trap. Since it is the enemy's trap, then we should smash the enemy's trap. Kurafashi looked indifferent. Alan said, stop talking, Konohamaru. Alan's words made Konohamaru stop talking. I do have some connection with this device. Alan sighed helplessly and explained. The Yuhi-colored mark in my body, that is, the power that absorbed the energy that day, is the key to this device. The identity of people like us is similar to that of Jinchuriki column in the ninja world, and the body is sealed like a monster. The power of this power and the chakra of that device echo each other. Until we die. This is the mineral energy plan that has existed since Danzo and Okamoto Stone have not cooperated. I just didn't expect that this plan was finally used by the forces behind the scenes. My grandma is the key of the previous generation. Device the detonation will resonate with the key in my body to start a huge witchcraft formula, which may be similar to the sealing or summoning skills that ninjas call, and can be summoned from another world. Incredible things. Alan said this. Okamoto she sneered. Give it up, it is impossible for you to escape. Even if you know, so what? This barrier does not have my ability, and I will never be able to break it. And now I am inside the barrier, how should people from outside come in? Then, Kurafashi walked over and grabbed Alan's neck. What are you doing? Konohamaru was taken aback. Alan bit Kiba and revealed it. She was so weak that she had nothing to resist. Since you were the key, wouldn't it be enough to kill you? Kurafashi frowned, furious. Even though she has good intentions in her heart, but now that everyone is dying, Kurafashi still cares about the survival of this world. With Neji, she can look at the development of the world from a higher level, and hope that Alan's life, which is worthless at this moment, can save the world. She will definitely choose to be such a villain. However, Okamoto Stone in the sky sneered, haha. It's useless, the guy with the key in his body will not die. This is also the benefit of the power of the ore, you can't kill her. Kurafashi was secretly surprised and finally let go. Alan coughed, and Konohamaru on the side was also worried. But at the same time, his heart was very troubled. At a time like this, we can't solve it with just a few of us. Yuhi-colored barrier is getting closer and closer, and they all know that when the circular barrier slowly shrinks, trapping them and compressing the device together, all of them will become the keys to unlock that ritual. Maybe a certain monster was summoned, like Otsutsuki Kagaya back then, and came to this world. If only Neji was here. Kuretsuchi clenched his fists. It's useless even if he's here, he's definitely not going to care about these things. Konohamaru bit Kiba, and now he still doesn't agree with the Neji who Naruto praised from the bottom of his heart. However, Neji's voice resounded through the sky. If I am useless, then there will be no useful people in this ninja world. The sound was shocking and hopeful. What? This barrier is absolutely impenetrable. Stop pretending to be a ghost. Then, a black portal appeared, and Neji and Onoki flew out of it one after another, floating in the air. The two and Okamoto Stone on the opposite side formed a tit-for-tat situation. Neji smiled and said, my time and space technique is Kekemora. No matter how strong your energizing power is, it belongs to the category of chakra. This kind of enchantment is not even a confined space to me. Why should I need to get rid of him? Are you all right, Kurafashi-chan? Onoki looked at his granddaughter distress-edly. Captain Neji. Konohamaru doesn't admit Neji, but when Neji appears, he still sees countless hopes and is shining. You. Okamoto-shi immediately stepped back a few meters, but he was still not afraid and sneered, "It's too late now. You will all die under this barrier." He stretched out his hand and tore off his own clothes. I saw that his whole body, on the developed muscles, was printed with the same orangutan yuhi-colored pattern as the palm of Alan's palm, and it was glowing at this moment. Neji, on the other hand, was unusually calm. Under the protection of this calm power, no one will feel the panic of fear again. Neji just looked at Onoki indifferently and said, "How? This is the subordinate you believe, or the enemy? He wants to destroy the world. You have heard everything just now. Otsutsuki, I have explained to you, it is as the subject of a classified mission." Onoki shook his hands, speechless. Okamoto. With his deep eyes, he looked at Okamoto Stone, who was already crazy over there. Okamoto Ishii smiled and said, "Enough, don't preach to me anymore. I've had enough of this boring world, I'll take you to see that richer world together." "He's dead. What do you say?" Neji remained calm. And the Konohamaru below was in a state of impatience and muttered, "Is it still time to preach? Really? How can this guy be so unreliable?" "No." Kurathashi showed a relieved smile, and Alan was also faintly surprised. They looked at Neji in the air and always felt that Neji was a shining existence. "I don't know why, but I feel very relieved." Kurathashi said, "We should be lucky to be with him. This guy is the most reliable man. Just watch it." Konohamaru stopped talking, and only looked at the figure that seemed to be floating up and down in the sky with them. "I see, the decay of Iwagakure village, the decay of Otsutsuki, turned out to be just the same. Leave it to you, Neji." Onoki drifted back, and it was considered to have completed the succession of the era. Next, it is the world of young people. The only thing they can do is to hand over everything they hold in their hands. And Okamoto-shi looked at Neji, who was looking straight at him, and said with a smile, "Hehe. As soon as you get close to me, I will immediately detonate this device and barrier, you have no chance." PFF'd. Okamoto-shi said that he only felt his heartbeat abruptly, and then his eyes were rounded, and he couldn't move anymore. Chapter 744 Sign. Event ends. What the hell is going on? Okamoto Stone widened his eyes and found that he couldn't move at all. Neji smiled and said, "When I came in, I used the power of time and space to cover up my chakra and covered it all around. And I launched acupuncture through chakra, and at the meeting, I discovered the inside of your body. The power of the Otsutsuki clan." "You?" Okamoto Stone was extremely surprised. Neji laughed. "In the Fourth Ninja War, it was not just Naruto and Sasuke who fought Otsutsuki Kagaya. Me too." Okamoto Stone was extremely surprised and unbelievable. Both Onoki and Kuratsuchi knew about Akatsuki, but they laughed without saying a word. Alan and Konohamaru, on the other hand, looked at each other. Especially Konohamaru, widened his eyes and asked, "Why? True or false?" Neji explained, "A lot of things are hidden, just to prevent you guys from taking advantage of those things. How the world is not decided by us. Even we who saved the world at the time did not decide the world. Towards peace is everyone's common wish, not your reason to satisfy your own selfishness. It is precisely because you know that you have the power of the Otsutsuki clan in your body, and at the same time your resistance to the spiritual demonic illusion is so strong. Then at the same time, you know how to deal with you. This art is specially prepared for you. Yes, bye-bye." Huh. I saw a flash of white light, and I couldn't see clearly at all. The next moment, Neji has appeared behind Okamoto Ishii. A palm gently patted his back, aiming at the position of his heart. As for Okamoto-shi, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said hoarsely, "Hehe." Ding. I saw his heart emitting an extremely dazzling light. Onoki hurriedly shouted, "This is the timing spell activated by that guy in the heart. Once the heart is fatally attacked, it will be triggered. Neji, be careful, that light will erode people's spirits. This trick, I've seen it too." Neji's mouth twitched. I saw the intense light surrounding him, and Neji was in it. After the violent light ended, Neji landed firmly. The crowd was terrified and ran away. After Okamoto's stone fell, it was still a corpse. Onoki sighed. Did you not give yourself the last chance for the final attack? Kurafashi said. Regardless of the success or failure of the plan, this guy probably doesn't want to live anymore. When the event ended, the crowd sighed. The next thing was simple processing, and Neji also looked down at Onoki who was standing on the ground. This time, I really got you right. No, you've never done anything evil since I've known you. Onoki sighed. But the culprit is your power that seems to reach the sky. This power is too strong, and it is too strong to be placed anywhere. So even if you have never done evil, people around you will always worry about what you do. Because if you're in the wrong place, the whole world is at risk. Onoki said, and Neji smiled reassuringly. You're over the top. Onoki shook his head and said, no, this is you. But I'm really curious, how can the high-level Konoha village accommodate such a powerful and perfect existence as you? Neji explained with a smile, of course I'm hiding my exploits. Look, isn't it beneficial this time? The so-called statement is just for Naruto and Sasuke. There are always people who want to be the root in the darkness. Although Danzo's approach is wrong, people in the dark cannot be absent. The current me is the Danzo of the past, but Danzo is the root of Konoha village, and I am the root of this ninja world. Neji's mouth twitched, and everyone felt emotional. Especially Konohamaru, looking at Neji's back, as if there was a light reflected on his face. Then, Alan. Neji looked away. Alan was smiling, and then his face was almost unconscious. Alan. Sister Alan. Hello. In the hospital, Alan lay on the bed. Onoki was surrounded by the higher-ups and Neji. I'm not going to the meeting, I trust Onoki-senpai. Neji laughed. Onoki frowned slightly and said, you really only call me an old man in private, why do you call me a senior in front of everyone? Neji shrugged and explained, because in terms of foreign affairs, you are indeed a senior. Suga, is it just foreign affairs? Other high-level executives also praised Neji. However, I really have to thank Neji for this disaster in Iwagakure village. No, thanks to Konoha village. I hope our cooperation will be happy in the future, and the strength of Konoha village will be fully matched with our main village. I didn't expect that the 5 major ninja villages will unite one day, but Iwagakure village is the first village to sign the terms of the unification of the 5 countries. Aren't they going to receive some special care? Haha, just kidding. Our common goal is to unite against foreign enemies. Outdated ideas should be abandoned. Listening to their discussion, Konohamaru and Kuretsuchi stood aside. You have to do your best, grandson of the 3rd Hokage. Kurafashi glanced at the Konohamaru. Konohamaru was startled, blinked and said, this, I know, but... Kurafashi grinned brightly and said, this time, thanks to Neji and your Konoha village, I will do the work of the 4th generation Tsuchikage. Haha, it's still a year before I can take over, but just let me do it. Ready. Is that so, Tsuchikage, after the reunification of Shinobi Village, will it also have the title of Shadow? Of course. The title of Shadow is not just a leader, it seems that you don't understand anything yet. I understand. Isn't it just to protect you? Konohamaru, as Asuma's nephew, naturally knows it well. He sighed and complained again. It's just, I really don't understand. Why is Captain Neji so strong, and the whole ninja world seems to know him? But, why don't young people and children know? Kurafashi was startled and fell silent. After a long time, he explained with a smile, because, you are the jade that Neji wants to protect. Outside Iwagakure village, Temu Ridge. Help. The few strong men in savage tribal costumes were tied together. Enough, little Lee, it will kill you if you go on like this. 10-10 sighed. Out tilde, Little Lee clapped his hands and threw the strong men aside. And the middle-aged man, Big Brother, also blinked his eyes and stepped back in fear. Don't stop passers-by in the future, then. Which direction is Iwagakure village heading? 10-10 asked domineeringly with his hands on his hips. The middle-aged man also nervously saw the prominent Konoha forehead guard above 10-10 and Little Lee's heads. Chapter 745 Go. Origin of the event. Damn Konoha ninja. The big brother who took the lead bit Kiba and muttered. What did you say? Little Lee frowned, and the man jumped up and explained in a conditioned reflex. No, no, no. Nothing. Little Lee panicked and ignored him. That's also too scared. The boy with thick eyebrows and big eyes in front of him doesn't know why, but he is so strong that he doesn't look like a person. That silently complained and sighed. These few days have been really unlucky, and now the forces of the ninja world are getting stronger and stronger. They are just like the law enforcement officers of this world, they have no room for survival at all. And these days, I have encountered ninjas one after another. It's all Konoha ninjas. Could it be that something really happened to Iwagakure village? Okamoto-shi ordered them to intercept Alan and bring Alan's body back, seemingly because there was something powerful in that guy. But now, they can't control so much anymore. I didn't expect that the ninjas of Konoha village in the distant Fire Country also set their sights on Okamoto Stone. Ninja world, this is going to change again. Soon, 10-10 and Little Lee let them go and set off on their way to Iwagakure village. And the few strong men came around, and after 10-10 and Little Lee walked away, they each asked embarrassedly, Big Brother. What should we do next? What should I do? What can I do? Don't go back to Iwagakure village, let's go back to Temu village. Maybe catching 2 people in Temu village can make up for it. Don't be afraid of those old witches, they are nothing compared to ninjas. Why, do you think you can escape Okamoto-shi's means? He has a bigger backer behind him. Okay, I got it. Konoha's ninjas all went to the direction of Iwagakure village, maybe this is our chance. Hee. The messenger of Konoha is here. Konoha. Onoki was taken aback, but relayed the news to Neji first. Neji, however, seemed to have known Akatsuki for a long time, and murmured, is it finally here? It's a relief now. Are there any other plans for the future? Of course. Neji's mouth twitched, everything was expected. In the conference room, the high-level people gradually dispersed. Onoki exhaled. All in all, the treaty between Iwagakure and Konoha has been drawn up, and then there is a slow notification phase. We want to keep a low profile, so that's fine, right? After all, Iwagakure is no better than Kumogakure. In a big country, the villagers of Iwagakure village are seriously aging and can't stand the toss. Quote. Reason, Neji felt very happy when Onoki said this. He, I see. Squeak, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and the two of them looked over together. I saw 2 tall and straight figures standing at the door of the conference room. These 2 are. Onoki narrowed his eyes. Neji twitched the corner of his mouth, using the Byakugan that was completely natural and back to basics, and it was easy to see that they were 2 old buddies he knew well. You are finally here, 10-10, Little Lee. 10-10 put his hands on his waist and smiled bitterly. Okay, we're fast enough. Little Lee, we didn't take a lot of rest along the way. Fortunately, the pill that Neji gave us was really helpful. Little Lee also nodded and said, yes, Neji is very reliable in every aspect. Neji smiled. In fact, the so-called pills were exchanged from the system. In the more than a year that Konoha and Ino lived with peace of mind, he researched the system's exchange mall all over the place, and used those to pass the time when he was bored. He found that there are many things that can be mass-produced and can be used as very effective tools. It has also become a unique prop to use in Konoha village. For example, the spell he gave to Konoha Maru to subdue Alan's energizing rage was exchanged from the system. Therefore, although that power cannot easily surpass chakra, it can check and balance with chakra, producing unexpected effects. Then, the next step is to go to Temuling, right? Little Lee handed over the information in his hand. He asked eagerly. Ten complained. Oh, don't worry Lee, we haven't rested yet. And Neji must have experienced a lot of twists and turns. First of all, let the third generation Tsuchikage understand the situation well, right? Little Lee also realized his gaffe, scratched the back of his head with a smirk, and said, I'm sorry everyone, it seems that I haven't performed the task for too long, I'm a little excited. Ha ha. Onoki looked at Little Lee with relief and said, the ninjas in your Konoha village are really positive. It's completely different from our Iwagakure village, but... He picked up the documents on the table and flipped through them casually. I have a general understanding of the matter. Since you have already understood all the events in Temu village, it is up to you to end it. After all, the treaty has come into effect, and now Iwagakure village should serve Konoha village. Will Iwagakure village contribute? Better to leave it to Neji to decide. Quote. After Onoki finished speaking, including him, Ten, and Little Lee all looked at Neji expectantly. Neji thought about it for a long time, and then heaved a sigh of relief. No, leave this task to the three of us. But I have something to ask of you, old man. What's the matter? Say whatever you want. Konohamaru and Alan just let them stay in Iwagakure village first, and we fully accept the Temuling incident. It's a trivial matter. It's not worth mentioning. Then there's another big thing, Neji said. A big deal. Neji took a deep breath and said, please send someone to inform the other 4 major countries of all the development of this matter, as well as the final result, as soon as possible. Don't worry. Neji was surprised by Onoki's answer. He explained, the 2 years of research on money have come in handy. Now that technology has developed, I and the other 4 countries can use telegrams to communicate for a short period of time. It's just that the thing is unstable. If you are in a hurry, you should try more. Quote. Very well. Then let's go. Afterwards, Neji went to Temuling with Little Lee and Ten, non-stop. Ahead, is the origin of the incident. Little Lee stood on the trunk and looked out. Ten exhaled and complained. I thought I could take a rest, but there was no event to rest, and I was called to perform the task. Neji ignored the two's thoughts and said simply, both of you be careful, there may be unexpected enemies ahead. An unexpected enemy. Two looked at Neji, and Neji's expression was very serious. Chapter 746 Destroy. A piece of ashes. What the hell do you mean? Neji, what are you talking about, unexpected enemy? Ten asked suspiciously. Neji explained, it is logical to bring Alan and even the ninjas of Iwagakure village to this place, but I already realized it when I was in Iwagakure village. Now Temu village, it doesn't exist anymore. What? Little Lee was startled. He asked nervously, so, what must have happened to Temuling? Little Lee has unconditional and 100% trust in Neji. Neji has never said anything that has been missed, so this matter is also true. He trusts all of Neji's judgments. Did you sense it when you were in Iwagakure village? Ten blinked. For some reason, being by Neji's side, even in the face of a difficult situation, she believed that their team would be able to overcome these difficulties after all. After all, Neji exists. Drip. At the bedside, the electrocardiogram began to beat slowly. More and more active, until Alan slowly woke up. After waking up, Alan was not weak, but looked very normal. But her body lay for a long time, and it was inevitable that it was difficult to control. Therefore, holding on to his hands, he sat up with difficulty. Konohamaru, who was lying on the side of the table, was dreaming, but now he realized that Alan had woken up and woke up immediately. Alan, are you awake? Konohamaru asked. Alan just stared at Konohamaru blankly and asked, where's Neji? Konohamaru was stunned, and after thinking for a moment, explained, Captain Neji went to Teki village to perform a mission. Old man Tsuchikage came to inform us in person, saying that it was Neji's own decision. No, not right, not right, something happened. Alan suddenly panicked, she covered her heart, and tears were about to overflow in an instant. Konohamaru saw Alan crying, and he couldn't take it anymore. Hey, Sister Alan, what's wrong with you? What's the matter? Don't cry. Damn, I want to go back to Temu village. It's impossible. Alan covered his heart and took a deep breath, the tears in his eyes swelled more and more. Lacrimal glands, burst banks. And all this happened in the originally so peaceful ward. Konohamaru immediately realized something and asked calmly, is there any power in your body that can sense something happening? You tell me the facts, so I can solve it for you. Alan took a long breath and took a long time to adjust his state. He nervously said to Konohamaru, this. My body has the deepest source of sorcerer and energy in our Temu village, that is, the source of energy. This is the world of witchcraft, and it has nothing to do with ninjutsu and chakra. Masters who are talented in witchcraft can feel the existence of our hometown and Temu village, but... Now. Alan's tear ducts collapsed again, and Konohamaru was a little annoyed and asked quickly, if you don't say anything, I can't help you. After pondering for a moment, Alan said disappointedly, no more. No more. No, nothing. The contact with Temu village is gone. This kind of connection will not be cut off. It was Temu village that had an accident, and it was too late. Temu village. It's over. There were tears in Alan's eyes, and he was babbling. In Konohamaru's eyes, all this just felt noisy. Oh, stop talking. Anyway, I'll take you to see for yourself. Can you act now? Just like that, Konohamaru immediately ran to the window and looked at the surrounding environment vigilantly. No matter what it is, it seems that old man Tsuchikage is very at ease with us. He didn't send anyone to monitor us at all. I'll take you there. Wow. Like a barren mountain where thousands of mountains and birds fly away and people disappear in every direction, the trees, grass, flowers and insects on the mountain have completely lost their color. As a few people were surprised, they looked. A grand ruin. Endless, boundless. All the houses were destroyed and fireworks erupted everywhere. 2 white figures floated in the sky. Help, forgive me. Ah. A familiar shout caught Neji's attention, only to see a figure dropped from a height of 100 meters without warning. Bang, the shouting dissipated, and there was no more life. Tenten and Little Lee froze in surprise and widened their eyes. They didn't even have time to react. Why did the good Temu village look like this in the blink of an eye? Feeling the steaming airflow left by the surrounding explosions, anyone can guess, maybe 10 minutes ago, this place was still beautiful. Byakugan. Neji could see clearly at a glance that the fallen corpse was the strong man he had met in Timuling. Actually, he died here. Then. Those 2 figures had extremely strong perception ability, and they quickly noticed the 3 figures here. And they seemed to be looking for something. Revolving heaven. Neji didn't move, just frowned tightly, and the chakra in his body burst out from all the acupuncture points. It rotates on its own, and the frequency and speed of the rotation are not at the same level as ordinary revolving heaven, far higher than the normal category of ninjutsu taijutsu. Boom. The 2 white shadows approaching were bounced out by this revolving heaven, retreated 5 or 6 meters, stayed in the air, and slowly floated down. 2 white shadows, one short and thin, one fatter than Choji, or a strong man. In short, they look very powerful. Kinshiki, Momoshiki, these 2 are the guys who hurt Sasuke. Neji understood and explained, and Tenten and Little Lee were shocked. Then. That's right, the Otsutsuki guys. They each swallowed their saliva, and asked themselves that their combat power with Sasuke is now more than a little or 2, and the guy in front of them can make Sasuke carry such a serious injury. It's really scary. Where's that woman? Did you hide it? I didn't expect it to be you again. You should have been arrested at that time. Momoshiki scoffed at Neji. Maybe Neji interrupted his good mood. After all, if it were another opponent, there would be no threat to him. But only Hyuga Neji is the whole person. Everything is unknown. He is too unfathomable, even in front of the people of the Otsutsuki clan. It turns out that the guys behind Okamoto Stone are you. What do you want to do with the device? That device in Iwagakure village is just a cover, right? I have already dealt with it. Neji said this. Momoshiki became impatient and snorted coldly. I didn't ask you that. What I want to know is, where is that woman? Where is the key? Where? Momoshiki looked very anxious. Chapter 747 Clean Eyes. Peep inside. The key, Alan. Neji looked indifferent. Tenten and Little Lee each took a step back. They didn't know what Neji was investigating here. Originally, I just followed Neji to Teki village to collect the remnants of what Okamoto-shi and Danzo did secretly. These things may have such important research results and the value of past details. But now it has become a ruin, and it has no reference value. Moreover, I even met Otsutsuki's enemy. Here, it can only be handed over to Neji's command. Anyway, protect yourself, Neji said in a low voice. Little Lee and Tenten nodded secretly. As long as they didn't drag Neji back, they would be the greatest help. I know that woman is there, not enough. Neji's words suddenly attracted the attention of Momoshiki and Kinshiki. It's really you. Momoshiki clenched his fists. Although he hated Neji to death, he had already understood from the last fight that Neji was not an easy opponent to deal with. It is even very likely that he will suffer a big loss this time. In this ninja world, he really met the person he least wanted to deal with twice in a row, but he was always tracked down. It seems that the two of you also have other intentions. In this world, your advantage in the battle situation is too small. It's easy to take something away from me, so let's make a deal. Can you tell me before I hand it over to you? What is your purpose? Our purpose. Momoshiki murmured and looked at Neji with disdain. I thought to myself, this kind of enemy is really strange, to think that he would easily reveal his purpose. Kinshiki standing below waved the axe in his hand and said in a low voice, kill this guy. Momoshiki was a little impatient and whispered, don't worry, it's not realistic to kill this guy. Now that we can't find the key, it doesn't mean that our plan can't be implemented. If the ceremony is completed without this guy, the key will also end. It will be opened, and the formula will appear. In short, this guy can't be told the whole of our plan. Momoshiki thought of this, and a huge dizziness appeared in front of him. Like Rinnegan, a rippled circle appeared behind Neji, Little Lee, and Tenten. What is this? Momoshiki was taken aback, and Kinshiki below was no longer speaking. What is this? Is it this guy's move? It's different from before. Momoshiki stretched out his hand to resist, but found that there was nothing, everything seemed unreal. Just not far away, Neji chuckled and cursed. Then, let me tell you. The key you're looking for is in Iwagakure village, and I didn't bring it because I sensed your existence. I didn't expect you to be there. It's really that thing. What? What exactly do you want to do? Tell me about it. It won't affect anything. Maybe I'll be willing to cooperate with you. What a lot of nonsense. Momoshiki felt that people on this planet could be so cunning. He groaned and stretched out his hand, the huge Yuhi-colored energy ball in his palm like a Rasengan-like burst of power leaking out. PFF'd. At the moment outside, Neji's eyes are black and white. Open eyes. Momoshiki. Kinshiki panicked. Momoshiki, who was floating in the sky, was actually hit by demonic illusion. Tenten and Little Lee standing behind Neji were also very shocked. Tenten said with emotion, Neji, as expected of you, you can make demonic illusion among the Otsutsuki clan. Little Lee also swallowed his saliva and said, but the chakra of the guy below is also very strong, and it feels like it's overflowing. Even I can feel it. Get rid of you two for now. Huh. Kinshiki couldn't wake up Momoshiki, so he rushed over quickly. That speed is simply unparalleled. Thumbs up. Konoha whirlwind. Bang. Little Lee kicked hard and was already kicked out. However, he was punched by Kinshiki, and he was stubbornly suppressed. What? Just one hand, so powerful. Tools, heavenly lock disaster. Ba-ah-ah. Countless hidden weapons came, and Kinshiki quickly avoided it, letting Little Lee escape. And the scrolls summoned by 1010 have been enlarged. Not only those hidden weapons, the hidden weapons are getting faster and more numerous. 1010 said confidently, "This is the multiplication detonating talisman based on the second generation Hokage, a new technique that I have devoted myself to researching for more than a year, the technique of mutual multiplication of hidden weapons. At the same time, it is summoning more hidden weapons, which is 50 times the number of ordinary natural chain disasters. You can't completely avoid it." Neji said, but Kinshiki showed off the agility of a fat man with a fast movement. Ding, ding, ding. Every kunai was easily evaded by his fast movement, and he used the huge axe to knock back and bounce some of them. 1010's attack in such a large number was also annihilated and turned into nothingness. Ah, can't you? 1010 frowned and raised his mouth. Little Lee took a deep breath and said, 1010, don't worry, let me come next. The 8 inner gates 6th gate view gate open. Bang. The huge airflow shot into the sky, and all around Little Lee's body turned into green air waves, sprinting towards the surroundings. As even the air pushed away. And it's not chakra. Kinshiki frowned slightly, having never seen such a move before, and was a little wary for a while. And 1010 also took a step back with interest, took out the huge scroll behind him, and planned to assist Little Lee's attack. At this time, Neji looked at it, but hesitated. Are you sure you want to consume most of your mental power and use your clear eyes too much to spy on the enemy's heart? Neji didn't answer. It was a choice given by the system. Since ancient times, there has been a dilemma, and the powerful ability of the clear eye can indeed pull an enemy like Momoshiki into the dark abyss. This trick was used on Urashi before, and after that it caused a lot of side effects in Neji's body, this time. If you don't know the enemy's purpose, and Neji has planned to tell the world all of this. Use Momoshiki's own chakra, but it will consume its own spiritual power. Don't care about so much. In demonic illusion, Momoshiki slowly opened his eyes, revealing the appearance of Shion Yuhi. Shion Yuhi's eyes are full of desire to possess this world. This time, it is not me who spy on your heart alone, but the 5 great countries. Om. This scene, astonishingly, appeared in the sky above the 5 major countries. Everywhere in the ninja world, the situation changes. Chapter 748 Runaway. The Scared Momoshiki. In the air, the heads and high-level officials of the 5 great powers learned the whole story from Onoki's mouth in the telegram just now. Immediately, he received the truth of the matter from Neji's technique again. In the long-lasting surprise, Neji clenched his fists and made this choice firmly. This world is not mine alone, it can only be guarded by everyone. Neji bit Kiba. Of course, he wasn't someone who would say such silly things. From the bottom of his heart, Neji wanted to use this technique to oppress the 4 kingdoms and make them realize that at this moment they had to take refuge in Konoha village. Their union is not for tit for tat, but for dealing with enemies far away in outer space. If you are entangled in the infighting between the ninja world, then the ninja world will not grow, and those desolate planets will be the final fate of this world. What's your purpose? Neji asked. Momoshiki, who was caught in a dream, twitched the corner of his mouth, and Shion Yuhi's eyes widened and said, of course it's the resurrection of that guy, Otsutsuki Ashiki. One style. Who? Neji asked knowingly. What he wanted was for the whole world to know about it. This stupid world needs the baptism of information. They are too protected in the greenhouse. Only when they realize the horror of war can they cherish the peace in front of them. Kagaya's companion. Kagaya. The guy who started the Fourth Ninja War. No, it's the guy who resurrected Uchiha Madara. In the end, that guy brought Uchiha Madara into hell. So, what does this Otsutsuki Ashiki mean? Momoshiki, Kinshiki, why am I so dizzy? Anyway, this time, is it Neji again? All over the 5 countries, there is a lot of discussion, and many people even know for the first time that this hero who once shined in the Fourth Ninja World War but chose to retreat, Hyuga Neji. I want to revive Yi Shi. Bring Yi Shi. Use another 10 tails. Complete the final plan of the Otsutsuki clan. The final plan. Wow. Like shards of glass, completely shattered. Everyone only saw the picture in the air and completely disappeared. Until the clouds above the ruins of Tiamu village completely dissipated. Little Lee and Ten breathed a sigh of relief. Ten blinked and murmured, another 10 tails. This guy. That kind of thing, I don't want to see it again. Little Lee also said angrily, it seems that this time Neji is going to save the world again. Woo. Neji emerged from the illusion, lips already white. Although there is no substantial damage, the power is used too much, and it will take a long time to recover. Therefore, what Neji is worried about now is, if the enemy intends to pursue the victory, what can he do? However. Damn. Momoshiki came out of the illusion and regained his senses. To his rapid breathing, Kinshiki asked quickly, what's wrong? Do you want me to kill these guys? Momoshiki glared at Kinshiki in disgust, and said angrily, I didn't let you talk nonsense. If you could kill this guy, you wouldn't be dragged by these 2 guys for so long. Damn, now this guy it's really bottomless, especially those eyes, it's terrifying. What kind of existence is it? In order to scare them off, Neji pretended to be calm and said, haha. It's also very interesting to say. The genius of the Uchiha family named Uchiha Shisui, the demonic illusion of his eyes is a power that your Otsutsuki family can't understand at all. And I also have Jingyan is also the power in the bloodline that you have abandoned. Then, it is time to decide the outcome. Neji took a step forward, and Little Lee, who had obvious side effects from the 8 inner gates behind him, was already supported by the Ten and couldn't move at all. Next, it seems that it will be handed over to Neji. Damn, let's go. Unexpectedly, Momoshiki also turned his head and flew into the air without turning his head. It's as if this whole piece of ruins is not what he calls ordinary, just go with the wind. And Kinshiki's speed was also very fast, which surprised both Little Lee and Ten. Ten, who was still in good spirits, asked, don't chase. Neji. Neji took a deep breath and sneered when he felt that the 2 were really far away. No, let them escape. His plan has been completely stolen by me, which they don't even know about themselves. Things. What? It's not. Ten was taken aback. Just now they observed Momoshiki's heart in the air, and they clearly didn't reveal the whole plan. Yet Neji is so confident. That is to say, Neji still kept a hand, and only showed a part of it to the people in the whole ninja world, so this step. This is also in the plan. Ten asked in surprise. Neji nodded and smiled. Of course, I don't want every village to go through such a tense and meaningless event in Iwagakure. Then. That's right, the next step is to take advantage of this world and win over the 5 major countries. This should have been a disaster faced by the 5 major countries, and should not be borne by Konoha village. After all, the enemy this time is not Uchiha, but it's Otsutsuki. Neji finished speaking, he noticed something. He turned his head immediately, and Ten looked too. I saw Konohamaru and Alan standing on the path. Konohamaru looked towards Neji, and just finished reading all about Neji's deeds. Alan, on the other hand, turned his gaze and looked around at a whole piece of rotten ruins. This, Temu village, sure enough. Neji walked over and said indifferently, sorry, no one survived. Alan didn't answer, just stared blankly, then lowered his head. Despair, endless despair. Then came the expected weeping. No one spoke, and the pain of losing their home was understood by everyone in Konoha village. But Alan. As an orphan of the original Konoha village, this guy has lost his home for the second time. The Kingdom of Wind, standing on a high platform, about the height of the 5th floor. This place can't compare to Kumogakure village. It is different from the height of the 4th Ninja War, but this time the identity is more noble. No longer a commander of some kind of battle, but Kazekage, the 5th generation, who swore to think about Sunagakure village wholeheartedly. Gaara was wearing the robe of Kazekage, standing upright and straight. Hyuga Neji is my old friend. I understand him better than the average person. He is a person who will never harm everyone for his own selfish desires. Now, he is fighting against a powerful enemy on behalf of Konoha village. Not just the 4 great nations, but the 5 great nations. Even Konoha village can't fully trust Neji, but Neji has been fighting against the secret forces. Chapter 749 Joint. Work together. Gaara stood on the high platform and said these words to everyone. Maybe some people still keep their blood, but some people are tired of listening. Tamari, Kankuro, Maki and others all sighed. Here again, this guy is still so old-fashioned. In fact, he only needs to give orders. As subordinates and villagers, they can only obey Kazecage's orders unconditionally. Kankuro complained. Yeah, he could have said it directly. He had to use this old-fashioned way of Kiba to completely change these stupid smarts. He knew it was impossible. Maki followed Kankuro to complain. However, Tamari narrowed her eyes. In her mind, the time when she and Gaara invaded Konoha village a few years ago appeared. When she was in the forest, not many people knew that she had also played against Neji in that part. At that time, she completely looked down on Neji. No, not only her. Whole world, everyone looked down on Neji. They just thought he was the tail of a crane. Or a waste who originally had a strong talent, but only knew that his stupid practice completely abandoned his skills. Who knows, he is trying to lay a long line and catch a big fish. Tamari said. No, you were wrong. Oh. Two looked at each other, and Tamari pointed in one direction. In a corner not far away, someone excitedly clasped their hands together, praying for Gaara and Neji. Almost all children are willing to believe, and are also inspired and influenced by Gaara. Tamari said, this is what Neji taught us, the will of fire. What Gaara does is not to change us old ninja adults, but to protect the new children. The children's worldview has not been formed, don't need to change, but let Gaara build them. The old days of the past are long overdue, and what Gaara is doing is actually a great thing that none of you realize. 5 days later, the village of Konoha. The 5 Shadows talks will be held in advance. Konoha high-rise meeting room. Naruto and Sasuke stood separately, but the one sitting in the center was Neji. I didn't expect you two to serve as my guards in the end. I really can't stand it. Since Naruto and Sasuke had to be there, and so did Neji, so that's it. And the others, Sunagakure village of the Land of Winds came to Gaara as the representative of the Shadow, Tamari, Kankuro as the escort. Village of Kurigakure, the Land of Water, came to Terumime as the representative of the Shadow, and Ao and Chengjuro as the guards. The Land of the Land, Kuretsuchi, came as the representative of the Shadow, and Akato was alone as the escort. The Country of Thunder, Kumogakure village Darui as the representative of the Shadow, Yugito and Nozomi as the guards. I didn't expect everyone to come. Naruto took a deep breath and deeply admired Neji's influence. It would be impossible for anyone, such as Sasuke or him, to do this. After all, it is really difficult for everyone to accept this sudden cooperation at once, and make concessions like the 4th ninja world again. The nature of this time is completely different. There is no fuse like Sasuke's capture of Yahweh, and the enemy has not declared war. It is purely due to Neji's influence that everyone gathers together to consider and prepare for the future of the ninja world. No, the more important thing is the treaty that everyone signed. As Neji said, He placed a paper on the table with a pop, and everyone looked at it. 3 in total. Iwagakure village has already signed, earlier than your other 3 countries, so there is a slight advantage, but it is not obvious. Neji shrugged, but Kurafashi said with a laugh, Neji, fortunately, I persuaded the old man to stay in the village and not come so far, or he wouldn't be so angry when he heard you say that. Neji laughed. Of course, I said that because he wasn't there. Hee hee. This is, the shadows of the other 3 villages have all picked up the treaty. Submit to Konoha village. Of course I have no problem. Konoha village should be the leader of our coalition forces. Gaara nodded first. Terumi thought about it for a while, and then sighed. It's only me and Kazekage-sama who were the elders of the last 5 shadows meeting. I followed Kazekage-sama's advice. After all, the interior of Kurigakure is in a mess, so there is no need to argue about this kind of thing. Besides, we do believe in Neji's character. Sasuke and Naruto, who were standing behind Neji, looked at each other with lingering fears. This meeting, Tsunade means, let Neji represent the identity of the shadow. Although Neji was reluctant to become Hokage, he eventually became a Hokage addiction in this matter. And more importantly, because of Neji's face, everyone will trust the judgment of Konoha village. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the case. If it were someone else, I'm afraid it would turn into an intrigue between the villages. So, the coalition has reached this. The last Darui said with a shrug. She, who was behind him, was taken aback and asked quickly, hey. I just agreed. Why don't you fight for something? Yugito on the side muttered, what do you want to fight for? This. She couldn't answer, but he always felt something was wrong. Darui chuckled and asked, do you think that if the boss was there, he would not have agreed to recruit security so easily, did he? Jowan. This word is used very well. It's well said. Our ninja villages are actually recruited. Ching smiled. Then he explained, first of all, Neji saved my life. At that time, tailed beast bomb of 10 tails and about to attack the headquarters, but Neji saved us by himself. Ask yourself, we command BU has no hope of surviving at all, if Neji is not there. At that time, the whole ninja world did its last effort to prepare for death. But Neji did a miracle, and this time too, we have no reason not to believe him. Quote. It seems. That's true. She sighed, and then cheered up. You absolutely, Tarui. No, Raikage the 5th generation. After all, the boss has given you the right to decide this time. What it means, I should have understood it a long time ago. Quote. Tarui smiled lightly and nodded secretly. Then, Kumogakure village also joins. Neji smiled and stood up immediately. Okay. He held the table with both hands, and there was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Then, I announce that the joint team of the 5 great ninja villages is officially established. This alliance is a treaty that is still valid even after dealing with this problem. Also, on behalf of Naruto, I promise you that I will treat you like reborn parents. Neji, you leave me some way out. The Naruto behind him speaks of suffering. Chapter 750 Decisive Battle. No mercy this time. Hey, Naruto. Sasuke sighed, showing a long-lost smile. Have some confidence in your future self, and I'm still here. Sasuke. Naruto stared blankly at Sasuke in front of him, his heart throbbing deeply. Because of Neji's influence, Sasuke has become more and more cute and sunny. Naruto thanked Neji from the bottom of his heart, because Neji brought too much sunshine. The content of the mission is to go to the ruins of Otsutsuki. Sasuke and I have been to that place. This battle, let me see. We're all going. Neji was about to pick some reasonable lineups, but Naruto said so. Yes, we're all going. At this time, Gaara also stood up to meet, followed by Kuretsuchi and Terumi. Finally, everyone stood up. That's right, we all believe in you, Neji. Now that we have formed a coalition, we don't have to worry about so much. Originally, This world should be guarded by us, so why is it always handed over to you heroes? Unexpectedly, Tarui, who had the most negative attitude, actually inspired everyone's morale. Well, I see. Neji's mouth twitched, very pleased. Although he knew that these people would not play a big role, such an ending could be regarded as satisfying his inner vision. Neji, who once saw the darkness of the ninja world, has longed for such a day in his heart. Although he knows how difficult it is to do these things, and the hardships and pains of this journey, he finally let Neji see. Belong to the dawn of peace in this ninja world. Soon, the non-stop crowd went to the ruins of Otsutsuki together. As the key, you will stay here forever, and if you lose that home, this will be your home. Konoha Maru is firm on Alland Road. Alan still thought about it and asked, how long have they been gone? Konoha Maru became impatient and lamented, oops. Don't think about it, they've been gone for more than an hour, and you can't catch up. And, Brother Neji won't agree to let you go. You so much has been lost. But I am the key. Alan's eyes were full of helplessness. So what? You think Brother Neji is the kind of person who sacrifices you to save everyone? No, he will definitely defeat the enemy. Besides, even if I sacrifice you, the world will be destroyed. Konoha Maru once suspected that this Alan came here to train himself how to comfort others. No, I have another way. Alan frowned. Do you mean you kill yourself by saying that? A gentle voice appeared. Konoha Maru turned around, and Alan looked too. Just a very gentle woman came with a lovely smile. Her eyes are the same as Neji's. The same as Neji, Byakugan. Hi, my name is Hinata. Hinata came over. Konoha Maru came back to his senses and immediately introduced. Sister Hinata is the cousin of Brother Neji. Alan nodded and said nothing. Hinata said, Brother Neji will never allow you to do this, and he will never allow you to distrust him so much. But, the enemy is Otsutsuki, and Alan was full of worry. What did he do to make you believe him like crazy? If he fails, the world will end. Alan became more and more excited. Hinata smiled faintly and said softly, because he is Hyuga Neji. For a while, the atmosphere became quiet. Then, a figure came quickly. Hinata. Everyone looked again, and the hurrying figure was a woman with yellow hair. Ino, Hinata asked, blinking. How long has my husband been gone? Husband. Alan frowned. Ino shrugged and hurriedly asked. It's Hyuga Neji. Hyuga Neji, the man who brought you back to Konoha village. Married. Alan couldn't believe that such a young man was buried in the hall of marriage. They've been gone for more than an hour. It will take about 5 hours to complete the task and come back. What's the matter? I have good news for him. No, I have to find him. Ino took a deep breath and turned around immediately. And Hinata grabbed Ino and asked, what good news, do you have to do it now? Well, it's a secret, and I wish I'd been the first to tell him the news. Looking at what the group of people said, it was completely assumed that Neji would come back safely, and Alan was particularly confused. In Iwagakure village or disguised, this guy is really so outrageous. She was skeptical. Woohoo _. The cold wind is howling, and although there is no heavy snow flying, the cold wind still makes people feel the unusual climate of this place. Is it because of some special power gathered here? Naruto asked. Sasuke explained. It's simply the chakra of the Otsutsuki family. And you should feel it, right? Under the ground of this place, there is a huge energy source Izumi. Naruto said. This is what Neji said about the starter, right? Alan, as the key to the starter, has some kind of special power in his body. Neji nodded. I really want to hear it in Ura's mouth, it's called a device. At that time, Madara was turned into Kagaya's device by Black Zetsu, which brought Kagaya back to life. Otsutsuki is relative to us. It is a higher level existence. It can be compared to gods such as death, and it will not dissipate. As long as there are certain channels, it will reappear. Therefore, in theory, Kagaya is not a resurrection, nor is it a resurrection. Because they never die, only is free. Your words. That's a lot. Then, Momoshiki's voice interrupted their discussion. This group of people also surprised Momoshiki. He appeared in the air, and underneath was Kinshiki, who was a follower. So many people. I saw 3 people from each of the 5 major ninja villages, and only 2 people from Iwagakure village, a total of 14 people, came to the ruins of Otsutsuki to stop Momoshiki's tricks. Fun. Momoshiki subconsciously took a few steps back, his eyes flashing. This is the final battle, I'm not going to show mercy. Neji's mouth twitched, but he smiled. In this final battle, everyone is not nervous at all. Click, Naruto also patted his fist, and his whole body turned into golden color. And Sasuke's Rinnegan is also shining under the floating bangs. Tarui turned on the Raiden Thunder-style chakra mode. After Shihan seal, he closed his eyes and began to perceive. Yugito tilted his head, and the tail beast chakra overflowed. Everyone is ready to fight. And the corners of their mouths all revealed that charming smile. Momoshiki widened his eyes and asked in surprise, why? Why are you all so happy when you all about to die? Chapter 751 Victory. Birth of a Saint. Why? Momoshiki clenched his fists tightly and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed, because he was clearly looking down on him. It's not us who are about to die, what can we do to be happy? Kankuro said, and he threw it away. Gata. Made of Sasori's body, flying into the air. Tamari jumped up even more and said, then everyone, just follow what Neji said and enjoy your battles. Futon, wind style, Itachi. PFF'd. The huge cyclone is like a soaring air current, rushing towards Momoshiki. Nani, can't move. Momoshiki underestimated, actually made it difficult for him to move at this moment. Tamari twitched the corner of his mouth and said, this is the ability enhanced by Neji's Sage Art Chakra. What? Sage Art? You? I saw Neji's mouth twitched and stepped back. Start hand seal. He murmured, although my strength is damaged now, the amount of chakra will not change. My Vulcan body can quickly absorb all the Sage Art Chakra for everyone to use. Om. Doden, Earth Style, Line Congealing Technique. Wow. Kinshiki and Momoshiki, who were imprisoned by Futon, Wind Style, are now trapped in lime again. Momoshiki bit Kiba and waved his hand. Zizzy. I saw a different dimension door opened, and he rushed in quickly. But with a bang. I saw that countless sands followed him into the different space, and then, the space pedal created by Yomatsu Hirasaka was completely blocked. Yomatsu Hirasaka is a type of Kekemora. Although it is basically indecipherable in principle, any technique that is used for practical purposes must have weaknesses. I saw countless sands enter the different space with Momoshiki, and appeared together in another direction dozens of meters away. And Kinshiki, because of his size, was completely trapped by lime and sand. Gaara chuckled and said, my sand will trigger the reaction of all available sand and stones nearby when it controls him. Using my chakra, I can completely master his actions. Boom. I saw that the ground not far away had turned into a sea of sand, covering Momoshiki completely. So, super weighted boulder jutsu. Ninfa cat's claw. Boom. The huge blue chakra claws flew away, and the super weighted boulder jutsu of the terracotta became extremely powerful, and went towards Momoshiki fiercely. Kinshiki, who was trapped here, bit Kiba and widened his eyes. Momoshiki, my master. And Momoshiki over there was also entangled in various sage art chakras and groaned. It's time. Boom. Ah. Everyone heard Kinshiki's shrill scream, they couldn't help but back away, dumbfounded. Momoshiki twitched the corner of his mouth and said, don't think that you are the only one with back support, I also have. Speaking of which, Kinshiki, who was almost festering, was simply handed by Neji. Point the hole. The scene was very embarrassing. Neji looked at Kinshiki indifferently, and smiled softly. Interesting, all the dead holes have been opened, and there is no doubt about death. But, let's play some value before dying. Neji looked at Momoshiki over there. Momoshiki's frantic face seemed to write, "Come and rescue me, make me stronger." And Neji smiled proudly, "Sorry, this guy's life doesn't have to be used by you." System, devour. Please choose the devouring skill. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Of light flashed in Neji's eyes. After more than 10 years, he finally wanted to understand. Maybe he should have understood it from the beginning. The devouring of the system is not to allow Neji to slowly devour his abilities, but to directly devour a person's existence, which can also make Neji soar to a lot of strength all at once. And it is not so simple for ordinary people to be swallowed up. But Kinshiki can, because the ability of the Otsutsuki family has transformed their self-sacrifice ability into a kind of essence. Ah! Kinshiki screamed terribly, only to see him turned into a cloud of smoke under the persecution of Sage Art Chakra. On the other side, Momoshiki, who was under control, although dodged Yugito's attack, it was difficult to continue to dodge. At this time, Naruto patted his fist, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Let's give Neji a little recovery first, then it's our turn to play, Sasuke. Ah! Momoshiki's hairstyle seemed to explode at the moment, his eyes were full of bloodshot, and he said angrily, "You forced me. Damn it, even without Kinshiki, I saw a golden body surrounded by his whole body, and even in the middle of his forehead, a Rinnegan's third eye started. And that Rinnegan Shion Yuhi also shed the slightest blood from the eyes. I leave it to you." Neji took a step back. Then, the remaining 13 people rushed over quickly. Futon, Wind Style, Rasenshuriken. Heavenly Hand Power. Chidori. Sandbound Coffin. Gara, move your sand away. Ching, cooperate with me to attack. Ah, look at me. Chengjuro, you are amazing. Seeing everyone in front of him, relying on Sage Art Chakra to completely suppress the already violent Kinshiki, this is the true power of ninjas. Woo. He breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, when people in this world are willing to unite, they will be able to exert their original power. Perhaps this is what Hashirama and Madara have not been able to pursue, even if Hashirama has the will of fire left behind as only the spirit to protect the child, but it did not choose to face the plight of the Uchiha family with Madara. And realizing this, I feel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the final trial, the road to sanctification. Congratulations to the host for completely devouring the power from the planet Otsutsuki, Kinshiki's strongest physical power. Please choose whether to steal the ability. No, I don't need this kind of stuff. I now understand what real power is. A true saint is one who knows he is victorious before the battle begins. Just like this, it is no longer a difficult battle, but a one-sided crush. Momoshiki held a powerful hand, he still couldn't fight back. People who are self-willed like them will never understand the feeling of fighting side by side with their comrades. Ding! The fusion is complete. Congratulations to the host. Successful promotion. Congratulations to the host who passed the quasi-Bible and became a saint. At this moment, the saint was born, the electric light flint. Light up the whole sky. Chapter 752 Closing. A Generation of Legends Finale. Woo, it's over. Neji breathed a sigh of relief, and had a hunch in his heart that all of this was finally coming to an end. Real peace is to try to create as much time as possible for peace, rather than once and for all. It turns out that the power of the Otsutsuki clan. Neji took a good look at the power of Kinshiki in his heart, and chuckled, if that's the case, I'll wipe you out completely. I won't give you any more opportunities to take advantage of. The future of the ninja world will belong to the ninja world itself. The world. There, Momoshiki was still being beaten. Neji smiled and said to the system, "System, what are the rewards for becoming a saint?" Yes, all the attributes of the host can be rapidly improved until the power reaches the load. View personal properties. Neji can't wait for some. Host, Hyuga Neji. Age, 20 years old. Combat proficiency, 0. Talent, Steal and Devour, Soul Orb, Fire Soul Orb. Identity, Lord of the New Territories, God of Destiny and Destiny. Strength, Saint Heavenly Path level. Ability. 7 chakra attributes max back to basics. Clean eyes back to basics. Tenseigen, 59.999%, use Byakugan to increase slowly in actual combat. Swordsmanship ability back to basics. Sage mode max back to basics. Demonic illusion ability max back to basics. Divine power is superb. Physique, complete sage body. Godhead consciousness fusion. Body of Vulcan max returns to basics. Weapons, Thunder God's sword with Spirit Evil God, Blood Killing God, Wine Cut Sword, 10-Fist Sword, 8-Foot Mirror, 8-Foot Chongtomo. Realm, Chakra Spirit Realm, Vulcan Possession. Special items, 1 to Kyubi, 9 Tails Chakra, 6 Paths Immortal Yin-Yang Power, Shisui I, Hashirama Cell. Heavenly Path level. Neji rubbed his chin and thought about it for a moment. It seems that there are still many unsolved mysteries in this world, but... Oh, that's all. Go to his heavenly path. What I want is the world in front of me. Om. Afterwards, Neji pulled away from the spiritual world. Crack. A thunderous thunder stunned everyone. Futon, wind style, Rasenshuriken. Boom. Momoshiki was pushed away by the huge force, and was pushed back dozens of meters on the ground. And the 13 people fell like violent strongmen, and Momoshiki over there was beaten to no human form. What was that just now? Lightning, Sasuke wondered. Naruto frowned slightly and said, this is Neji's chakra, but it doesn't feel very good. What's wrong? Why is there such a huge amount of chakra? The power is too great to control. Neji narrowed his eyes and bit Kiba. Damaged by more than half for demonic illusion, which is a clear eye. Even the strong and the genius will eventually face more difficult problems. If he loses control, Neji himself will be fine, but everyone here, including Momoshiki and the people of these 5 major ninja villages, may receive immense trauma. At this time, Neji only felt that a figure appeared in his mind. Neji, why did you leave me again? Neji was startled. It was Ino. Om. The art of turning your heart, success. Ino wiped his sweat and thought he was here to use this move on the enemy, but he didn't expect it to be used on Neji. What the hell is going on? Ino took a few steps forward. Ino, why are you here? Neji turned around, his hair fluttering as if it were flying. Looking at such a handsome Neji, Ino couldn't help turning Yuhi's face and asked, Neji, what's the matter with you? Neji only asked gently, why come to such a dangerous place? I have good news for you. I see, I'll talk about it later. Neji squeezed Ino's hand and nodded secretly. Then turned his head. 13 people made way one after another. They all know that at this moment, a legend is being born. No, it should be said that from a very early time, Neji has been in their hearts and has become a generation of legends. Momoshiki over there, kicked his legs and sat up, gasping for breath. Why the hell? Why even sage art chakras keep coming? You don't have that kind of strength. Facing the crazy Momoshiki, Neji twitched the corner of his mouth and chuckled, why don't you think I didn't? You said you saw it, maybe. It's just what the other party wants you to see. The figure was already behind Momoshiki. You can't kill me. Momoshiki could only use the last threat. And Neji's eyes seemed to contain the entire universe. This is Tenseigen. Why do you have? By the time Momoshiki realized it, it was over, and in his mind, everything had fallen apart. And Neji only twitched the corner of his mouth and said, it's true that I can't kill you, but I can still use Kinshiki, Ino's power to entangle with you and make you unable to turn over forever. Neji's stretched out his hand, and all Kinshiki's power rushed out of Neji's palm. Whoa whoa whoa, Momoshiki heard at right angles. Neji's mouth twitched, and with a burst of force, Momoshiki was completely surrounded by green flames. Neji said, "This is the flame from hell that the Vulcan used my body as a medium. Hundreds of Eternals were before the people of your Otsutsuki clan, leaving a scourge that was hard to eradicate in the world of the gods. That is a kind of stop, and now, it's this curse that's going to wipe you out." Momoshiki wanted to say something, but found that his throat had been destroyed, and his body began to disintegrate from the inside. "Your legend is coming to an end, and my legend is beginning." Om. From the inside, it falls apart until it dissipates. Completely gone. Standing at a distance and watching this scene appear, Otsutsuki Kinshiki and Otsutsuki Momoshiki let Neji use an inexplicable power to seal them together forever and never appear again. Whoosh. The sound of the wind stopped slowly, and the surrounding climate became much normal in an instant. Ding. The host unloads his power, and the aura of the saint dissipates. Neji breathed a sigh of relief and said lightly, "The so-called saint or not is just a title, how strong or not is determined by the amount of chakra and the moves that will be used. Sorry, then, my era will pass temporarily. Now, I'm going to live the life I want." Neji took a deep breath, turned, and never looked back. Two faint blue souls sank into the ground. Boom. Ground trembled, and everyone knew that Neji completely blocked the underground starter device, and he once again saved the world with confidence. At dusk, when everyone was talking and laughing, the ninja world had never been so peaceful and stable. The sun sets, Neji walks towards Ino. "Now that I've settled everything, what's the good news?" Neji asked. Ino's face gave a slight yuhi, and he smiled softly at Neji. Neji was startled, puzzled. I saw Ino stretch out his hand and rub his stomach. Neji knew it very well. Because Byakugan could see clearly, Ino's body was alive. That is, jade.